Hey listeners, how are you all doing today? Thank you so much for being such lovely members of our little manhwa corner. There's so much more to come, so sit back, get comfy, put on your headphones, and let us dive into today's story. I became the maid of the Lout Prince. Let the story begin. Part 4. About 10 minutes had passed since Sally asked me to contract with the nameless sylphid. The wind spirit that had been wandering around Professor Aaron's garden without a contractor until just now had suddenly become my formally contracted spirit. I didn't think it would actually work. To be honest, I was planning to make an attempt and then give up with a suitable excuse if it didn't work. While opportunities to contract with mid-level spirits don't come easily, it wasn't a decision to make impulsively just because it was a mid-level spirit. Although spirits can provide spontaneous advantages in battle and assist with judgment in complex situations, naturally, spirit contracts don't only have such advantages. In a sense, it was like permanently adding an ally that I couldn't control at will, so there were often cases where spirits would act contrary to my intentions. In Luminar Academy, there were occasional instances where a spirit's attack would accidentally kill an enemy I intended to capture alive with binding magic, or where water would be poured on a burned enemy, extinguishing the flames. To prevent such cases from happening, I usually had to be cautious about spirit contracts themselves, so I was planning to break it off immediately if the other party's reaction was ambiguous this time, too. Seeing the sylphid clinging to me, wanting to contract as soon as I fed her a bit of mana I'd released from my fingertips, it seemed our compatibility wasn't too bad. I think I understood what Sally meant by me having mana delicious enough to attract anyone. When I played Luminar Academy, I mostly contracted with high-level spirits, so I didn't notice. However, with Lilith's current charm stat, it seemed possible to easily attract mid-level spirits. It's also possible that this sylphid and I just had particularly good compatibility. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Would you like to contract? Although she's a mid-level spirit and can't speak yet, seeing her nod enthusiastically and cling to me, she seemed quite full of willingness to contract. It would be a bit awkward to send her away when she wanted it this much. I guess I should just accept it as fate at this point. With such thoughts, I had just finished the contract using almost all of my remaining mana a moment ago. As soon as I finished the contract, Sally, who had briefly left her position, rushed back to my side. Lilith, you just contracted with her, right? You did contract, right? Yes, I contracted, so please don't make such a fuss, Sally. Kya, she's so cute. Do you have a name? If not yet, should big sister Sally give you one? And no. Sally rushed towards the sylphid with an expression that anyone would find somewhat dangerous, and the wind spirit fled in panic at her reaction. Although I had contracted with the sylphid at Sally's request, I certainly didn't want this child to become Sally's plaything. To avoid leaving a bad impression on each other from their first meeting, I separated Sally and the sylphid, holding them back with both hands. Wait a moment, Sally. Didn't you promise not to do anything weird? I didn't do anything particularly weird, though. What did you say? No, I was just greeting her a little. What's wrong with greeting someone you're meeting for the first time? Does a child you've just met tremble like this from a simple greeting? Shouldn't a high-level fire spirit approach a mid-level wind spirit much more carefully in the first place? Sorry. Somehow, considering her usual image, it feels like she's just pretending to reflect now but will become shameless again later. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. For the sake of the sylphid who had kindly contracted with me, I needed to mediate between the two spirits for now. After all, it was the sylphid, not Sally, who had formally contracted with me, so as a contractor, I had a duty to protect her from Sally's shady desires. I'm sorry. That pedophile salamander was being annoying. Fire scary. Fire, scary. Don't be scared. I'm not scary. I really just want to be friends. You don't have to be so wary just because I'm a fire spirit. I told you not to approach, Sally. Okay, I get it. Sally stepped back slightly with a somewhat dejected expression as I deliberately protected the sylphid. I almost weakened at her gloomy appearance, so different from her usual overly cheerful demeanor, but I had to deal with this more firmly and clearly. If I showed weakness here, I would continue to be swayed even after formally contracting with Sally later, which would be unfair to the sylphid who had contracted with me. You don't need to worry. For now, I'll make sure that thing doesn't approach you while I'm watching. Calling me, that thing, is too harsh. We've been together for months. Eek, fire is still scary. And no, I wasn't trying to get angry at you. Surprisingly, it seems Sally's claim of falling for this sylphid at first sight wasn't a lie. She became flustered as soon as the wind spirit showed signs of fear. Seeing that attitude, I could be certain that I had the initiative in this relationship. Since I had the justification of being contracted with the sylphid, I first created an environment where Sally couldn't act recklessly. Sally, are you going to keep scaring the sylphid? If you keep acting so insensitively, I have ways to deal with you, you know. Huh. From what you said earlier, it seems you want to use me to get close to this sylphid, but if you keep being annoying, I just won't contract with you. What are you saying? Why, we've been getting along well until now. Getting along well is just from your perspective. At least, it wasn't for me. How many times had Sally forcibly woken me up and disturbed my sleep when I was exhausted? Moreover, since Ethan couldn't hear her voice because she's a spirit, I was the only one who had to wake up every time she made a fuss. Until now, I had been enduring it because of the buff coming from her blessing, but with the sylphid here, I didn't necessarily need Sally's blessing anymore. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Although she's a mid-level spirit, I could still get a spirit blessing through the sylphid, and even if the effect was slightly weaker, it was something I could sufficiently bear. After all, the sylphid was the first to formally contract with me, so naturally, prioritizing her was the attitude I should show as a spirit contractor. You know we haven't even made a temporary contract, let alone a formal one, right? But the sylphid has already formally contracted with me. If you do anything suspicious to my spirit, I won't stand by idly, even if it's you, Sally. Oh okay, I won't be scary, so please, give me one more chance, Lilith. For now, maintain at least a 1 meter distance until the sylphid opens up to you. Of course, suddenly rushing in and hugging her like before is forbidden. Sally carefully distanced herself from me with a somewhat unconvinced expression. It seems I've managed to separate that lolicon salamander from the sylphid for now. I started with a light introduction with the sylphid, who had become able to communicate a little after the formal contract. I'm sorry, there was a bit of a disturbance. Now that fire spirit won't be able to approach you for a while. You, cool, pardon, you, strong, magic, tasty too, yes. Oh thank you, I, look forward, master, I'm Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, you can just call me Lilith comfortably. Yes, Lilith, I am I am. Yes, I, don't have name. What to do? From this, it seems she's not a spirit who has contracted before. Unlike Sally, who seems to have experienced a lot of human society, this sylphid seemed to have an untainted purity about her. For some reason, I felt a strange affection towards her appearance that oddly aroused a protective instinct. If you don't have a name yet, may I give you one? Yes, since you're a wind spirit, how about Say? I think it sounds nice, like the sound of wind. Yes, like it, I am Say. I look forward to working with you, Say. Yes, Lilith. With those words, Say carefully flew onto my shoulder and quietly leaned against me. It seemed the fatigue from the spirit contract was hitting her belatedly. Well, since spirit contracts use vast amounts of mana, both the contractor and the contracted spirit need time to adapt. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I don't know whether contracting with her will be beneficial or detrimental to me in the future, but she was still the first spirit I had contracted with, so it was inevitable that I felt a bit more affection for her. As I was thinking this and feeling tired from my mana being almost depleted, I felt a hand gently grabbing the hem of my clothes from behind. Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry for just running away earlier. Feeling the hand pulling from below, I momentarily thought of the short girl in my mind, but as I expected, it was the fire mage who had just run off and disappeared behind me. Not expecting her to suddenly return, I carefully called her name. Miss Blaze. How do I get close to spirits? And how can I quickly contract with even a low-level spirit? Judging by her expression, it seems she's made up her mind to some extent. It seems she needed time alone to think about her limitations. I should have told her earlier. Well, if she's decided to do it properly, I guess I have no choice but to properly support and help her. Have you made up your mind? You've decided to start with contracting a low-level spirit first. Yes, like you said, I think it was hasty to try and contract with a mid-level spirit first. So for now, I'll start from the bottom as you said, huh? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Agnes, who seemed to have changed her mind, slowly raised her head and met my eyes. For some reason, her gaze shifted from my face to one of my shoulders carefully. Soon, with a slightly surprised voice, she asked about the mid-level spirit sleeping on my shoulder. What's that? Pardon, the spirit sleeping on your shoulder. Oh, you mean Say. She's the wind spirit I just contracted with while you were away, Miss Blaze. Why you just contracted? With a mid-level spirit? Well, I already have Sally. Wind and fire have good compatibility in many ways, right? Of course, it'll take time for them to become close since Say is still scared of Sally for now. Miss Blaze. Wah, that's unfair. That's cheating. Wait a moment, Miss Blaze. Weren't you asking how to contract with spirits? Even though she wasn't a character I paid much attention to in the game, this Agnes was truly an unpredictable person. I wonder if I'll be able to get through this semester safely. 2 weeks had passed since I formally contracted with Say, the mid-level wind spirit. As expected in an academy world based on a game, various events occurred over the past 2 weeks, but from Ethan's and my perspective, it felt like fairly ordinary days passing by. If there was anything special among those events, it would be that my level increased by 1 to level 12 during the practical monster subjugation classes over the past 2 weeks. It was a natural result, considering Ethan and I paired up to hunt 5 or 6 monsters a day. Of course, it was an incredibly slow growth compared to focusing solely on leveling up, but the fact that I was growing at all was important in its own way for now. The typical scene when Ethan and I attended practical monster subjugation classes looked something like this. Lilith, can you buy time against the goblin at 3 o'clock? Easily. So Ethan, please focus on the orc in front of you. Alright, I'm counting on you. Basically, while Ethan fought strong enemies at the front line and focused on those battles, I defended the inevitably exposed blind spots. Alternatively, our typical pair hunting style involved Ethan dealing with monsters in close combat while I kept ranged monsters in check with dagger throws or magic arrows when their numbers were few. I also occasionally used arcane barriers or mana chains to support Ethan's hunting. It was reassuring in many ways to fight with a reliable tank and damage dealer in front. In Luminar Academy, I, as the protagonist, had almost exclusively played the tank role. Dropping honorifics during battle was Ethan's idea. He said that in urgent situations, using Young Master every time could lead to missing important information. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. As a maid, I couldn't suggest such a brazen proposal first without risking being accused of disrespect, so I kept quiet. Fortunately, Ethan wasn't so oblivious. Of course, I agreed since I had been thinking about it before. Anyway, apart from being the young master I served and a nobleman, Ethan was quite a useful partner in practical hunting. I couldn't help but naturally think that I wanted to continue working with him until graduation from the academy, if possible. As long as I remain Ethan's exclusive maid, I should be able to act in a partner-like position while attending the academy. It feels like just yesterday I saw him as a child whining for food in the kitchen, but now, he had become a reliable vanguard I could entrust myself without worry. It was inevitable to feel a strange sense of emotion every time we attended practical hunting classes. If there was anything else that was special, it might be that I've gotten a little closer to Agnes. Well, from her desperate situation, getting closer to me was probably the best solution, so it was essentially an unavoidable choice. For Agnes, spirits were not an option but a necessity to win in the complex battle for the successor of the Elizabeth family. It wasn't really a matter of her magic becoming stronger or weaker with a spirit. The Elizabeth family had a tradition that the heir who would continue the family line must always be superior to others in every aspect, and this wasn't limited to just magic. Basic knowledge of magic was fundamental, but social graces and spirit affinity were also included in the evaluation criteria for heirs. No matter how strong one's magic or knowledge of magic was, if their spirit affinity was terribly low, they would naturally fall behind in the succession race. Especially if Agnes, who was taking spirit studies classes to try and contract even a low-level spirit, failed to contract a spirit by the end of the semester, her position within the family would become quite precarious, no matter how promising she was. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Professor Aaron's class focused on becoming friends with spirits rather than contracting them, so from Agnes's position, I was almost the only one who could help her. That's why, recently, I intentionally stayed behind for an hour after class to help Agnes prepare for spirit contracting. Basically, Miss Blaze, your obsession with spirits is too strong. You approach them too aggressively. Why is that a problem? If I don't approach them actively, there's no way spirits will approach me first. Normally, that would be true. But Miss Blaze, your mana is a bit special, isn't it? It's the kind of mana that spirits find difficult to approach readily. I've been curious about this for a while. Is my mana really that bad? Since I have a lot of it, shouldn't there be some spirits who like it? No, there aren't. You smell. It's a strange smell. No, Pei, one of the reasons we contract with humans in the first place is to eat delicious mana that doesn't exist in nature. Of course, your mana also has a taste that probably doesn't exist in nature, but there are hardly any spirits who want to stuff themselves with ana that tastes bad and smells. Well, there might be some unusual ones who actually find your magic delicious. Agnes's expression froze in shock after hearing Say and Sally's scathing evaluation. It's not like I had developed any special affection for her, but even so, the two spirits' assessment was too harsh. Wait a moment, Say, Sally. Don't speak so bluntly. There are ways to say things more indirectly, you know. Strange smell. How to say indirectly? I don't know such things. Then why don't you try saying it indirectly, Lilith? I just honestly said I don't want to eat mana that tastes bad and smells strange. Mana that tastes bad and smells strange. Miss Blaze, there's nothing particularly wrong with your mana. It's just that spirits find it a bit unfamiliar, so it's hard for them to approach readily. Even if a steak looks perfectly fine, it's human instinct to avoid it if it smells like rotten eggs, right? If clear soup smells like urine, you'd naturally suspect the chef. What spirits feel from your mana, Agnes, is similar to this. You're the worst. Pardon. Anyway, recently, I've been focusing on helping Agnes understand the nature of her mana in this way. The most fundamental solution was, of course, to increase Agnes's charm stat and, in turn, her spirit affinity, but that wasn't something that could be done in a short period. The plan for Agnes's spirit contract was to proceed with a method closer to a trick. If it's a young spirit that can't even sense the taste of magic, I should be able to attach one to her. It's entirely possible to raise a contracted spirit into a strong one depending on the human's capabilities. The event to give Agnes a spirit would come to the academy on its own soon enough, so until then, I had to make her willing to contract with even a low-level spirit somehow. This doesn't mean I'm harboring resentment towards her from our unpleasant first meeting and saying things to upset her to her face. After discussing spirit studies seriously with Agnes for 2 weeks, I became somewhat familiar with how to handle her. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. While seeking help from me regarding spirit contracts, Agnes often looked at me with eyes that suggested she didn't like me. Well, even if she looks at me with those yes, she can't do anything to me until the next evaluation test anyway. Please vote for the princess for Student Council President. We ask for your support for the Moonlight Shadow Princess. Meanwhile, Seraphine's Student Council election campaign was steadily progressing. If something unexpected had happened, I would have participated in helping with Seraphine's campaign. For now, though, the student council election was proceeding as in the original story, so I didn't intervene unnecessarily. Besides, even if I jumped in to participate in the campaign, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Seraphine's election as student council president was already almost certain, and other candidates were essentially participating for the sake of participating, not actively campaigning with the thought of becoming president themselves. Well, although the royal family's power doesn't reach much within the island of knowledge, they would still have to meet as royalty and subjects outside the academy. They probably wouldn't want to risk falling out of favor with the royal family by staking their lives on the uncertain possibility of being elected as the academy's student council president. In other words, when Seraphine's student council starts its activities in a few days, Ethan and I will also start to get busy in earnest. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. If we do student council work on weekdays, we'll naturally have to deal with assignments we would delay to weekends, so this weekend was essentially the last leisurely weekend Ethan and I could spend. And for some reason, on this last weekend, I was out walking the streets of the island of knowledge with Ethan from the morning, having left the academy. Moreover, we were walking without Isabel, who was always by our side in such situations, so it was just the two of us. Lilith, is there anywhere you'd like to go? No, you don't need to ask for my opinion, young Master Ethan. I'll follow wherever you decide to go. We agreed not to use, young master, today, Lilith. That's right, Ethan. As I struggled to call Ethan's name with lips that seemed reluctant to part, Ethan nodded with a satisfied expression. Feeling a bit puzzled by his incomprehensible reaction, I quietly followed Ethan's steps for now. Really, how did it end up like this? Today, I'm on a spontaneous weekend date with Ethan. It actually started as an extension of our usual routine. Harold's weekly magic swordsmanship class. After nearly 3 weeks since the last duel, I got another chance to face Harold. Learning from my previous defeat, I challenged him once again. As expected, this duel also ended in my defeat without much progress. Heeding Harold's advice that I had used up my tricks too easily last time, I tried to conserve my 3 daggers as much as possible this time. However, a sword master was not an opponent I could face while holding back at my level. As a result, I was crushed even more thoroughly than in the previous duel. Yet, for some reason, Harold still praised me after the duel ended. It seemed I needed a different approach to face him. Of course, I had no idea what that different approach might be at the moment. After several students, including myself, were thoroughly defeated by Harold, the usual duels between the top students and Harold followed. Having used all my strength against Harold, I quietly watched the duels between the top students, including the duel between Ethan and Harold. Although he lost one of the 2 rounds, Ethan managed to win the other, ending his duel with Harold in a draw. I quietly applauded him. Since Ethan won, I'll have to change out of my uniform a bit later today. It would be better not to remove my bra beneath the uniform. I had once made the mistake of taking off just my bra in advance, which led to misunderstandings about whether I had come to school without one. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Besides, it seemed Ethan preferred to undress me himself, so there was no need to spoil that pleasure for him. And to allow Ethan to quietly relieve his sexual desires, I would spend a bit more time in the bathroom afterward while I also did by myself, quietly. No, wait, I felt flustered by the series of thoughts that suddenly crossed my mind. It felt strange that I was so naturally envisioning the process of my nighttime activities just from seeing Ethan's victory. It's almost as if I'm somehow enjoying having my chest touched by Ethan. Surely not. Could it be that, regardless of Ethan not doing terrible things to me, my body, as Lilith, had somehow become accustomed to Ethan's body at some point? No, probably not. After all, in the original game, Lilith was a heroine who fell for the protagonist after being saved. Even all the sexual abuse she suffered from the disgusting Ethan before that, if you think about it, intensified precisely because Lilith didn't give her heart to the disgusting Ethan. It's just that now I no longer have any particular resistance to Ethan, so I can accept being touched on the chest as pure pleasure. Strictly speaking, that might be even more problematic. To feel pleasure from having my chest touched by a man's hand, this wasn't a normal way of thinking either, of course. It didn't make sense for me, who was originally a man, to be happy about being touched by Ethan. If I only compared the absolute number of years lived, the number of years I lived in my previous life and the number of years of lived here as Lilith were almost similar. Even with that, I still had some aversion to being in a romantic relationship with a man. If I had realized I had possessed Lilith when she was very young, it might have been okay, but I only realized it about 5 to 6 years ago. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. That short amount of time wasn't enough to overcome this issue, no matter how nice a guy Ethan was. Lilith. Ah, yes. What is it, young Master Ethan? Is something wrong? You looked like you were troubled by something. No, it's not an issue important enough for you to worry about, young Master Ethan. It seems I was so lost in my confusing thoughts that I didn't even notice Ethan returning to my side after finishing his duel. The duel between Natalie and Harold was already in full swing in front of me after Ethan's duel had ended. I need to focus. No matter how confused my mind was, I was still Ethan's exclusive maid, and I had to give my all to my duties at the very least. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. You didn't miss watching my duel with father because you were lost in thought, did you? No, I watched that part properly, so you don't need to worry, young Master Ethan. I confirmed that you split the rounds, achieving a draw with the master. I see. That's good, then. Judging by his relief, it seemed that bedtime would be a bit later tonight as well. Lately, Isabel seemed to quietly retire to the servants' waiting room early on such nights, which suggested she might have vaguely noticed the relationship between Ethan and me. Well, considering we were doing such things while making noises with just a door between us, it wouldn't be strange if she had figured it out long ago. If anything, it was impressive how Isabel treated us without showing any sign that she knew what Ethan and I were doing. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. If you wish, I'll prepare the reward for tonight as well. About that reward actually, I wanted to ask for something else. Pardon, my mind suddenly went cold at Ethan's mention of asking for something else. If he's asking for something other than the chest-touching reward, could he be saying he wants to move to the next step? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. In a situation where I'm already having my chest touched every night, the next step could mean is he asking to touch me down below this time? No, 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 no. If we're talking about the next step after the chest, it might not end there. He might even aim for my first time and pounce on me. That absolutely cannot happen. Although I wasn't able to use my power as a saint at all, that didn't mean I was in a position to freely throw away my chastity. To use a saint's power, one needs to receive a formal consecration at the main Aurelia church, so that condition wasn't easily met. However, just because I couldn't use it right away didn't mean I could easily give up the potential I possessed. It didn't make sense to compromise a saint's potential just to satisfy the sexual desires of a boy who had just passed puberty. The problem was that if Ethan were to deliberately try to pounce on me, I lacked justification in many ways to immediately reject him. I had already had my chest touched by Ethan at least a dozen times, so acting innocent now wouldn't work at all. Moreover, Ethan already had an overwhelming physical advantage, so if he forcefully pounced on me, I couldn't offer much resistance. Why young Master Ethan? I acknowledge that your skills have improved greatly, but even so, moving to that kind of relationship is, I think, a bit improper. Ah, no, Lilith. I'm not trying to ask for anything lewd. Pardon, when I say I want to ask for something else, I don't mean what we usually do at night, I just mean something normal, not lewd at all. With our work in the student council starting soon, weekends will get busy too, so before that happens, I wanted to ask if we could go out together the morning after tomorrow. Is this kind of request not allowed? So, that's what this is about. From the start, Ethan had no intention of asking me for anything lewd. I was the only one who unnecessarily scared myself, assuming he would naturally ask for something lewd, and spent time agonizing over how to refuse and how to respond if he forcefully pounced on me. For some reason, a familiar feeling of embarrassment washed over me, and I could only quietly lower my head. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I didn't want Ethan to see the redness rushing to my face. I understand, young Master Ethan. If that is what you wish, I can certainly accommodate such a request. I see. Thank you, Lilith. For such a request, you don't need to offer anything in exchange. As your exclusive maid, it's only natural for me to follow you, young Master Ethan. Right, since we're on the topic, I should talk about that aspect as well. Pardon, for that one day after tomorrow, I'd like you to spend time with me not as my exclusive maid but as Lilith, an ordinary Viscount's daughter. That's the extent of my request, Lilith. Pardon, I thought I had been watching over the not yet fully grown Ethan for quite some time. However, seeing him say such incomprehensible things, it seems that even after knowing someone for a long time, you can never truly understand them. The current situation arose from Ethan taking me out of the academy for the weekend to grant his reward for winning the duel against Harold. Ethan had taken me out not as his exclusive maid but as Lilith, a Viscount's daughter. Since I wasn't his maid for today, I couldn't use titles like young master, nor could I use the extremely formal expressions I usually did. Thinking about it that way, the atmosphere felt somewhat like a date. Realizing this, I became a bit suspicious about Ethan's intentions in taking me out. Could it be that he's trying to create a subtle date atmosphere to confess again like last time? In truth, I had been sensing signs of Ethan's strange feelings towards me for quite some time. After all, just a few months ago, he had tried to create an atmosphere as if he was going to confess to me. It was entirely possible for a boy his age to develop romantic feelings for a woman who looked like Lilith, who was constantly by his side. He should know better than anyone that he's the heir to the Blackwood ducal family, so he probably won't make the foolish choice of trying to make me his actual fiancé. However, I wasn't sure if he had given up on the idea of a one-night fling or a casual romance. The academy's atmosphere was quite liberal compared to the outside world, and there were quite a few examples of positive relationships developing between noble and commoner students. Axiomatic only on Galaxy Translations. So it wouldn't be strange at all for him to want to enjoy a free romance while still a student, even if he would choose a different woman as his fiancée in the future. I feel like I shouldn't have agreed to this. Now that I was conscious of it being a date, I almost felt it would have been better to just have my chest touched once instead. I absolutely couldn't stand the awkwardness of a romantic atmosphere developing between a man and a woman. While I could accept having my chest touched as a reward for Ethan's efforts, I still had resistance to becoming lovers. Although I didn't think Ethan had any flaws as a man, I still wasn't interested to enter in a relationship with a man. I hope Ethan is thinking the same way I am. Seeing that he gave up even touching his favorite chest to ask for a date, I couldn't rule out the possibility of things taking a strange turn. At this point, there was only one solution. If there was even a hint of a good atmosphere developing, I had to somehow break it and make sure he didn't develop any romantic feelings for me. With this in mind, I asked Ethan about today's schedule as naturally as possible. I needed to know where we would be going in advance so I could think of appropriate ways to deal with each situation. Ethan, why yes, Lilith, where are you planning to go today, bringing me as a noblewoman rather than a maid? Even if you ask where we're going, I didn't really have a specific destination in mind. Pardon, I just wanted to go out of school with you as an ordinary noblewoman, Lilith. Until now, I've only seen you in your maid uniform or your school uniform. Ethan lowered his head carefully, blushing as if embarrassed. For some reason I didn't quite understand, I almost found myself swept up in Ethan's atmosphere for a moment. He may look normal, but still. With such thoughts, I walked alongside Ethan with slightly awkward steps through the commercial district streets of the Island of Knowledge. Ethan's steps slowly came to a stop in front of one of the stores. Axiomatic only on Galaxy translations. I quietly stopped as well, matching his pace. Shall we buy some new clothes first? Don't you have plenty of spare clothes in the dormitory? Of course, I'm not talking about my clothes, but yours, Lilith. My clothes? Yes. Looking at your current attire, I think we need to change your clothes first. Feeling a bit puzzled by Ethan's words, I briefly looked over the clothes I was wearing. It was just my ordinary maid uniform, no different from usual, so I couldn't help but express my confusion once again. It's just a normal maid uniform, isn't it? Yes, it's ordinary for a maid uniform, but it's hardly suitable for a noble young lady to wear. That's true, but I thought it would be a bit strange to wear the academy uniform on a non-school day as well. Right, that's why we should buy you some clothes first. Aren't you getting tired of only wearing the academy uniform and your maid uniform, Lilith? I don't really mind even if I continue to only wear my uniforms and my maid outfit. However, I couldn't refute his claim that it wasn't befitting of a noble young lady, so I had no choice but to nod in agreement for now. I was a person with at least some basic common sense, after all. Even if that wasn't the case, I found myself thinking that having a set of casual wear for going out wouldn't be a bad idea. From the start, I didn't have the option of refusing, as I was here to fulfill Ethan's request. Alright, Ethan, I was just thinking that I could use a set of casual clothes for going out. I'm glad we're on the same page, Lilith. But this shop seems a bit expensive, so maybe we should walk a bit further towards the island's entrance. The prices here are a bit burdensome for my personal circumstances. Grab, I'll buy it for you, so don't worry about it and enter with me. Okay, before I knew it, Ethan had grabbed my wrist and forcefully pulled me into a clothing store that exuded an air of luxury. As soon as we entered, several female staff members dressed in elegant Western clothing from head to toe came to greet us. Welcome, is there anything you need? No, well. The store clerk began to serve us without any hesitation despite the odd pair of a noble youth and a maid entering the store. While I was briefly pondering how to respond to her, Ethan, beside me, responded in a way that felt natural. Prepare a few outfits that would suit this girl. If possible, we're looking for something that gives the impression of a noble young lady. Clothes befitting a noble young lady that would suit this young miss, correct? We'll prepare them right away. With those words, several store clerks approached me with measuring tapes in hand and began to measure my body. I quietly caught the staff members' voices mentioning my chest size in hushed tones. 105 centimeters TN, 105 centimeters approximately equals 41.3. There should be some larger sizes in the back of the store. Let's look for something among those first. Why yes. While I pretended not to hear and averted my gaze, the store staff moved efficiently. Less than 2 minutes after measuring my body, one staff member approached me with a Gothic-style dress that exuded the air of a noble young lady. Would you like to try this dress on first? Yes. So they did have clothes that fit Lilith's body type, after all. Well, Lilith is a heroine in Luminar Academy, after all. It would be strange if there were no clothes for Lilith to wear in a game where dressing up heroines is one of the main features. Quietly thinking such thoughts, I changed into a black dress with a high-waisted skirt in the changing room and walked out. Since Ethan was buying the clothes for me, I formally asked for his opinion. "How is it, Ethan?" "Ethan, it suits you well, Lilith." "Does it?" To me, it seemed more like a noble lady's outfit rather than a young noblewoman's attire. Well, young noblewomen do grow up to become noble ladies, so Ethan's assessment that it suited me well probably wasn't a lie. "Then it's decided. There's no need to look at anything else, we can just go with this." Miss. Whoa, please don't say that. How about trying on this outfit next? I'm sure this will suit you well, too. Axiomatic only on Galaxy translations. Please do try this one on as well. The store clerks, who had suddenly become strangely enthusiastic compared to earlier, pushed new clothes towards me. Feeling a bit flustered by the insistent clerks, I quietly turned my gaze towards Ethan, seeking help. Unfortunately, what came back from Ethan was not salvation for me, but agreement with the store staff. Why don't you try them all on once, Lilith? What? You never know, there might be clothes that suit you even better. Alright, Ethan. Well, since this was the store Ethan brought me to and he was the one offering to buy, I had no choice but to obediently try on what he told me to. The impromptu fashion show at the clothing store continued for about 30 more minutes. "How about this one, Ethan?" It's pretty, but isn't it showing off your figure a bit too much?" Is that so?" A midnight dress with a simple design flowing from top to bottom but clinging tightly to the body, emphasizing the figure. "Even I find this one a bit embarrassing. I don't mind the rest, but clothes that expose my thighs completely are a bit. Yeah, I think this is something that shouldn't be worn outside, either. Though, it is pretty. A fairy-style outfit made with layered sheer fabric, with a short skirt, resulting in quite a high level of exposure. Personally, this one feels the most comfortable. I suppose it's because I'm used to seeing this kind of outfit. Dressed like that, you look every bit the noble young lady, Lilith. There's no need to flatter me with empty words, Ethan. I'm serious, I really mean it." Finally, a classic noble young lady dress with abundant decorations and frills, spread wide in an A-line. After changing into 4 or 5 different outfits in a short time, the impromptu fashion show at the clothing store finally concluded. Changing clothes so many times is certainly tiring. Even in reality, trying on this many outfits would have been quite exhausting. Given the medieval fantasy setting, most clothes used buttons instead of zippers, which inevitably consumed more time and energy in the process of putting on and taking off each outfit. Axiomatic only on Galaxy translations. Moreover, noble clothes mostly consisted of dresses with various flowing attachments, so there were many things to pay attention to. After trying on various outfits, it seemed Ethan had quietly made up his mind about which outfit was best. After I'd tried on the final outfit, the noble young lady dress, I asked for Ethan's opinion. Surely after trying on so many outfits, there must have been at least one that Ethan liked. "So, have you made up your mind?" "Yes. Personally, the one I'm wearing now is the most comfortable. Of course, your opinion is the most important. We'll take all of them, from the first outfit this young lady tried on to the one she's wearing now." "Pardon. Yes, thank you." Ethan declared he would buy all the dresses, each of which looked like it would cost several gold coins. I felt momentarily dazed as I watched several months' worth of my salary being spent so casually right before my eyes. "Let's go, Lilith." Yes, I'll carry the luggage. They said they'll deliver the clothes to the academy dormitory later, so we can just go. Are you a bit tired from changing clothes? Shall we have a meal first? Yes. I felt momentarily bewildered by Ethan's casual bulk purchase of clothes that I wondered how many times I would ever wear in my life. Well, it's not my money anyway, so I suppose it doesn't matter. For some reason, the thought that I was being strangely swept along today began to creep into my mind. Anyway, our weekend date continued, with me now changed from a maid uniform into a noble dress alongside Ethan. Or, to be precise, it wasn't really a date. The weekend outing with Ethan continued after that. I'm not calling it that despite my outfit having changed from a maid uniform to a noble young lady's red dress. The maid uniform I had been wearing until just now was scheduled to be delivered to the academy dormitory along with the other clothes bought at the store. Perhaps because I had changed clothes and was walking around, I felt like the number of gazes directed at me had decreased somewhat compared to earlier. Maybe people were deliberately averting their eyes, thinking I might really be a noble young lady. Most people wouldn't have any issues just staring at a maid who was at most a viscount, but they wouldn't dare to stare too long at a woman who clearly appeared to be of noble status, as they couldn't tell if she was a viscount's daughter or a margrave's daughter. After leaving the clothing store, Ethan took me to an ordinary Italian-style restaurant. Of course, there's no Italy in this world, I just mean the menu gave that kind of impression. It was a decent restaurant serving salad, grilled freshwater fish, light pasta, and slightly sweet desserts. I didn't intend to complain or find fault no matter what restaurant he took me to, but the restaurant Ethan chose had quite a clean and relaxing atmosphere. Does it suit your taste, Lilith? Yes, Ethan, the food is delicious, and it's a nice place. I thought he might order wine or try to create an atmosphere suitable for a confession, but fortunately, it didn't seem that was his purpose in bringing me here. Or perhaps Ethan hadn't been thinking about confessing at all from the start, and I was just getting ahead of myself. I hoped I was just being a presumptuous maid who didn't know her place. That would be much better than receiving an awkward confession that I could neither accept nor reject. I hear you've been getting along well with the daughter of the Blaze Viscount family lately. Rumors say you two spend an hour after class together talking about various things. Miss Blaze seems to lack knowledge about spirit studies, so I've been helping her. Although she's the top student of the magic department, she doesn't seem to be very popular with spirits. Only on galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Well, you did recently contract with a sylphid. For reference, Sally and Say didn't join us on today's date. They had used quite a bit of mana in yesterday's monster training. While Sally, being a high-level spirit, was fine, Say, a mid-level spirit, seemed a bit tired, so I fed her plenty of mana and let her rest in the dormitory. With Say staying in the dormitory, Sally, who dotes on Say, naturally chose to stay in the dormitory as well. I hope nothing troublesome happens while they're left alone for a day. What about you, Ethan? Are you getting along well with your classmates? I heard that Hiro Gyungwajogyagigwat has been showing quite an interest in you. Well, I don't particularly like that guy. Pardon. He has a bad reputation, so you'd better not pay attention to him either, Lilith. He's already hanging around with two girls, and lately, it seems he's been bothering Miss Natalie and the princess as well. Oh, I see. Natalie probably aimed to get close to him from the moment she enrolled in the swordsmanship department. The Natalie-Thomas couple combination could cover the protagonist's lack of endurance in the middle of the story. His approaching the princess was probably a required event. If his goal was to clear the game, he would definitely try to complete the required events. If he accidentally skipped one, it could mess up the story later on and prevent him from using the external knowledge he had. I could understand to some extent why Ethan disliked Gyungwajogyagigwat, but knowing the circumstances, I just felt sorry for this meaningless vigilance. Judging by this reaction, it seems I won't have many opportunities to make contact with Gyungwajogyagigwat. I'd need to somehow resolve Ethan's wariness towards the protagonist before I could talk to him or probe his thoughts. If, by any chance, the protagonist thought of Ethan as a villain, I'd need to clear up that misunderstanding, too. Anyway, Ethan and I spent time taking a light walk along the wide lake surrounding the island of knowledge while discussing recent events. In this relaxed atmosphere that we hadn't experienced in a while, my mind also became a bit calmer. This kind of leisure is nice too. With the sudden increase in tasks since the start of the second semester, I've been having a lot of headaches lately. Maybe I needed an opportunity to spend time leisurely like this. Ethan might have been wanting this kind of time, too, given how busy he'd been recently. Was I really just mistaken? Maybe he asked to spend time with me as the noble young lady Lilith just to create a comfortable atmosphere. He might have felt a bit stifled if he felt like he had a maid by his side, even on a rare day off. Come to think of it, he could confess to his exclusive maid anytime, anywhere. If he had strange feelings for me, he would have pounced on me long ago, given that we're using the same dormitory. I must have been the one making strange thoughts about this not being a date. I really am overly self-conscious. Only on galaxy translations. Axiomatic. As my mind calmed down, the complex worries I had been harboring in my mind flew away, making me feel more relaxed. As we spent time like this and our light lunch was somewhat digested, Ethan carefully made a suggestion to me. So when I introduced Say, who I contracted with that day, to Miss Blaze, she suddenly said something to me and ran off somewhere. Lilith, yes, if it's all right with you, shall we rest for a moment on that bench over there? Are you tired, Ethan? It's not that I'm tired, but I noticed a cheese shop as we were passing by earlier. If you're okay with it, how about we take a break and have a little picnic? Until we were talking, I didn't have any particular thoughts, but after hearing Ethan's words, I realized I did feel a bit hungry. Maybe it was because I relaxed and let my guard down. Until just now, I had been on edge, thinking Ethan might confess to me, carried away by the atmosphere. Or maybe it was just because we had a light lunch, so I got hungry after walking for a bit. If that's the case, I'll go get it. You rest for a moment, Ethan. No, I brought it up, so I should. You paid for everything at the clothing store in the restaurant, didn't you? Then, at least let me buy the snacks. But still, wasn't it you who told me to act like a noble young lady, Ethan? Or is your ideal noble young lady someone who shamelessly freeloads from beginning to end without opening her wallet once? Alright, Lilith, then I'll leave it to you. Ethan, seeming to judge that further persuasion would be meaningless in the face of my firm attitude, finally nodded and allowed me to open my wallet. To think I need such persistent permission even to buy a few coins worth of snacks. I saw the cheese shop while we were walking earlier, too. I'll be back soon. Okay, be careful. After nodding slightly in response to Ethan, I briefly walked back along the path we had just come from. It's just within the island of knowledge, how dangerous could it be? Beautiful young lady, is there anything you need? Could I have a piece each of Gouda and cheddar cheese? Just enough for a simple snack would be sufficient. Listening to the muscular-armed cheese shop owner, I ordered 2 pieces of cheese displayed in front of the store. Gouda and cheddar were about the only cheeses I knew, given my limited culinary knowledge. I hadn't tried blue cheese raw yet, so I didn't particularly feel like challenging it. Also, it didn't seem like this shop sold things like ricotta or Emmental. Looks like you're out for a picnic with your fiancé. I saw you passing by earlier. Oh, he's not my fiancé. We are planning to have a picnic, though. Then, is he a family member? It's hard to say he's family, it's a bit of a complicated relationship. Ah, I see. Well, it's not just in the academy, but generally, nobles often had various complicated family relationships. Bringing in an heir from another family to continue the family line, step-siblings born from remarriage between noble families, children born of incest, and so on. It was knowledge not worth digging too deeply into. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The commoners living on the island of knowledge were quite perceptive about these matters, having frequent interactions with nobles. After hearing me say it was a complicated relationship, the shop owner seemed to become conscious of my gaze and hurriedly packaged the items I ordered and handed them to me. That'll be 2 silver coins, miss. Thank you. Take care. Have a good time. The bag containing the 2 pieces of cheese felt strangely heavy, as if he had added something extra as a service. I didn't think it was strange, as it was an event that often occurred when charm stats were high. My charm had already surpassed 3 digits after my recent level up. In games like this, usually, the heroine gets kidnapped when she's separated from the protagonist. Of course, having learned dagger techniques, I was now in a position where anyone trying to kidnap me would have to worry about their own life instead. I always carried 3 daggers in the inner pocket of my maid uniform every day without fail. Ah, that's right, come to think of it, the daggers would still be in the maid uniform I changed out of earlier. I had intended to retrieve them when changing back later, but I forgot in the rush. Well, it should be fine. Nothing should happen just because I don't have my daggers. Still, feeling strangely uneasy without the daggers on me, I returned to the lakeside bench, our meeting place, while maintaining vigilance in all directions. Fortunately, nothing dangerous, like encountering kidnappers or robbers, happened along the way. Ah, Lilith, you're back. Yes, Ethan, why are you walking so anxiously? Did something strange happen? No, Ethan, it's nothing, don't worry about it. How would Ethan react if I told him I was anxious because my daggers were gone? Thinking this, I approached Ethan with the paper bag containing the cheese when I noticed a long, corked bottle in his hand. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Seeing that, my wariness towards Ethan, which I had momentarily set aside, was instantly rekindled. What's that, Ethan? Ah, this. I bought it while you were out getting snacks. I thought it would feel a bit empty without something to drink, and wine seemed appropriate for cheese. I see. So you bought alcohol. You'll drink too, right Lilith? Well, I suppose I should, given your thoughtfulness. Forget about kidnapping events. Maybe the one I should have been wary of was someone else entirely. The sudden picnic with Ethan had been timed to match the afternoon tea time. In an atmosphere that seemed to have a strangely awkward current flowing, Ethan and I quietly clinked our cups together. Clink. The two wooden cups filled with red wine collided between us, making a dull sound. They were rather plain cups for wine, but it wasn't easy to find glass or porcelain wine glasses in a place like this to begin with. Glass cups, being expensive, would be difficult to procure even if somehow found. Rather, I was amazed that Ethan had managed to get wine and wooden cups in such a short time. It almost made me think he had prepared in advance for this moment. Well, probably not. As Ethan's exclusive maid, I spent most of my time with him. If he had been up to something strange, I would have noticed long ago. If he had planned in advance to buy cheese for a picnic or suddenly buy wine to go with it, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Above all, today's outing, was a spontaneous promise that came from the result of Ethan's duel with Harold. Ethan and I each took a sip of wine, with a few bite-sized pieces of cheese between us on the spread-out paper bag. Perhaps because the alcohol entered my empty stomach, I felt like my intoxication was rising quickly. How is it, Lilith? I'm not sure. This is my first time trying wine. For someone trying it for the first time, you seem to be savoring even the aroma. I was just imitating what I've seen other nobles do. Of course, saying this was my first time trying wine was a blatant lie. Wine wasn't particularly expensive in reality, either. Well, most of my drinking life in my previous life consisted mainly of beer. Although it's my first time drinking it, I personally think it's quite good. It's a bit heavier than the cocktail I briefly tasted at the masquerade ball, but the aftertaste seems a bit cleaner, perhaps because the sweetness is gone. Are you sure this is your first time drinking? I told you, it is. To avoid Ethan's suspicious gaze, I deliberately picked up a piece of cheese between us, pretending to eat it. As I was about to put a piece of dark-colored cheese, presumably cheddar, into my mouth, a thought crossed my mind. Should I feed Ethan first instead of myself? Although I came out today as a viscount's daughter rather than an exclusive maid, strictly speaking, there was still a certain difference in status between Ethan and me. Even if I wasn't Ethan's servant right now, it didn't mean the status gap had completely disappeared. However, I couldn't put the cheese I had already picked up back on the bag, so I naturally brought my hand towards Ethan, as if this had been my intention from the start. Here, Ethan, drinking alcohol on an empty stomach will upset it. You should eat some food with it. Ah, yes, thank you, Lilith. Ethan awkwardly took the piece of cheese from my hand and brought it to his mouth. For some reason, his face was a bit red as he ate the food I gave him. Well, now that I've fed him first, there shouldn't be any issue with me eating now. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. With that thought, I quietly picked up another piece of cheese and brought it to my mouth. The savory and salty flavor of the cheese quietly resonated in my throat. This is pretty good. Even though I had only eaten cheese in hamburgers or pizza before, I could tell that the cheese in my mouth was quite delicious. Come to think of it, eating cheese in this world would be no different from eating authentic cheese on location, since it would be difficult to distribute it far without making it on site. For that reason, I'm not surprised that it tastes good. While there was still a slightly sticky sensation left on my tongue, I let a sip of wine flow into my mouth. The slightly remaining saltiness and the bitter aroma of the wine seemed to blend oddly well, swirling on my tongue. It was the first proper taste of alcohol I had tasted in nearly a year, no, almost 2 years. That's if you count the cocktail I had at the masquerade ball as alcohol. Come to think of it, I had almost no memory of properly drinking alcohol in this world. I suppose being the exclusive maid of a duke's son didn't provide many opportunities for drinking. As I started to feel oddly elated by the taste of proper alcohol after so long, Ethan looked at me with a somewhat curious expression. Lilith, are you drunk? No, Ethan, I'm not weak enough to get drunk on just half a glass of wine. How do you know if you're weak to alcohol or not if this is your first time drinking? Just a feeling, I guess. I think you are drunk. Ethan mumbled something while looking at me, but it didn't seem particularly important, so I let it pass. Above all, I wanted to focus on the remaining wine and snacks in front of me. For the second bite, I put a piece of cheese with holes in it, presumably given as a freebie by the cheese shop owner, into my mouth. A strong flavor with a slight bitterness filled it. Immediately after that, I finished by drinking the remaining wine in the glass. Perhaps because it had been so long since alcohol had entered my body, this oddly elating feeling wasn't so bad. A pleasant drowsiness seemed to come along with it, perhaps because my stomach was slightly full. Lilith, you seem to like alcohol more than I expected. No, I thought you might feel disappointed if I didn't show that I was properly enjoying the wine you bought, Ethan. For someone saying that, you seem to be drinking very enthusiastically. Why don't you drink a bit more, too, Ethan? Everything seems to go well with the wine. I'm fine with just watching you eat. There's still wine left, want another glass? Just one more glass. Alright. Unlike the first glass, which was only half full, this time, Ethan filled about 3/4 of the glass. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I noticed the increased amount, but I just accepted it without comment. It's not like I would pour it back into the bottle if there was too much. Here, Lilith, try this too. Here, you didn't get to try the cheddar cheese earlier, right? This is delicious, too. With those words, Ethan held out a piece of deep yellow cheese in front of me. As the cheese piece came right in front of my eyes, I accepted the cheese he offered with my mouth without much thought, along with a word of thanks. Thank you, Ethan. This is quite good, too. It's savory and has a nice salty taste. Question mark. For some reason, Ethan suddenly became flustered and quickly pulled back his hand that had given me the cheese. Feeling something was odd, I looked at his expression and saw Ethan avoiding my gaze with a face several times redder than usual. He didn't seem to have finished even one glass yet. Is he the type with a weak liver? With that thought, I emptied the contents of the second glass that had been refilled, fully enjoying the suddenly started picnic. Just then, I inadvertently heard Ethan's voice calling me in a serious tone. Lilith. Yes, Ethan, there's something I'd like to talk to you about seriously, will you listen? Pardon. The intoxication that had started to circulate in my head suddenly seemed to clear away, and my eyes shook in confusion. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. In contrast, Ethan's eyes that met mine were more serious than anyone else's. Lilith. Yes, actually, I've had something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. No, don't. I'm not sure what you're going to say, but just don't. What is it? Is it something that must be conveyed right now? If I don't convey it now, it will only be delayed further in the future. I see. You can delay it forever. No, at least until we graduate from the academy would be fine. I think it's already quite late, but I'll say it clearly on this occasion. If it's all right with you, Lilith, from today on, our relationship. Ethan, wait a moment. Lilith. Before more dangerous words could come out of his mouth, I interrupted Ethan and hurriedly looked around. A bench in front of the lakeside walkway on a weekend afternoon. The atmosphere wasn't so crowded that people were packed like sardines, but it wasn't completely empty either, a moderate population density. If there was anyone among them who could recognize me and Ethan or was an academy student, our current conversation would be extremely problematic. If we weren't careful, it was the perfect situation for rumors to spread about how a viscount's daughter, who was the exclusive maid of the Blackwood ducal family, shamelessly rejected the young master she served. To smoothly reject Ethan's words, we needed to move to a place where some commotion wouldn't be a problem. I understand you have something you want to say, Ethan. However, before that, shall we go somewhere where we can be alone? Somewhere we can be alone. Yes, somewhere beyond the reach of other people's eyes and ears. There were too many people here for a serious conversation. When Ethan expressed his feelings towards me, and I responded to them, there might be people who could spread secondary and tertiary rumors. Love stories of high-ranking people were good gossip material regardless of the era. Moreover, in the case of me and Ethan, similar rumors had already spread once in the academy. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Somewhere we can be alone, where do you mean? Well, that. The problem was that in the current situation, the only place we could urgently be alone was, at best, a room in an inn. If we suddenly entered a double room at a nearby inn just to hear what he had to say, it would be practically the same as accepting Ethan's words. I needed to find a place where we could reasonably talk alone but where Ethan couldn't do anything rash, somewhere. Any other place would do, so just where? Boat rental. Ah, right, no matter how bold Ethan might be, he wouldn't try anything on a lake. With that thought, I pointed to the boat rental sign that had caught my eye and called out to Ethan. How about there, Ethan? A boat rental? If we're on the lake, we can talk without worrying about other people overhearing, right? I think it's a good place for an important conversation. What do you think? Yeah, not a bad idea. It was the moment I succeeded in cutting off Ethan's words and led us to a place where only the two of us could be. Now, we wouldn't have to worry about others seeing or hearing, so I just needed to reject him carefully. If possible, I had to reject him with as much explanation as I could so that Ethan could understand, too. This was the most rational decision to continue my life as an exclusive maid without things becoming awkward with Ethan. Ethan looked at the boat rental I had pointed to with a meaningful gaze. At that time, I still didn't know. I wouldn't have known that the boat, the place I had led Ethan to for us to be alone, would become a place I couldn't escape from. Title: Complete Strategy Guide for the Deep Sea Kraken Subjugation Battle 3. Author: Lil Girl Chong. Content: continuing from the previous guide. You successfully charmed Agnes in the last guide, right? Now comes the main event. Note that this event won't occur at all without Agnes, so don't bother trying to raise affection with other characters through lake dates, thinking it might trigger the subjugation battle. Panorama image of Luminar Academy. Whether it's an after-school date or a weekend date, if you've managed to take Agnes out, you're halfway there. Be careful with planning the course of the date here. If you mess it up, you won't be able to enter the Kraken subjugation event even after all your preparation. There are mainly two routes to the lakeside walkway. 1. Have a meal in the commercial district and then move to the lakeside walkway as a second destination. 2. Give Agnes a book as a gift at the large bookstore in the commercial district, then move to the lakeside walkway as a second destination. Choose Route 1 if you want to collect CGs, and Route 2 if you want to raise affection. If you want both, go meal right pointing arrow bookstore right pointing arrow lakeside. I only proceeded with the meal route since I didn't care about Agnes's affection. Image of the lakeside walkway. This is the lakeside walkway that you'll reach after finishing the meal and arriving at the second destination. See the circle in the corner of the screenshot? That's the boat rental place. If you proceeded with either Route 1 or Route 2, our affection with Agnes should be high enough that suggesting a boat date will be okay. Be careful, if you bring her to the lakeside walkway first, she won't want to ride the boat, and you'll lose affection. Pay 3 silver coins for the rental fee and rent a 2-person boat. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Image of a boat on the lake. As you row the boat around the academy, several dialogue events will occur. There's no particularly important content, so you can just answer casually and skip through. Choices do come up occasionally, but they're so easy even a monkey could raise affection with her, so I won't bother explaining them. Example of choices. Agnes, do you know what tomato meatball spaghetti and the fourth flame formula have in common? 1. They're both made up of only curves. 2. They're both so easy even a monkey could understand. 3. These are the kinds of choices that come up throughout the conversation, and as you can see, there's only one choice a normal person would make. An ominous sound is heard from somewhere. Anyway, as you're going around the lakeside of the Island of Knowledge, you'll see signs that the Kraken is about to appear. If you choose return here, you'll avoid the battle and end the day. If you choose ignore and enter, the Kraken will appear, and the battle will start. Image of squid tentacle striking the lake surface. I'll post the battle strategy tomorrow. Anonymous 175.223, you're ending it here. Anonymous 223.38, why aren't you finishing the battle strategy? Lil Girl Chong, I have first period tomorrow, gotta sleep. Bye. Anonymous 223.38, this bastard is a fake otaku. How dare you have a life? Salvation Pure Love. What kind of book should I gift at the large bookstore to raise affection? Can I just give her any book? DD, figure that out yourself. This guy keeps coming to ask about every little thing in the guide. Lil Girl Chong, sorry. I forgot to write about that. The red books in the Fire Magic Studies section raise affection the most. Other types of magic books are average. The rest are all about the same. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Salvation Pure Love. Thanks. Always enjoy your guides. I have a personality where I get OCD if I don't follow guides like this, haha. Really God game, is it really impossible to trigger the Kraken event with other characters? I have a disease where I go into convulsions when I see Tsunares. Lil Girl Chong, I haven't tried, but overseas guides say it works with any character that has over 2000 max mana. But no matter how much you hate tsuneres, you're not going to date Orion or the witch, right? Accept your fate. Really god game. Ah, so I can seduce Orion. Okay, Lil Girl Chong, are you crazy? Anonymous 61.43 Orion is gay. Ooh, so, what's the choice? Anonymous 39.7 Agnes sucks emote. Lil Girl Chong, Agnes emote. Underscore, on the small boat that Ethan and I had spontaneously rented and boarded. In a strangely awkward atmosphere, the boat carrying Ethan and me began to move towards the center of the lake with quiet water sounds. Splish, splosh. Ah, Ethan, there's a tree behind us. Got it. It's an awkward boat ride with Ethan rowing and me looking behind the boat, guiding him. Ethan, whose face was slightly flushed, perhaps from the alcohol, rowed the boat away from the shore and towards the center of the lake. We eventually stopped at the center of one side of the vast lake that enveloped the entire island of knowledge. Is this far enough? Yes, this is good. At this distance, we shouldn't be seen or heard by others. Now, even if someone from the island of knowledge looked our way, it would be difficult to identify us as Ethan and me. It would be impossible for anyone to hear the content of our conversation from here anyway. Ethan's oar, which he had last used, slowly cut through the water and then stopped its movement on the surface of the lake. Thanks to the gentle waves of the lake, Ethan and I could face each other in a serious atmosphere without our bodies swaying. Lilith. Yes, Ethan, can I continue with what I was trying to say earlier? Yes, that's why we moved to this location. I had hoped that in the process of rowing, the effects of alcohol would wear off and his calm mind would return. Unfortunately, today, Ethan seemed to have made up his mind. Well, this wasn't the first time I had almost received a confession from him. There had already been a similar atmosphere in front of the campfire once before. At that time, thanks to some thieves who appeared at the right moment, I was somehow able to let it slide, but in the current situation, it would be impossible to avoid it. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. There wouldn't be any crazy thieves appearing on a boat to rob this lake. Huh, wait a minute, why did I suddenly feel strangely uneasy as soon as we entered this lake? I feel like I'm forgetting something important related to this lake. Lilith. Ah, yes. Just as I was about to rack my brain to recall what I had forgotten, Ethan's serious voice calling me reached my ears again. Guessing that it probably wasn't very important since it didn't come to mind immediately, I focused on the conversation with him in front of me for now. Actually, this kind of talk might sound a bit out of the blue to you, Lilith. Yes, Ethan, but still, I feel like I need to convey these feelings to you at least once. At least, I wanted to express once that I like you, Lilith. So, it has finally begun. I had really hoped this development wouldn't happen if possible, but it seemed I couldn't run away without answering now. To begin with, I didn't intend to run away anyway. Lilith. Yes, Ethan, do you remember what you said when I asked you about your type before? You mean when I told you that while I don't have a type of man I like, there are kinds of people I dislike? Yes, you remember. Well, I had no choice but to remember. At that time, I was at a point where my negative feelings toward Ethan had peaked, and I hated everything related to Ethan. Looking back, it was probably from that moment. It's the turning point where Ethan started to change fundamentally as a person instead of tormenting or bothering me. You said you dislike unhygienic people, or people who are short yet abnormally fat, or arrogant, self-important, lazy bums. And, that you dislike sexual harassers who poke people and laugh right in front of them, that they're the worst of all men in the world. Back then, you actually wanted to say those words to me, right, Lilith? Please tell me honestly, Lilith. I won't get angry or anything. To be honest, that's correct. Well, it seems Ethan has more or less figured it out already. At this point, lying would only erode trust. If that's how it was going to be, it was better to proceed honestly. I already knew well enough that Ethan wasn't the kind of person who would bring up past events to disgrace me. Compared to how I was then, how am I now? Pardon. Because you said you dislike unhygienic people, I acquired proper etiquette and education. Because you said you dislike short, fat, lazy people, I received daily sword training from my father. I see. And, thinking you might dislike it, I didn't lay a hand on you even while sleeping in the same bed. Well, except for what you allowed me to do first. It's okay, that was something I allowed you as a reward, so it's different from sexual harassment. Why yes, that's right. In truth, I had vaguely noticed. The fact that Ethan, who had been carrying the title of Lout Prince, as a hated character, was growing in a completely different direction from the Ethan in the game no matter how you looked at it. There was only one difference in the environment experienced by the Ethan in the game and the Ethan in this world. Only now, after hearing the cause directly from Ethan's mouth, could I finally be certain. Indeed, it was me, not someone else, who had changed Ethan, the Lout Prince. Is there still something lacking? Is it perhaps that I'm still a bit short? No, your height isn't really a problem for me now, Ethan. You're a bit taller than me anyway. Then, if, by any chance, if you have even a little romantic feeling towards me, Lilith. Would you be willing to be in a relationship with me, as a man and a woman to date me? Water all around, 2 oars in Ethan's hands. There was no longer any way to escape. It was time to face Ethan's passionate feelings for me head on. Ethan had sincerely confessed to me while looking into my eyes in a place where I could no longer escape. Carefully avoiding his gaze, I cautiously uttered some words to buy time. Could you give me a moment to think? Of course, I'm sure you can't decide easily, Lilith. Well, I've managed to buy some time to think, at least. If I was going to reject him anyway, it would be advantageous to delay my answer as much as possible. From Ethan's perspective, it would be less shocking if it seemed like I had deeply considered before reluctantly rejecting him. I also needed to give a more proper, longer response rather than simply saying I would reject him. Just making excuses about not wanting to date men would lack sincerity and would certainly be disrespectful to Ethan. I'm sorry, but due to the difference in status between us, I cannot accept your proposal right now. As the future heir to the Blackwood ducal family, you will someday have to take a partner other than me, so I don't intend to give my heart to a man I won't be able to love until the end. I'm sorry to give you a disappointing answer, Ethan. My response doesn't mean that you aren't attractive right now. I wonder if this will be enough. While not perfect, it was the most polite expression of rejection I could come up with in my mind. It's a response that mentions being unable to accept the confession for other reasons while emphasizing that the current Ethan is a sufficiently attractive man. With such a courteous response, Ethan would probably understand well enough. At least, the Ethan I had known until now was that kind of person. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. A man who knows how to put in effort for the one he loves, fixes his own problems, can throw himself in front of others to protect them, and isn't too slow in expressing his own feelings. Probably, even if it wasn't me, Ethan could meet a good woman. That must certainly be the case. Of course, a reckless and hot-tempered woman like me was far from being a good woman, so it was rational for Ethan and me not to become lovers, for both our sakes. Ethan. My answer is, just as I was about to carefully utter words of rejection, thinking this would be right for the future. For some reason, my mouth was unable to speak the next words. It felt as if expressing this rejection in words would create an unbridgeable gap between him and me forever. I didn't love Ethan, but I felt the closest intimacy with him compared to anyone else. I couldn't feel romantic emotions for Ethan, but I felt most at ease when I was by his side. I couldn't have sexual desires for Ethan, but I had felt something by his hands. Quite a lot, in fact. I should reject him, but if I rejected his confession here, we probably wouldn't be able to maintain most of our current relationship as before. As soon as I thought this might happen, complicated emotions endlessly clashed in my mind like lightning striking. Perhaps accepting the confession might lead to a better future for me. If we added a romantic relationship on top of our young master and exclusive maid relationship, at least Ethan and I wouldn't grow apart in terms of our connection. At the same time, though, no matter how I thought about it, that answer felt like it would be betraying Ethan's feelings. I can't feel romantic emotions towards men. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The memories of my previous life as a man and the knowledge from that previous life that this world was modeled after a game world were still hindering me. With such half-hearted feelings, I couldn't answer Ethan's heart with lies. His brave confession felt so sincere that I couldn't give a false answer to it. I didn't want to reject him. I couldn't accept his confession either. In a situation where I couldn't choose either option, only my pounding heart was frantically beating. Ha, ha, ha. Lilith. Ha, 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 ha. Lilith, are you okay? If you're feeling unwell, we should go to the church right now. Don't come closer. Sensing something was wrong with my condition, Ethan suddenly approached me, but feeling it was dangerous, I unconsciously pushed his hand away. To Ethan, who looked at me with a surprised expression for a moment, I hurriedly explained my reaction as if making an excuse. Lilith. And no, it's not that I dislike you, Ethan. It's just, I really don't know how to answer you right now, Ethan. If this world were truly a game, there would probably be only 2 or 3 choices in this kind of situation. If I were my previous self, I would have looked at all those choices one by one and then proceeded with the route of the best choice. But this world wasn't a game. At least for me, it was a space that was practically reality. There were no predetermined answers or ways to go back if I failed. I want to accept. I must reject. I want to accept and maintain this current relationship. I can keep my chastity by making other excuses anyway. I must reject and answer Ethan's question seriously. I can't answer with lies to emotions I can't take responsibility for. If it's difficult, you don't have to answer right now. I told you this after much consideration, too, so, of course, you'll need a lot of thought as well, Lilith. No, let me answer now. If that's what you want, I don't mind, but to you, Ethan. My head was spinning. It felt like the ground was dancing and rippling. I was disgusted with myself that this irresponsible nonsense was the answer I came up with after long deliberation. But this was all I had. An answer that would maintain my current relationship with Ethan while honestly conveying my feelings to him. To you, Ethan, my feelings as a romantic partner. Wait, Lilith. I said I would answer now. That's not it, Lilith. Something's wrong with the lake right now. Pardon. At Ethan's urgent voice, all the complex emotions that had been cluttering my mind seemed to wash away at once. At the same time, I finally realized that the sensation of feeling the ground shake wasn't just my imagination. Splash. Eek. The previously calm surface of the lake suddenly began to churn with tremendous water currents. I could clearly tell that something was emerging from the bottom of the lake. My thoughts naturally extended to the lake surrounding the island of knowledge and whatever was coming out from under that lake. Ethan, row back to the academy quickly. What? It's the Kraken. The Kraken is rising from the bottom of the lake. Kraken. Although Ethan expressed half-doubt at my words, he started rowing hard towards the academy. But it seemed we were already too late to escape, as a giant tentacle blocked our path. Splash. Kya. The splash of the giant tentacle created enormous waves, easily pushing aside small boats with the current produced. However, even its huge suction cups seemed small compared to the creature's body. Soon, the massive body of the giant kraken that had emerged from the lake bottom began to burst through the lake's surface. Splash. Swoosh. Roar. The kraken's roar, which had burst out parting the huge streams of water, spread in all directions from the center of the lake. The small boat carrying Ethan and me was already trapped, blocked by the arms of the giant monster. This time, I think we're really screwed. Luminar Academy, VIP room. One afternoon. In one room of the VIP building, 3 men and women were having a slightly late tea time together. Hero Gyungwajogygigwat Volt, Saint Sarist Aurelia Maria. 3rd Princess Seraphine Rosalind Valtoria. In an isolated space beyond the reach of others' eyes, the 3 quietly held a secret conversation. Unlike Sarist, who was a bit tense between the two, Gyungwajogygigwat and Seraphine were calmly discussing the events that had occurred previously. Thank you for your hard work earlier, Hero Gyungwajogygigwat Volt. No, Princess Seraphine, I only did what I had to do as a hero. Knowing what to do as a hero and actually doing it are completely different things. No matter how much of a hero you are, Gyungwajogygigwat, I believe your achievements deserve praise and proper reward. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. When you say it like that, I can only express my gratitude. Miss Sarist, you worked hard too. I heard your power of prophecy played a big role in the final battle, is that right? No, I just rode on the hero's power. Say it's true, Sarist. Why yes, my power of prophecy helped us find the secret underground room. If I hadn't been a saint, the hero wouldn't have been able to find that demon assassin. Foo. I'll be counting on you to support the hero well in the future, too, Miss Sarist. Why yes. Seraphine showed a meaningful smile towards Sarist, while Sarist avoided her gaze with a slightly guilty expression. In that subtle atmosphere, the secret meeting of the hero and the princess, disguised as tea time, continued a bit longer. For now, we plan to reward you for your efforts, hero and saint. However, given that we had to move secretly, it will be limited to what I can personally give you. Just receiving your praise is more than enough for me, Princess Seraphine. Refusing isn't always a virtue, hero Gyungwajogigigwat. If you insist so much, I will gratefully accept your kindness, princess. For now, what I can give to both of you might be. The three were discussing the matter of dealing with the demon assassin who had infiltrated the academy. However, their conversation was inevitably interrupted by Luke, who suddenly burst into the room. Princess Seraphine, it's an emergency. What's the matter, Luke? A giant magical beast has appeared in the Lake of Knowledge. A giant magical beast. A giant magical beast. Surely not. Seraphine tilted her head slightly in question at Luke's urgent report while Gyungwajogigigwat pondered with his chin in his hand, feeling a bit perplexed. It didn't take long for both of their expressions to change to shocked ones. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. According to reports from witnesses and students, it seems a Kraken has appeared. Stand up. Clatter. Eek. Gyungwajogigigwat and Seraphine reacted simultaneously to the word, Kraken, hurriedly rising from their seats. And Sarist, surprised by their immediate reaction, reflexively stood up as well. Hero, I'm sorry to say this after calling you here to give you a reward, but given the urgency of the situation. No, it's what I must do. I'll go to subjugate it right away. I'll help too. It's still far from the full moon, but with my full power, I should be able to. No, princess, please find Agnes Elizabeth Blaze from the magic department. You mean Miss Agnes? Yes, she is absolutely necessary for the subjugation of the Kraken. I understand. Since you're saying this, hero, I'm sure there's meaning to it. Thank you for trusting me, princess. Sarist, let's go. Why yes. Gyungwajogigigwat Volt hurriedly moved towards the lake, guided by Luke, to subjugate the Kraken. Although it was an unexpected sudden event, he quickly headed towards the lakeside without hesitation. After all, he was a transmigrated hero who knew the strategy to defeat that monster, the Kraken of the Abyss. The Kraken of the Abyss. A named monster that appears through specific events in the vast lake of knowledge surrounding the island of knowledge. As soon as I saw its enormous body, or more precisely, its blue and gigantic tentacle covered in squid suckers, I immediately realized that it had appeared. Of course, I hadn't yet thought about why this boss monster had suddenly popped up now. Why the hell is that thing coming out now? Story-wise, there were two main scenarios where you could encounter the Kraken of the Abyss. The first was participating in the episode where Del Rondo Prime, the former Chancellor of Luminar Academy, is attacked by the Kraken of the Abyss at the lakeside, and defeating it. The second was visiting the lake with party characters who met specific conditions before that event occurred, forcibly summoning it, and then defeating it. And as far as I knew, there were only a few party characters that were currently enrolled in the academy who met those specific conditions, including Agnes. After all, the minimum condition to summon it was entering the lake with a character whose maximum mana exceeded 2000. Agnes isn't here, neither is Orion or Lara, so why did it suddenly? No matter how fast Ethan had grown, his maximum mana couldn't have exceeded 2000. Also, there didn't seem to be any other boats passing by. Apart from Ethan, the only person here was me. Only then did I realize the mistake I had made. Along with the cause of that subtle sense of crisis that had run down my spine as soon as we entered the lake on the boat. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Shit, my maximum mana has exceeded 2002. To be precise, it was 2460. In terms of maximum mana alone, I was practically a walking mana tank, almost comparable to Agnes. I suddenly wanted to smack my head for my carelessness, which I had only just realized. Of course, I didn't have the luxury to do such a thing now, as all I could do was hold on to the hull of the boat rocking in the waves. Lee Lilith, calm down, Ethan, first, grab your sword. Oh okay, Ethan's sword, a high-quality item that was even engraved with the Blackwood crest, hadn't slipped out of its scabbard even in the chaos. That's a relief. At least we wouldn't become water ghost fodder without being able to do anything about it. Despite having been confused by Ethan's confession, my mind instantly became calm as a life-threatening crisis arrived. Forget about answering his confession, we had to deal with this monster in front of us somehow. I wanted to run away if possible, but there was no way we could escape while avoiding the attacks of those huge tentacles on the water. It seemed we couldn't avoid fighting it, even if it was a bit risky. This isn't good. To strike at its weakness, the protagonist-Agnes combination was the most excellent. The most orthodox strategy I knew to defeat the Kraken was to deflect the numerous tentacles rushing to attack the boat with the protagonist's swordsmanship, and then deal damage with Agnes's fire magic. Of course, I had never tried catching the Kraken with an Ethan and Lilith combination. Not only did it not meet the summoning conditions, but Ethan wasn't even a playable character to begin with. Even with the protagonist character, it was only possible to barely block its attacks when they were at around the second year of the academy. Although the current Ethan could be said to be as strong as the protagonist, I couldn't be sure if he could deflect those massive tentacles. The only advantages Ethan had over the protagonist were that he was a bit more agile and he could use dual swords to add slightly more variation to his attacks. If Lilith's support magic was added to that, we might be able to make it manageable somehow. After all, even the disgusting Ethan was excellent in terms of coordination with Lilith. The current Ethan would probably have even better compatibility with Lilith. Fortunately, Lilith had one skill that could be utilized in this water battle. Open hollow corner bracket water walking. The target character can walk on water for a certain period of time. Although it was a common skill as it was the second tier of the support magic skill tree, it consumed 4 skill points, but there was no reason to hesitate. Only the protagonist and Agnes could fight in tandem while riding such a small boat, and Ethan and I had our own way of fighting that suited us. Open hollow corner bracket remaining skill points, 9 right pointing arrow 5. After unhesitatingly using the skill points I had saved up, I cast it on both Ethan and myself. As soon as I confirmed that a thin veil of mana had formed on our bodies, I shouted at Ethan. Abandon the boat, Ethan. What? Don't tell me we're going to swim away. That's not it. Just trust me and jump onto the water. Quickly. Ethan showed a slightly doubtful reaction as if he couldn't fully believe my words this time, either. Still, he followed my instruction to jump off the boat and threw his body onto the lake. Splash. Hua. It's water walking. As long as my mana lasts, we can hold. Crash. Kya. Lilith. As soon as I jumped off the boat a beat late, one of the Kraken's tentacles crashed right into the boat Ethan and I had been riding. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. If we had stayed there, my body would have been stuck to one of its suckers by now. My mind went blank for a moment. It truly was a life or death battle where we couldn't let our guard down for even a moment. Splash. Ha. Fortunately, since I had also cast water walking on myself, my body didn't fall into the lake below even though I lost my balance. Thank goodness. I can't swim, after all. There was no way I could swim with these large breasts when I couldn't even do it in my previous life. Without water walking, I would have surely sunk. With that thought, I roughly shook off my slightly wet clothes and got up. Anyway, to survive, we needed to either defeat it or at least inflict enough damage so that it couldn't chase us. Lilith, are you okay? Forget about me and focus on the battle, Ethan. Is this the right time to worry about me? Oh, okay. Hearing my words, Ethan hurriedly drew his dual swords from both sides of his waist. His eyes burned intensely as they focused on the Kraken of the abyss. Whoosh. It's coming, Lilith. I can see Hua. A tentacle swung diagonally towards where Ethan and I were from the upper right. Ethan fearlessly faced the Kraken's tentacle with his dual swords raised. Alarmed, I instantly cancelled the water walking spell, causing Ethan's body to fall into the water. Splash. Blurp. Whoosh. As soon as the effect of the spell disappeared, Ethan fell straight into the water, and the tentacle narrowly brushed over him. If my judgment had been even a little late, Ethan would have been flattened like a fly by a hand. Why does he have to scare people like that? I recast water walking on Ethan's body as he momentarily sank and flailed in the water, and simultaneously, Ethan's body floated back up to the surface. Blurp. Lilith, the Kraken's tentacles are tough. You probably can't cut through them with your current swordsmanship, Ethan. But father said he even cut through the Imperial capital's walls with his sword. There's no way your level is the same as that monster-like human. At least know the difference between what you can and can't do. Oh, okay. I won't be greedy. It wasn't that Ethan's swordsmanship was lacking. It's just that his dad was an unreasonable monster. Probably, even Gyungwajogigigwat couldn't cut through those thick tentacles with his power alone, so deflecting them was the limit. The problem was that with this type of combat, Ethan and I couldn't defeat the Kraken with our combination. Unlike Agnes, who could accumulate damage by using small spells multiple times, I only had one offensive magic spell that I could properly use against that giant monster. Somehow, I need to buy time to use Mana Blast. The casting time for Mana Blast was 10 seconds. Doing nothing for 10 seconds in front of something like the Kraken of the Abyss was no different from quickly giving up on life. However, Ethan's sword would only be able to make a scratch on the main body of that giant monster at best. Above all, the range of his attacks was too short. Ethan hadn't even reached the level of a sword master yet, so it was impossible for him to release the energy of a sword imbued with full power. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. In the end, whether I liked it or not, my Mana Blast was the only viable method. Ethan's role in this situation was to buy time until my spell was completed. It wouldn't be easy to ask Ethan, who was already struggling to deflect the incoming tentacles, to defend for 10 seconds, but I had a method for that, too. I used up almost all of my remaining skill points to level up a second support skill. Open hollow corner bracket sharp blade, increases the power of attacks using swords. Open hollow corner bracket remaining skill points, 5 right pointing arrow 1. Now, there weren't even points left to level up other skills. If this doesn't work, well, I'll just have to accept it as fate. With that thought, I cast the newly acquired support magic spell, Sharp Blade, on Ethan. Immediately, a tentacle flew towards Ethan and me again, as if to test the performance of the new spell. Ethan, I've cast support magic, this time, cut with all your might. Awah! Ethan swung with all his might towards the incoming tentacle, holding his two dual swords in a cross shape. His swords cut into and dug through the massive flesh of the tentacle approaching right in front of him. The blade, just over a meter long, became a giant stream of sword energy and cut right through the Kraken of the Abyss's tentacle. Splash! R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R. The Kraken's enormous cry rang out as soon as one of its tentacles was cut off. It definitely had an effect. Slash! Ruar! Ethan's sword strike, empowered by my sharp blade buff, cleaved one of the Kraken's arms in a V shape, as if chopping a large radish. To be precise, he first sliced at a 45-degree angle with the sword in his left hand, then used the sword in his right hand to cut and deflect the falling piece of tentacle. Regardless of how he did it, there was no doubt that his attack had been effective. Thanks to that, we no longer had to focus solely on dodging the creature's attacks. I thought we were going to die from fear. If this hadn't worked, not only Ethan but also I, who was behind him, would have been crushed like dried squid. If we were to die so gruesomely on this lake, not even Cerasti's grandfather could save us, let alone Cerast herself. Our weekend date would have ended in our miserable deaths. It was fortunate that Ethan trusted me and swung his sword with full force until the end. If he hadn't fought with all his might, the buff wouldn't have been enough, regardless of its power. They say support magic is more effective the higher the trust, which means. The thought that suddenly crossed my mind almost made things complicated, but I focused on the battle at hand for now. What mattered more than how Ethan and my relationship might change in the future was whether we would survive this battle. I hadn't gotten into Luminar Academy just to die here to some event boss. Meanwhile, Ethan stood dumbfounded, still holding his swords, seemingly unable to believe he had actually cut off one of those massive tentacles. I shouted with all my might to snap him out of his stupid expression. Focus, Ethan, is this the time to be standing there like an idiot? Ah, got it, remember that sensation properly. With my support magic, you can cut through those thick tentacles twice. Twice, so I can do it one more time. You just used both swords simultaneously. That's already over, so from the next attack, use only one sword at a time. You'll run out of strengthened attacks if you keep this up. Ah, I see, I'll be careful. The advantage of dual wielding was the ability to launch powerful attacks with two swords, but it was somewhat vulnerable to support magic that used up more charges as one would technically attack twice. Buffs like Sharp Blade, which increased cutting power for the next attacks, now essentially used up twice the number of charges. Given that the same support magic couldn't stack, each use had to be carefully considered. I hadn't had time to explain this earlier due to the urgency of the situation. Still, now that he's actually cut through it once, he should have more confidence in cutting with a single blade next time. At the very least, he shouldn't freeze up at the sight of an incoming tentacle and fail to act. As a son of Harold, he should naturally have that much grit. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Of course, even with my buff, it was practically impossible for Ethan at his current level to take down the Kraken's head, And I only had one effective means of attack, lacking both a dagger and a spirit. Simply telling him to follow my lead was the best option in this situation. Ethan, the only way we can kill this monster with our current abilities is Mana Blast. Mana Blast? You mean that spell that throws a huge ball of mana? Yes. So while I gather mana to use Mana Blast, Ethan, you want me to buy time against that thing? Leave it to me, Lilith. Yes, that's right. Ethan understood perfectly before I could even finish speaking. He nodded without hesitation, despite me clearly asking him to take on a dangerous role. Of course, I couldn't just have him buy time barehanded without any countermeasures, so I used Sharp Blade on Ethan again, just like before. Dodge, Lilith, eek, whoosh. Ethan hugged me and lay down on the water's surface, narrowly avoiding the Kraken's tentacle that brushed past us. I hadn't noticed it coming from behind. Of course, I was partly to blame for letting my guard down. Thank you, Ethan. Be careful, Lilith. You need to use Mana Blast to take this thing down, right? That's right. Yes, Ethan was correct. If I were to die foolishly here, Ethan would almost certainly die too. While this was my unexpected second life, it wasn't the case for Ethan. Moreover, he had consistently appeared as a villainous and detestable character in Otherworld lines, and this was his first chance to live a proper life. It would be too much of a waste to let him die here. As I said before, you have 2 more strengthened attacks. Use them carefully. Okay. As Ethan received the buff, a faint swarm of mana rose around his body. I stood up and immediately began chanting Mana Blast towards the enormous monster before us. Whoosh! The Kraken launched its next attack at me as soon as I started chanting for Mana Blast. For a moment, I wanted to cancel the spell and run away, but once started, Mana Blast wasn't a spell that could be abandoned midway. Besides, having decided to trust Ethan completely, I couldn't stop here. Slash! Ruar! Ethan used his first strengthened attack to protect me from the tentacle that flew at me as soon as I started chanting. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. The first chance was used up so quickly before I had even chanted a quarter of the spell. Although it would have been better to wait for a more opportune moment, that would have only increased the mana needed for water walking, reducing the power of Mana Blast. It was an unavoidable choice for a stable spell. Fortunately, the massive Kraken, having had its tentacles cut several times already, hesitated to launch its next attack after this one was thwarted. That time gave me a bit more opportunity to continue my chant. All mana that dwells, pure power, just a little more. My Mana Blast was nearing completion as I gathered every bit of mana in my mind. As my chant lengthened, the size of the mana sphere forming above my head gradually grew larger. When I had chanted about 3/4 of the spell, a second slashing sound reached my ears. Slash. Ruar. That's the second. With this, the charges of the buff I had cast on Ethan were completely used up. The timing was tight. As long as it didn't suddenly behave erratically, my spell should finish first without any issues. Whether by close calculation or luck, I was able to complete the spell just before the creature's next attack came. With the final part of the chant recited, the massive sphere of mana in my hand was launched towards the Kraken of the Abyss. Release. Mana Blast. Whoosh. And simultaneously, the creature's final attack came flying directly at me. Since it was an attack aimed precisely at me, not Ethan, it wasn't something I could avoid by simply moving my body or hiding underwater. Having risen to level 12, with some luck, I might not die in one hit, but honestly, hoping for such a future would be nothing short of a miracle. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Well, it couldn't be helped. In fact, this plan was rather amateurish from the start. After all, we hadn't come prepared for a battle with this creature. When I first devised this strategy, I thought if we were lucky, we might both survive. Ending with only one of us dying was actually better than expected. Lilith. It seems I won't be able to answer his confession after all. If I had known it would end like this, maybe I should have at least given him a white lie. No, perhaps if I had just done what Ethan wanted from the beginning, regardless of the saint's power or whatever, I might have felt less guilty. As I was resigned to my fate, hoping for a quick death to minimize the pain, suddenly someone's shadow blocked my view. It took a moment to realize it was Ethan's shadow. Clang. Ethan. Despite having used up both charges of Sharp Blade, Ethan appeared boldly before my eyes, lunging at the tentacle with his dual swords. His reckless appearance almost made me wonder if I had miscounted the number of uses. However, there was no longer any glow of mana around Ethan, nor were there any signs of sharp blade being active on him as he swung his swords before me. Ethan's expression, wielding dual swords against the giant boss monster's sucker, was more serious than anyone else's. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. What was even more surprising was that Ethan was actually deflecting the Kraken's tentacle. My mind momentarily froze at the impossible scene unfolding before my eyes. Even though we had inflicted some damage during the battle so far, there was no way the current Ethan could withstand the Kraken's attack. Contrary to my thoughts, Ethan was there, sweating profusely, parrying the massive tentacle before him with his two swords. At the tips of those blades, bursts of energy that looked like blue flames were occasionally leaking out. Wait, if it's that color of energy, could it be? Don't tell me Ethan has already become a sword master. Boom. Just as that idle thought crossed my mind, a massive explosion was heard from around the Kraken's head. Simultaneously, the tentacle that was about to crush Ethan and me was flung into the air as the Kraken's body lost balance and collapsed. We survived. Splash. Right, I don't have any mana left for water walking, either. Shit, I can't swim. Gulp, blub. As soon as water walking's duration ended, my body sank into the lake. My body, which had never learned to swim in either my previous life or this one, quietly began to sink towards the bottom of the lake. Shit. I desperately flailed my arms and legs, trying to somehow survive, but my limbs merely cut through the water futilely, as if waving in the air. I felt a chilling sensation creeping up my spine as my body slowly sank downwards. Until just moments ago, I had already given up on this life once. Perhaps because the relief of survival had just entered my mind, my attachment to life became even more desperate. Save me. However, regardless of my wishes, the stream of light from underwater towards the surface only continued to narrow. Having already used up all my mana on that single mana blast, I had no way to ascend to the surface. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Just as my consciousness was fading while reaching out a meaningless hand into the air. Grab. Along with a dark shadow covering my view, a somehow familiar hand grasped my wrist. That was my last memory underwater in the lake. Island of Knowledge. Somewhere on the lakeside path. Splash. Cough, hack. A man who had barely emerged from the deep waters of the Lake of Knowledge coughed out several painful, wet coughs. His completely soaked hair covered part of his eyes and face, and his waterlogged clothes clung tightly to his body, looking like a drowned rat. On his shoulders was a black-haired woman in a red dress, carried piggyback style. The man had first lifted the woman on his back onto dry land before himself and urgently called out the name of the woman who had lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Lilith. Wake up, Lilith. Despite shaking her shoulders and slapping her cheeks, Lilith showed no signs of regaining consciousness. As he desperately called out her name, the young master of the Blackwoods was increasingly consumed by despair. Not long after the pair emerged from underwater, a group of people began approaching their location. Here, over here, there, we found them. Young Master Ethan, Miss Lilith, are you all right? The saint of the Aurelian Church, the hero, and even the third princess of the empire. Some of the most important figures in the academy were hurriedly approaching where Ethan and Lilith were. Among them, Ethan's expression momentarily relaxed upon seeing the saint's face. Thank goodness. Although he didn't know how the hero and saint had appeared just in time where they were, Ethan had no desire to question such details right now. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. As soon as the two approached the collapsed Lilith, Ethan desperately pleaded to Saint Sarist. Are you all right? Were either of you injured by the Kraken? Saint. Why yes. Lilith won't open her eyes. Please, save her somehow. All right, I'll heal her right away. Although she was a fake saint, created by the church, that position was given to her because she was the most capable among girls her age as a priestess of the church. Sariste's divine power had the ability to save virtually anyone as long as their heart hadn't stopped. Unfortunately, even with her abilities, she couldn't restart a heart that had stopped beating. What's wrong, Saint? Quickly, Lilith's. It's no use. What? Her heart isn't beating anymore. At Sariste's despairing response, Ethan felt as if his own heart had momentarily stopped. Why did such things only happen to him? He had just finally felt like he could shake off the despair of losing his mother in childhood. Why was Lilith leaving his side like this, too? For the first time, Ethan felt despair at the seemingly tragic fate that befell only him. Wait a moment, are you saying Miss Lilith's heart isn't beating? Why yes. And normally, I should be able to heal someone as long as their heart is beating properly, but my divine power isn't entering at all. It hasn't been long, CPR could still. If only he hadn't invited Lilith on a date today. Even if they had gone on the date, if only they hadn't come out for a walk near the lakeside. If only he hadn't created an atmosphere to confess to Lilith, making her flustered. Perhaps then he wouldn't have lost Lilith so meaninglessly. Ethan's mind, filled with guilt and despair, was racked with terrible pain as if his brain was being stirred with a fork. In the midst of this, he suddenly noticed a man's hand approaching Lilith's body. Reach! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. We can't just stand still. We need to act quickly. Grab! What do you think you're doing? What? With those hands, you dare to defile Lilith's body one last time before my eyes. What are you saying? I told you we can do CPR. We can still save her. CPR. That's right, the hero is here, too. Come to think of it, the saint wasn't the only one here with mysterious powers. The hero, having received divine blessing from the goddess Aurelia, must also possess one or two mysterious abilities. It wouldn't be strange if one of those powers could revive the dead. How do you intend to save her? Is it one of the hero's powers? It's not the hero's power, it's cardiopulmonary resuscitation, damn. People here don't know what CPR is. You say it's not the hero's power. It's applying pressure with your palms near the heart in the chest area to make it beat again. If we can force it to beat like that, then Cerasti's divine power can heal her from there. So he was trying to put his hands on Lilith's chest to save her, after all. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Although it sounded understandable when explained, Ethan still couldn't shake his suspicion about another man's hands touching Lilith's chest. He met the eyes of the man who was about to perform this, CPR, or whatever on his Lilith and spoke. Hurry, the longer we wait, the more dangerous. I'll do it. What? From your explanation just now, this resuscitation can be done by someone other than the hero, right? That's right. If it's just applying pressure to the chest area to make it beat, I'll do it. Suspicion, possessiveness, jealousy. Though it was brief, young Wajogigigwa, the hero, could read many emotions in Ethan's eyes. Judging that it would be better to teach Ethan briefly rather than trying to persuade him to hand Lilith over, the hero began by instructing the young master of the Blackwoods to place his hands vertically together. Place your palms on the center of Lilith's chest like this. Make sure the firm part of your palm is directly on the center of the chest. Alright, from that position, apply pressure to the chest using your body weight. Do it firmly, multiple times. Press, press, press. Harder. We can fix broken ribs, but we can't restart a stopped heart. Huff, huff, huff. Press, press, press. Ethan's body moved up and down as he placed his palms on the center of Lilith's chest. Although he himself was nearly exhausted from pulling Lilith out of the lake, he continued the CPR according to Gyungwajogigigwat's instructions without stopping. Not only was his desire to save Lilith's life more desperate than anyone else's. If he collapsed from exhaustion here, that hero's hands might touch Lilith's chest. Even in this situation, Ethan didn't want to hand Lilith's body over to another man. Miss Agnes, could you use your fire magic to keep their wet bodies from getting cold? I've already been doing that. And so, after about 5 minutes of desperately compressing Lilith's chest to save her, some hopeful news came from Cerast, who was closely observing Lilith's condition. Just now. It beat for a moment just now. What? Is that true? It really. Ethan, don't stop. It's not over yet. Sorry. Even though a commoner hero was shouting at him as if scolding, Ethan's heart began to beat joyfully as if seeing hope. After that moment of seeing hope that Lilith could be saved, Ethan's CPR continued for several more minutes. However, her intermittently beating heart was still not quite enough to accept Cerasti's divine power. Ethan didn't miss the hero's muttering that suggested a next step was needed. I guess we have no choice but to do artificial respiration as well. Huff, artificial respiration. What do I do for that? Compressing the heart alone may not be enough to revive her. At times like these, we need to directly blow air into the lungs to make the circulatory system function. Directly blow air into the lungs is there anyone here who can use wind magic? It's not done with magic. You have to do it directly, and I'll only explain once, so if you want to save Lilith, do exactly as I say. Alright. Having already seen a glimmer of hope through CPR, Ethan's trust in the hero had increased slightly. Moreover, there seemed to be no other option besides listening to him. Even in his exhausted state, Ethan listened earnestly to Gyeongwoo the hero's explanation of this thing called artificial respiration. First, grab Lilith's jaw and open her mouth wide. Okay, then what? Pinch her nose with one hand. So air can only pass through her mouth. Okay, what's next? In that state, completely cover Lilith's lips with your own lips. Right, cover Lilith's lips with my what? For a moment, Ethan looked at him with a confused expression, wondering if the hero was making fun of him, but Gyeongwoo expression was utterly serious as he explained artificial respiration. Seeing Ethan's hesitation, he explained artificial respiration once more, this time with a slightly irritated tone. Don't think about it awkwardly. It's a method to save a life. Is that really true? If you really can't do it, hand her over to me. I'd probably have a better chance of saving Lilith than you, at least. No, that's unacceptable. Thinking that Gyeongwoo might take Lilith's lips from him if he spoke in such a serious voice, Ethan quietly pressed his lips to hers, offering a brief apology to Lilith in his heart. After sealing their lips together without any gaps as the hero had instructed, he waited for the next direction. I'm sorry, Lilith. Inhale through your nose, and exhale through your mouth to blow air into Lilith's body. Think of it like inflating air into a paper bag. You don't need to suck the air back in once you've blown it in, just repeat inhaling through your nose and exhaling through your mouth. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, yes, just like that. Keep going without stopping. I want to save her. Somehow, I couldn't let her die here. I didn't need an answer to my confession, or anything else. Please, I just wanted her to stay alive by my side. Inhale, exhale, inhale, cough, cough, hack, huh. Suddenly, while their lips were still pressed together, Lilith's body moved with a cough. Startled by the reaction, Ethan hurriedly pulled his face away from her. After coughing up some water she had inadvertently swallowed, Lilith slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Hack, cough, cough, The deep underwater scene she last remembered was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a clear blue sky and the gazes of several faces surrounding her. It was only after hearing Sarasti's words that Lilith finally realized she had died once and come back to life. She's alive. Her heart is beating properly. She's alive. It's the hero's miracle. Lilith, how do you feel? Are you too cold or? Amidst the commotion surrounding her, it was difficult to guess exactly what had happened while she was unconscious. Nevertheless, realizing that she had died once and come back to life, Lilith could only mutter a single phrase in a dazed state. I can't believe I survived this. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 13. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 14. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 15. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 16. Underscore. 2 days had passed since that day when I sank into the lake and somehow managed to return to life. Of course, the date that day was naturally cancelled. In a situation where we nearly had to hold a funeral, there was no room to think about continuing or cancelling a date. I still felt like the last scene I saw 2 days ago was flickering before my eyes. That chaotic situation where many people gathered, calling out my name, was still so vivid. Less than Lilith. Lilith. Greater than. Less than I'm glad you're safe, Miss Lilith. But I think you should still rest a bit more, so let's hurry to the church for treatment, greater than. Less than I'll treat you until you're completely stable. It's not like the hero told me to do this or anything. Greater than. Less than are you really okay? Greater than. Of course, it wasn't incomprehensible that everyone reacted that way, given that I had nearly died and had come back to life. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. It's even more reasonable in Ethan's case. He didn't even want to let go of me, holding me tightly so I could clearly understand how worried he had been. Fortunately, in this game world of Luminar Academy, as long as you had life left in you, you could be healed with divine power. Now, I was continuing treatment in a private room of the Aurelian Church for stability. Slide. How are you feeling today, Miss Lilith? I'm good. I think I've improved a lot thanks to your devoted care, Saint. I'm glad to hear you've improved. There was a time when we really thought you might not make it. Sarist carefully opened the door of the church's hospital room and entered early this morning, as she had been doing recently. She was the face I'd seen most often over the past 2 days. It seemed she had been put in charge of my treatment after I nearly died and returned to life. From the few mistakes she made in her speech, I could somewhat deduce that the hero had entrusted my treatment to Sarist. Entrusting even Sarist with my treatment to save me, it must be for the sake of game progression. It feels odd to say this about myself, but Lilith's performance in the game was quite useful. While it was said that there were ways to clear the game without including Lilith in the party, the standard strategy was actually to include Lilith as a supporter and sub-tank. Judging from Hero Gyeongwojogigigwat's recent behavior over the past few months, it seemed he was aiming for the standard approach to game progression. If he's really aiming for a full clear, he'd naturally want to bring Lilith along to the final battle. This isn't a good sign. As I've mentioned several times before, I had no intention of joining the protagonist party and participating in the journey to defeat the Demon King. It's a natural human instinct not to want to step into dangerous situations unnecessarily. Moreover, the event where the hero takes Lilith as a companion made me even more uncomfortable. The scene of beheading Ethan, Lilith's master, and taking her like a trophy was something I absolutely didn't want to see now. Of course, given how much Ethan has changed, and now that it's certain that this Gyeongwojogigigwat kid is a transmigrator, things probably won't turn out that badly. Still, it seemed better to return to daily life quickly rather than unnecessarily imposing on Sarist any further. If I missed more classes, it would be hard to catch up on missed lessons, and above all, I needed to participate in student council work. I think I might be able to return to the academy as soon as tomorrow, Saint. But it might still be better to rest a bit more. I'm not joking, your heart really did stop. If it weren't for the hero's car resuscitation thing, it would have been really dangerous, although there don't seem to be any particular side effects yet. You mean cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Yes, you remember it well. It wasn't that I remembered it well, it was just knowledge from my previous life. I had figured out from the circumstances that the hero had used CPR to revive me. The story of restarting a heart that had once stopped was certainly scary to me in many ways. Even when I had to rely on the church after facing the hooked tusk, I was actually terrified, but this time, it meant I had suffered an injury that even the church couldn't heal, so how much worse must it have been? If it hadn't been for that young something who happened to be nearby, there was a high chance I wouldn't be of this world anymore. Although I certainly hadn't anticipated the situation of receiving CPR from that hero. No man other than Ethan had touched me before. Even though I was unconscious, it felt strange to think that a man other than Ethan had touched my chest. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Of course, it was an unavoidable choice since Ethan couldn't possibly know how to perform CPR. There's no way Ethan could have learned CPR from the row in that situation. In the first place, he didn't directly touch my chest but just compressed between my breasts, and if I thought of it as a medical procedure, it wasn't something to be concerned about. Still, I couldn't help but be conscious of being touched by another man in front of Ethan. Moreover, it seems he even performed artificial respiration because I didn't wake up immediately. I had a vague memory of someone else's lips overlapping mine at the end, so it must have been true. Due to the backlight that momentarily entered my vision, I couldn't identify who it was, but since Ethan couldn't possibly know how to do artificial respiration, the person was obvious. Even though it was to save a dead person, Ethan must have had to watch the person he liked to have their chest touched by someone else and their lips meet, albeit unintentionally. It wasn't my fault, but I felt oddly sorry. If I were Ethan, I probably would have felt quite uncomfortable. It might have been better if Ethan had been the one. My chest was being touched regularly anyway, so I wouldn't have been bothered whether his hand touched it or not. As for the kiss, no, artificial respiration, it might have been a bit better if it had been a familiar person. I also felt sorry for not properly answering his confession. Above all, if I ever had to kiss someone once, it might have been better if Ethan was the one. No, what am I thinking right now? Oh, is the room perhaps a bit too warm for you? No, it's not that. ? I suddenly felt my face burning up at the embarrassing thought that had just occurred to me. It had been like this every time I thought about Ethan over the past few days. I'd become overly conscious of nothing. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. In fact, I had thought I might receive a confession someday, even before this. My perception of Ethan hadn't particularly changed because of it. Things like how he showed signs of becoming a sword expert and blocked the Kraken's final attack at the last moment when I was about to die. How he somehow managed to grab me and pull me to shore even as we both sank to the bottom of the lake. It was just natural to become conscious of him when thinking about these things. No, honestly, this was something that would inevitably make anyone's heart flutter, even between two men. Who in the world wouldn't feel grateful to someone who saved their life twice? If such a person existed, they would be a shameless person without conscience. And, well, they say there's a suspension bridge effect, right? A person's heart beats faster the more they're in danger and feel fear, and they tend to feel love for people nearby at such times. The fact that my heart flutters when I think of Ethan, who saved my life, must be a kind of phenomenon combining the suspension bridge effect and conditioned reflex. Of course, suspension bridge effect or not, it's not like I don't feel grateful to Ethan. I was truly indebted to him beyond words in this incident. If he asked for some kind of repayment in return for saving my life honestly, I didn't feel confident in refusing at all. Touching my chest was a given, and if he proposed to have another date like last time, I would have no choice but to agree. Not only that, if he asked me to date him in return for saving my life, I might find it hard to refuse. No, more precisely, even if he asked for something more than that, I might seriously consider it once. Knock, knock. Lilith, how are you feeling? Ethan. A shrill voice escaped my mouth as I was suddenly startled by Ethan's voice from outside the room. I immediately turned to Sarist, who was observing my condition beside me, demanding an explanation of the situation. What's going on? I thought visitors weren't allowed yet. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. When we checked yesterday, your condition seemed stable, so I told young Master Ethan and Princess Seraphine that they could visit you one at a time if they wished. How could you tell me this only now? Eek, I'm sorry. I meant to tell you after finishing the checkup, but I forgot. What should I do? What kind of face should I make when facing Ethan right now? First, I should wash my face. No, I should fix my hair first. Lilith, may I come in? Just a moment, Ethan. As soon as I came to my senses, I quickly removed the sleep from my eyes and roughly fixed my hair with my fingers. I hastily cleaned up my clothes and the bed with clean, and then. Headdress. What? Could you please pass me that headdress over there? You mean this? Yes, that one. After receiving just the headdress from the maid uniform hanging on one side of the hospital room's coat rack from Sarist, I put it on over my roughly arranged hair. It looks somewhat presentable now. Why, you can come in now, Ethan. Slide. After confirming the appearance of exclusive maid Lilith in the mirror, I called out to Ethan, who was waiting outside the door. As soon as I finished speaking, Ethan slid open the sliding door of the hospital room and entered. As soon as I saw Ethan's face for the first time in almost 3 days, my heart suddenly started beating loudly. Lilith, how are you feeling? Thump. Lilith. Yes, my body, you mean. Thump, thump. Are you perhaps still not feeling well? Even with the saint taking care of you? No, it's just. Thump, thump, thump. Suspension bridge, suspension bridge. It's because of the suspension bridge effect. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly facing Ethan while in an unsettled state was dizzying. I could hear the sound of my heart beating automatically in response to the sudden crisis. It seemed the pounding that had started during the subjugation of the Kraken at the lake hadn't calmed down yet. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The embarrassing feelings about receiving the confession, the guilt for not giving a proper answer, the gratitude for having my life saved. Various such emotions swirled in my mind all at once. As Ethan's face drew closer, the movement of my heart pounding in my chest felt even faster and heavier. You look fine on the outside. Yes, thanks to the saint's special care. Thank you for taking care of her, Saint Sarist. Oh, no, it's my duty. Is there something you'd like to say? Oh. Sarist reacted as if she had realized something from Ethan's gaze as he quietly looked at her. She then approached the door without hesitation and quickly stepped out of the hospital room. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about, right? I'll leave you alone for a while, so please talk comfortably. Wait, Saint, thank you for your consideration, Saint. If you suddenly feel unwell, please call me anytime. Slide, click. With those final words, Sarist closed the door, leaving just me and Ethan in the room. Thanks to Saristi's noisy exit, an awkwardly strange atmosphere began to flow in this 3-pyong space. Approximately 10 square meters or 107 square feet. Between the two people who didn't know how to start the conversation, I felt like only the sound of my heartbeat could be heard quietly in my ears. Thump, thump, thump. Calm down, calm down. It's a face I've been seeing every day for over 5 years now. Why am I suddenly thinking strangely about it now? It's just my heart's misunderstanding because he saved me from a crisis where I might have died. Surely, this awkward feeling will calm down after a few days. If it doesn't, then at that time. Are you really alright? Why yes. Lilith. Ah, yes, yes. Of course I'm fine. I've always told you that being healthy and fit is my strong point, right? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Haha, is that so? My words keep getting tangled as I think too much. I hadn't even imagined that I would be facing Ethan like this already. It was only yesterday evening that I regained consciousness after nearly dying, and I had been busy contemplating many other things besides Ethan for these 2 days. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. While I was wondering what words to use to start, Ethan was the one who first brought up a topic of conversation. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Yes, I'm also grateful for that time. Wait, what? When I heard him mention what happened last time, I naturally thought to express my gratitude, but the words that came out of Ethan's mouth were rather an apology towards me. I couldn't understand which part he was apologizing for, so I just tilted my head. Sorry, what exactly are you sorry for, young Master Ethan? I'm sorry for putting you in danger because of the strange things I said last time, Lilith. What does what you said have to do with me being in danger, young Master Ethan? If I hadn't tried to confess to you, Lilith, you wouldn't have suggested going out on the lake by boat. In the end, it's no different from me putting you in danger. What are you saying, young Master Ethan? Going to the lake that day was entirely my idea. It was because I was overly conscious of others' gazes. No, if I was going to say something so important, I should have arranged a place where we could talk alone from the beginning. It wasn't something to bring up on a park bench by the lake with the help of alcohol. No, that's not. No matter how I thought about it, Ethan's words were completely illogical sophistry. It was me who suggested talking alone on the lake because I was concerned about others' gazes. It was me who recklessly entered the lake, forgetting it was the spawn point of the Kraken of the Abyss, putting us both in danger. It was me who abandoned the boat, trusting only in water walking, nearly dying after managing to defeat the Kraken. I couldn't find any fault of Ethan's anywhere. It was truly a crisis that arose from my mistakes from beginning to end. Ethan was the one who made up for each of my mistakes and saved my life twice in that short battle. Although it was for a brief moment, when Ethan blocked one of the Kraken's legs with his sword in front of me, he momentarily looked like a hero. No, young Master Ethan. The incident that day was a mistake that occurred due to my carelessness. Let me ask you just one thing, Lilith. Please answer this honestly. Yes. If I hadn't tried to confess to you that day, do you think you would have still gone boating with me by the lake? That's probably not. But that's enough, Lilith. That answer alone is sufficient. Huh, what does he mean by, that answer alone is sufficient? Wasn't he supposed to hear my answer to his confession first? Please pretend you never heard the confession I made to you that day. What? I was too insensitive. Considering our positions, I should have realized that expressing my feelings to you might be a burden for you, Lilith. And no, I won't burden you like that anymore. I'm sorry for making you worry unnecessarily, Lilith. Wait a moment, what exactly is going on right now? So, is Ethan seriously thinking that I almost died because of him? That because he tried to confess, we ended up in a life-threatening battle with the Kraken of the Abyss? Feeling responsible for that, he's now declaring that he won't confess to me anymore. What should I do? I couldn't quite wrap my head around how to interpret this conversation. Clearly, when I heard Ethan's confession before, I had only thought about how I wished I hadn't received it. I had been desperately trying to think of an answer that wouldn't hurt Ethan while maintaining my loyalty. But now that a situation where I didn't have to answer had arrived, for some reason, I felt a strange sense of tightness in a corner of my heart. Saying he won't burden me anymore means, in other words, I won't receive any more confessions from Ethan. It means I won't have to worry about how to reject confessions from now on. It's the future I had hoped for in a corner of my heart. But thinking about a future where I wouldn't even have the chance to receive a confession from Ethan anymore, for some reason, made my chest feel endlessly tight. No. It's not like I have romantic feelings for Ethan. I'm just feeling grateful for him saving my life, and my heart was just pounding unavoidably in that situation. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. It's just that, for some reason, Ethan looks a bit more handsome than before. That's all. Maybe, just maybe, in the remotest possibility, if I spend a bit more time with Ethan from now on, it might not be impossible to develop some romantic feelings for him. After all, Ethan is handsome enough to make even a man fall for him. It's not like I'm in love with Ethan right now, but such a possibility certainly existed. The problem is, even if I miraculously developed romantic feelings for Ethan, would he still be attracted to me? For a moment, a feeling of not wanting to let him go flashed through my mind. Now that Ethan had indirectly said he wouldn't confess anymore, saying he wouldn't burden me again. That meant this was also my last chance to answer Ethan's previous confession. I hurriedly grabbed Ethan's arm as he was about to leave the hospital room after checking on my condition. I'm sorry for bothering you while you're recovering, Lilith. I'll go now, so take your time to get better and come back. Grab. Just a moment, why young Master Ethan? Lilith. My answer. You haven't heard my answer to what you said on the lake that time. Although I was trying to muster up sudden courage to give Ethan an answer from that day, Ethan now showed an expression of not particularly wanting to hear my answer. Seeing him shaking his head carefully, I felt my heart suddenly sink. It's okay, Lilith. You don't have to force yourself to answer my forceful confession. Squeeze. And no, I'm not forcing myself to answer. I don't think it was a forceful confession either. If you really don't want to hear my answer, then there's nothing I can do, but you don't want to leave your confession hanging unfinished either, do you, young Master Ethan? That's true. Fortunately, Ethan nodded with a slightly serious expression, seeming to have been persuaded by my words. Now that I had been given a chance to give a final answer somehow, I carefully conveyed to Ethan the answer I had organized in my own way back on the boat. With a bit more of my own changed feelings added compared to then. To be honest. Yes, I still don't really understand anything about love between a man and a woman. I can't tell whether this feeling I have for you now is my heart pounding because it's love, or if it's just a temporary feeling of gratitude towards you for saving my life, young Master Ethan. I see. If that's your answer, Lilith, then there's nothing we can do during the 4 years at the academy. I'll try my best to develop feelings for you, young Master Ethan. Lilith. So, for just the time we're at the academy, could we be like, temporary lovers? Temporary lovers? Yes. For the remaining time we're at the academy, you can think of me as your lover, young Master Ethan. Of course, I'll think of you as my lover too. So in the end, are you saying you're accepting my confession, Lilith? Why yes, but only while we're at the academy. This was the limit of the answer I could give to Ethan. It couldn't be helped. Originally, someone of Ethan's status would naturally have many restrictions in marriage, and there's no way he could marry a commoner-born quasi-viscount's daughter Maid. If that's the case, spending days like lovers, even if only during our time at the academy with its liberal school culture, was the best way I could keep my loyalty to Ethan. If, by any chance, Ethan's feelings didn't change even after graduating from the academy. What about after we graduate from the academy? Since it's temporary, does that mean we break up after that? If I can come to love you by the time I graduate from the academy, and if your feelings for me still haven't changed, young Master Eton. If they haven't, then, you can do whatever you want with me, young Master Ethan. Whatever I want? Yes, whatever you want. After I told Ethan my answer to his confession, another awkward silence followed in the hospital room. I hope there wasn't any mistake in the answer I just gave. Conditionally accepting Ethan's confession and agreeing to accept it if Ethan still wanted to maintain our relationship by graduation. This should be an answer that Ethan could sufficiently understand. Moreover, I could also maintain the loyalty between Ethan and me that had built up over 5 years. Just as I was feeling a bit relieved, thinking it was quite a good answer, Ethan asked an unexpected question in a serious voice. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. So, when you say you'll think of me as a lover, how far is that allowed? What do you mean? You know, things that lovers do, like is handholding okay, or is saying, I love you, okay. I'm asking how far you're allowing that. Oh, that's. I hadn't thought that far yet. I had been so focused on just thinking of an answer that would maintain my loyalty to Ethan that I hadn't considered such details. I had only vaguely concluded that it would be fine to just act like lovers. However, the biggest problem was that I had never had a lover in my previous life either. There was no way I could set a standard for allowed physical contact after dating when I didn't even know about dating. As soon as I realized that I had boldly suggested becoming temporary lovers without actually knowing anything about it, I felt quite flustered. Well, you see that. I desperately racked my brain while avoiding Ethan's gaze, which seemed to be quietly waiting for my answer. First, allowing handholding should be okay, right? No, allowing just handholding at this point seems like ridiculously minimal skinship. After all, we've held hands before at the masquerade ball, and it's a part that can be held anytime in daily life, right? If not handholding, then hugging. But come to think of it, hugging is something that can be done even if you're not lovers. If not that, then, could it be that I should allow kissing? Lilith, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, should I call Saint Sarist? And no, it's not that kind of problem, I'm fine, young Master Ethan. Then that's a relief. As soon as I imagined kissing Ethan, my brain momentarily stopped working. My first kiss was already taken due to the artificial respiration, so why did my head start throbbing again just imagining kissing Ethan? No, come to think of it, a kiss while unconscious doesn't count as a first kiss, right? Not to mention, that was just a medical procedure. No, when I had my first kiss isn't what's important right now. Putting aside all the distracting thoughts that kept confusing my mind, I seriously considered just how far I could allow Ethan to go. First of all, among the skinships I've had with Ethan so far, the most advanced would probably be touching my chest. Originally, I had no intention of letting him touch it at all, and even if I did allow it, I was only going to permit it on special days when Ethan beat Harold. But since Ethan ended up beating Harold too often, it became a regular occurrence. The strongest skinship in our master and exclusive maid relationship was chest touching. Then, in this one step closer relationship of temporary lovers, shouldn't we take this chest touching up a notch? But if we're moving to the next level after chest touching in skinship, then the next would undoubtedly be that much is not allowed. What? Even if I've become your temporary lover, I think it's inappropriate to do that much as students, young Master Ethan. Lilith, calm down. And when you say, that much, or, that, I don't really understand what you mean. I apologize. I inadvertently thought about the next step after chest touching and reacted with sudden panic. Well, of course, Ethan wouldn't understand if I spoke so vaguely like this. I needed to clearly state what wasn't allowed in specific terms that Ethan could understand, but it wasn't easy. Especially in a situation where I had already allowed him to touch my chest, I didn't know how to explain to Ethan not to cross the final line with any excuse. In this case, although it's a bit of an old excuse, I have no choice but to use this method. Say, no, sexual no, I mean, kappa, It's okay, Lilith, I roughly understand what you're trying to say. No, I'll say it clearly after all. Rather than leaving things ambiguous here and causing strange misunderstandings, it would be better to speak clearly now. I refuse to suffer any more embarrassment due to unnecessary misconceptions. For now, I think sexual intercourse between a man and a woman is inappropriate. May I ask why? I'm not asking out of dissatisfaction with your decision. That's because I was raised with the teaching from my mother that I should maintain premarital chastity. Premarital chastity? It was my mother's teaching since I was young. My mother was a believer in the Aurelian Church, so she made me take a vow of premarital chastity. I see. If it's your mother's teaching, then it can't be helped. I felt a momentary aversion to my action of evading the situation with another lie, but it was an unavoidable choice. If I hadn't made this level of excuse, there was a real possibility that Ethan and I might suddenly cross the line at some point. If I didn't have the potential of a saint, I wouldn't have made such an excuse, but it was too precious to carelessly give up this potential that might help Ethan and me in the future. Of course, I couldn't just tell him, because I'm a saint, either. I understand. I'll be careful about sexual intercourse between a man and a woman, too. I appreciate your consideration, young Master Ethan. Ethan, being somewhat understanding, fortunately seemed to accept the impromptu excuse of premarital chastity. And as soon as he gave that answer, he leaned his face a bit closer to mine. Young Master Ethan, you're getting close. So, is that all for the precautions, Lilith? Pardon, I'm asking if only sexual intercourse is not allowed and everything else is permitted, Lilith. What? Wait a moment. Come to think of it, is that really how the conversation turned out? No, seriously, I haven't allowed that much yet, right? Saying that sexual intercourse isn't allowed was only meant to indicate the absolute final line that shouldn't be crossed. It didn't mean I was allowing other acts. Ethan drew his face so close that our noses were almost touching. At the moment when I thought our lips might really meet at this rate. As I closed my eyes tightly in tension, I felt something slightly hard touch my lips. It wasn't the feeling of lips, this sensation was probably. I'm joking, Lilith. Pardon. When I carefully opened my eyes again, what appeared before me was Ethan gently pressing my lips with one finger. His eyes showed a calm emotion as if understanding me. I won't rush things, so don't worry. Pardon, I'm saying I won't rush to progress things from the beginning, so you don't have to worry. Separate from our relationship until now, let's start our relationship as lovers from today. That way, you'll feel more comfortable, too, right? Yes, that's right. Phew, I was really startled, thinking I might actually get kissed like that. It's not that I hadn't considered this situation since proposing to be temporary lovers to Ethan, but even so, the idea of kissing from today was bound to be surprising. It's still a bit too early. Still too early. If we're going to kiss, I need some mental preparation. I didn't expect you to be this nervous about just a kiss, Lilith. Pardon, I mean, we've already done things beyond kissing several times, so it's a bit surprising that you're weak to just kissing. Ah, I don't mean that in a bad way, Lilith. I was also thinking I'd like to get closer to you slowly from the beginning if possible. What I meant was that I'm happy to see an unexpected side of you. Young Master Ethan, yes, smooch. Ethan's face, smiling as if he had won, somehow made me feel annoyed. Taking advantage of the moment Ethan turned his head, I quickly gave him a light kiss on the lips. Really, just a very light peck. Ethan stared at me with a blank expression in the awkward silence. I also felt like I wanted to run away immediately, somehow feeling my face heat up. But having boldly initiated the kiss myself, I needed to at least pretend to be calm on the outside. Don't misunderstand, young Master Ethan. Lilith, what did you just? I'm not so weak as to tremble just from a mere kiss. I only did it to let you know that, it doesn't mean anything else. This should be enough for him to understand. I'm not a woman who trembles at just a kiss. I see, Lilith, I understand. Yes, that's right. In the suddenly awkward atmosphere, Lilith and Ethan could only look at each other cautiously. For several minutes, until Sarist returned to the hospital room, Lilith and Ethan just shared the awkward space without even making eye contact. Be careful on your way back, Miss Lilith. If anything feels off, please make sure to let us know. At the main entrance of the Academy Church, which also serves as the Theology Department building of Luminar Academy, Saint Sarist stood there, holding both my hands in hers, repeating the precautions she had already mentioned several times. I simply nodded and responded to those words that I had heard so many times my ears could grow calluses. Yes, thank you for taking care of me all this time, Saint Sarist. Thank you for looking after Lilith, Saint. No, it was my duty. After somehow giving an answer to Ethan's confession and after Sarist returned to the hospital room, the first thing Ethan and I did after talking with her was to proceed with the discharge procedures from the church today. The weekend had already ended yesterday, and it felt uncomfortable to lie in bed while missing my classes and other duties. In my previous life, I might have been happy about having a legitimate reason to skip school, but it took considerable courage to miss classes at Luminar Academy, where I was paying my own tuition. Besides, considering things like group projects with Agnes and student council work, I couldn't afford to rest like this indefinitely. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Fortunately, I was able to complete the discharge process safely, thanks to not having any major external injuries. Although Sarist emphasized several times during the process that I had nearly died. This is the second time I've been indebted to the Aurelian Church. I was essentially resuscitated after nearly dying both times, so I found myself unconsciously hoping this would be the last time I visited the church. Well then, goodbye. Miss Lilith. Yes, this might be a somewhat delicate question, but may I ask you one thing before you go? What is it, Saint Sarist? Just a moment, could you bring your ear closer? Sarist gestured carefully toward me as if she was about to say something that Ethan shouldn't hear. I slightly tilted my head down to match her height, and Sarist asked me in a cautious voice. Miss Lilith, you are a noble, aren't you? Pardon. You are the only daughter of the Rosewoods, a quasi-baroness family, and a member of that family, correct? Yes, that's right, but may I ask why you're inquiring about this? Ah, no, it's nothing. I'm sorry for asking such a strange question. Why is Sarist suddenly asking about my social status? As I've mentioned before, my current status is that of the only daughter of a quasi-baroness family created by Ethan and Seraphine. Lilith Rosewood is the only daughter born between Louise Rosewood and Marianne Rosewood. It was a fake identity with a fictional noble family that didn't actually exist. Only a select few, including Ethan and Seraphine's associates, knew this fact. It was such a closely guarded secret that even Isabel and Catherine believed I was a quasi-baroness lady from the beginning. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Although I knew Sarist wasn't a villain, we weren't close enough for me to carelessly reveal the secret. She's probably just curious about why a noble is working as a maid. As I've said before, it was extremely rare for a noble lady to serve as a man's exclusive maid, even after entering the academy. I could fully understand the suspicious glances, and I wasn't particularly bothered by them. After all, I had been in her care at the church for 3 days, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to ask such questions. With those thoughts, I waved goodbye to Sarist, and as we moved some distance away from the church, an awkward silence began to linger between Ethan and me. Step, step, tap, tap. Perhaps because the kiss from earlier kept coming to mind, it felt strange for me to speak first, and Ethan seemed quiet, too, probably recalling what happened in the hospital room. At this rate, it seemed the awkward atmosphere would continue not only on the way to the dormitory but also until tomorrow morning. As the elder one here, I needed to clear the atmosphere. How is Princess Seraphine's student council, young Master Ethan? It's all right. There are some people you might know, and some you probably don't. Is that so? You can see for yourself in the student council room tomorrow. The main activities are supposed to start from tomorrow anyway. That's a relief. It seems I didn't cause any trouble while lying in the hospital bed. No one would criticize someone who nearly died and came back to life for resting a bit, Lilith. Well, I suppose that would be the case for people who catch Seraphine's eye. After exchanging this brief conversation, silence fell between Ethan and me once again, with only the quiet stillness and the sound of footsteps echoing. Step, step, tap, tap, damn it. Feeling that any conversation would pointlessly return to an awkward atmosphere, I decided to address it clearly. If we keep feeling embarrassed about things like this, we won't be able to act like temporary lovers at all. Young Master Ethan. Ah, yes, Lilith. If you're worried about the kiss we shared in the hospital room earlier, you don't need to be so concerned about it. It's okay, Lilith. I'm not really worried about that. It was only my second kiss anyway. So you don't need to feel burdened, young Master Ethan. What? Ethan suddenly glared at me with fierce eyes as soon as I said there was no need to worry. Instinctively realizing I had made some kind of verbal mistake, I opened my mouth to speak again, but Ethan interrupted me with a fierce expression. Did I say something wrong? Who is it? Pardon, who's the bastard that took your first kiss, Lilith? What's this about? Of course, my first kiss would have been with the hero, and I thought Ethan already knew that. Since he was present when I woke up after being revived by CPR, I assumed he had naturally witnessed young Wajogigigwat performing artificial respiration on me. I couldn't easily understand this hostile reaction from Ethan toward the hero, who was, in a sense, my lifesaver. Perhaps he saw the CPR but didn't witness the artificial respiration. Since Ethan had also fallen into the lake with me and barely survived, there was a possibility that his memories of that time were patchy. Something like Lilith's first kiss being taken might have been a memory Ethan wanted to intentionally erase, so maybe he had glimpsed it but immediately looked away. I might have made things worse by trying to lighten the mood. Calm down, young Master Ethan. I understand why you're angry, but he is the person who saved my life. Savior of your life? Are you saying someone saved your life and demanded your first kiss as payment, is that it? That's not what I'm saying. I'm explaining that he had to perform an act similar to kissing to save my life. What kind of guy would use such a ridiculous excuse to take your lips, when on Earth? It happened just the day before yesterday, young Master Ethan. Ethan tilted his head in question at my mention of the day before yesterday. For whatever reason, thinking this was the opportunity to explain, I quickly continued with supplementary information about my first kiss. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I've already heard everything from the saint. She told me how when I was brought back from the lake, my heart had temporarily stopped, and my life was in danger. Yes, it was dangerous. I really thought I was going to lose you then, Lilith. And I also heard that the hero used CPR to save me in that situation. Yes, that's right. In addition, I heard that artificial respiration was performed during the process. And the act of artificial respiration that I've learned about involves pressing lips together and blowing air into the lungs. Wait, Lilith, so when you said first kiss, you meant? Yes, I was referring to the artificial respiration that happened that day as my first kiss when I spoke to you, young Master Ethan. I naturally thought you had witnessed it since you were present at the scene. But I hadn't expected that Ethan, who had hugged me as soon as I woke up, wouldn't know about it. How could I have thought that Ethan wouldn't have witnessed the scene of my first kiss? Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't a first kiss, but anyway, the artificial respiration in that situation. Of course, it's partly my fault for casually mentioning it, thinking he obviously knew. No, Lilith, if that's the case, your first kiss was probably. Yes, judging by your reaction, it seems you didn't witness it. Anyway, if you wish, young Master Ethan, I will also forget about that artificial respiration. That's not it, Lilith. The person who performed the artificial respiration wasn't that hero you're talking about. What? Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I was the one who performed artificial respiration on you, Lilith. Huh, the one who performed artificial respiration on me wasn't Youngwajogigigwat. No, wait, this doesn't make sense. How did Ethan know how to do artificial respiration? Where did you learn about artificial respiration, young Master Ethan? The hero taught me on the spot. He told me to block your nose, cover your lips with mine, and blow air in. I thought you knew it was me since you woke up while our lips were pressed together, but you didn't know I was the one who did it. I see. I also did that car whatever resuscitation thing. I didn't like the idea of another man's hands touching your body. I see. You did well. Of course, it's not like I had the right to touch your body. So that's how it was. So, even though I was unconscious, it was Ethan who took my first kiss after all. On top of that, no man other than Ethan had touched my body. Perhaps because the part one had been needlessly worried about was resolved, I felt my tension naturally easing. Well, I guess it's somewhat fortunate that my first kiss was with Ethan. I see. That's fortunate, then. Fortunate. Ah, Lilith, did you just say it was fortunate? Pardon, what are you talking about, young Master Ethan? You just said it was fortunate, Lilith. Does that, fortunate, you mentioned possibly mean what I think it means? No, I didn't say, fortunate, young Master Ethan. Even if I did, it doesn't mean what you think it means. No, you clearly said it with that meaning. I did not. Ethan clung to me, pressing about the slip of the tongue that had unconsciously escaped me. Fearing that if I admitted it, he would tease me endlessly about it, I denied it as much as possible. Ethan's persistent questioning continued all the way back to the dormitory. Honestly, he's getting so confident just because he caught onto something small. After sending Lilith and her guardian, Ethan, back to the dormitory from the church's private hospital room. While tidying up the room where Lilith had just been, Sarist quietly pondered her own concerns that she couldn't share with others. I definitely felt it, that mysterious yet familiar power she had sensed from Lilith's body. Sarist had been examining and treating Lilith up close for the past 3 days. She could handle the strongest divine power among her peers in the church. It was only natural that Sarist had diligently developed her talent as a priestess. Now, she was skilled enough in handling divine power to deserve the title of saint, surpassing even regular mid-level priests. Moreover, at her current ability, she was much more sensitive to even the faintest amount of divine power compared to other priests. Sarist could clearly detect even the very faint power emanating from Lilith's body. She felt that faint divine power that one could never possess without receiving priestly consecration from the church. Perhaps she received priestly consecration from the church before. She considered that possibility for a moment, but it was completely implausible. To prevent divine power from spreading indiscriminately, the Aurelian Church strictly managed priestly consecration, only performing it for a set number of people once every 5 years. It was also a principle not to consecrate nobles or those of noble origin to prevent too much power from concentrating on individuals. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. However, Sarist had clearly sensed a faint but undeniable divine power within Lilith's body during the 3 days she had been in contact with her. It was natural for Saris to question Lilith's claim of being a noble. Could it be that Miss Lilith is really divine power dwelling in her body despite being of noble origin and not having received priestly consecration? Saris, who knew what this meant, felt anxiety growing in her heart. She could easily realize that Lilith might be the real saint that the Aurelian Church had once searched for so desperately. Unlike herself, who was a fake saint. Plop. Sitting on the bed where traces of Lilith's divine power still lingered faintly, Saris quietly sank into thought. Would it be a good choice to reveal that she had found the real saint that the Aurelian Church had been searching for? For the sake of the hero, wouldn't she be more helpful in future crises than herself, who was merely at the level of a high priest at best? And if she were to reveal the existence of the real saint, what kind of treatment would she herself receive? The real saint that the Aurelian Church had failed to find. Although Saris didn't know the reason why they hadn't found her, she was at least clearly aware of how precarious her own position was. She herself was a fake saint created by the high priests who had been on the saint search team to deflect their own responsibility. It had been 5 years since those high priests suddenly approached her, a prospective priestess from an orphanage, and abruptly made her a saint. At first, she had been satisfied just to eat slightly better food than usual and sleep in a soft bed instead of a hard one. But as time passed and she matured, Saris became acutely aware of how heavy the title of saint she bore was. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. There had been more than a few times when she wanted to abandon the title of saint and run away, crushed by the pressure. Perhaps what the world needed was a real saint rather than a weak fake saint like herself. Saris was convinced that someone like Lilith, who had the composure to face a huge monster like the Kraken calmly, would be much more helpful to the hero and the world than herself. Of course, regardless of these thoughts in her head, whether she could actually tell the church about this truth she had discovered was an entirely different matter. If I were to tell the main church about this, it wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen to her future once she was no longer useful as a fake saint. It wouldn't matter if she was just stripped of her saint status and returned to being an ordinary priestess. Even if she was expelled from the church and excommunicated for impersonating a saint, that was a level she could accept. However, Saris instinctively felt that the fake saint title she had claimed couldn't be ended so simply. The moment she revealed that she was actually a fake saint and had found the real one, she would undoubtedly be eliminated to cover up the church's shame and silence her completely. She'd be disposed of along with the dishonor of being a priestess who impersonated a saint. I don't want that. Why had she ended up in a position where she had to worry about such heavy matters? She had vaguely realized the weight of her responsibility since she started acting in earnest to match the title of saint. However, she hadn't expected it to be a title that required her to sacrifice her life for the greater good if necessary. She had thought that since the real saint hadn't appeared for over 5 years, perhaps she had disappeared or was no longer a saint. If the real saint truly didn't appear, she had resolved to do her best as a mere priestess to be the saint for the hero alone. Contrary to Saris's expectations, the prophesied saint still remained and even retained the potential of a saint. In the end, she had to make the choice herself. She had to decide whether to sacrifice her life for the world, bearing dishonor, and instead bring in Lilith, the real saint, to the Aurelian Church. Or to continue pretending to be the saint as she had been, ignoring the approaching crisis without any countermeasures. Hero we've only just met. Their connection started from their first meeting when he saved her from being attacked by monsters. Even though they had only just met, he protected her without question from those who questioned whether she was worthy of being a saint. He was the hero who continued to maintain her honor as a fake saint, even attributing his own achievements to her as if she had done them. He had even whispered to her when they were alone that it didn't matter even if she wasn't a saint. Saris had long since fallen in love with the hero, who was like a knight on a white horse from a fairy tale. Choosing between her desire to remain by the hero's side for as long as possible in the future and the greater good of sacrificing herself for that hero and promoting the real saint. It was too cruel a choice for a young girl of 20 who had fallen in love. Swordsmanship Department, Heroes Dormitory. Youngwajogigigwat Volt was the top first-year student in Luminar Academy's Swordsmanship Department and the prophesied hero who had accomplished no small feats. He, too, like Saris, was harboring no small amount of worry due to the incident 2 days ago. The person who had changed the most compared to the original work since he had been transmigrated into the world of Luminar Academy is the hero, Ethan, the Lout Prince. No, the title he had encountered for him in this world was not anything like a Lout Prince from the moment they first met. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. To begin with, he was far from being fat enough to be called a lout prince. If anything, he was closer to a lean, muscular build. Ethan of the Dual Swords. It was a simple title, but it held meaning for him. First of all, from the fact that it wasn't a negative title like Lout Prince, he could sufficiently grasp that Ethan wouldn't appear as a purely villainous character like in the game. Moreover, now that more than 7 months had passed since he first met him, the hero was clearly convinced that he was a different person from the Ethan Richard Blackwood in the original game. Therefore, young Wajogigigwat had initially considered the possibility that Ethan might be a transmigrator or regressor, but maybe it's not transmigration, but regression. Due to the incident 2 days ago, the hero's speculation had changed slightly. He had a bewildered and helpless appearance when he saw Lilith in cardiac arrest on the lakeside path. Above all, it wasn't difficult to determine that he wasn't a transmigrator based on his attitude of angrily maintaining vigilance until the end towards himself, who was trying to perform CPR. If he had been a transmigrator, he would naturally have had knowledge of CPR and would have attempted chest compressions to save Lilith before he arrived. With one possibility eliminated, there were now 2 main possibilities remaining. One was the possibility that Ethan was not a transmigrator, but a regressor, returning from a future where he had died once to live a second life. If not that, then the other possibility was, could it be someone other than Ethan? There's a possibility that someone else in Ethan's life had changed him from Ethan, the Lout Prince, to Ethan of the Dual Swords. Although the trigger was coincidental, thanks to this, hero Gyungwajogigigwat was getting closer to the right answer. The possibility that the person he thought was a transmigrator or regressor wasn't actually Ethan, but someone else around him. Theoretically, it was possible. It was a hypothesis he hadn't even considered at first, given that not only had Ethan's appearance changed dramatically, but most of the changed story revolved around the Blackwood family to which Ethan belonged. However, due to Ethan's behavior at the lakeside, young Wajogigigwat began to give considerable weight to this second hypothesis. The second being that there was a transmigrator who had possessed someone other than Ethan, and that person was intervening in various aspects of the story, including Ethan himself. Young Wajogigigwat hadn't missed that modern-sounding speech that had inadvertently reached his ears 2 days ago. Less than I can't believe I survived this. Greater than, a familiar speech pattern he had heard quite often in his previous life, estimated to be from a man in his teens or 20s. If it had been carelessly uttered by an ordinary male academy student, he might not have thought much of it, but what made him suspicious was the person who had spoken those words. It was because someone with an appearance and position that made it hard to believe they would use such speech had muttered it unconsciously as if possessed by someone else. Lilith Rosewood. No, for some reason, she, who had now become Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, a quasi-baroness lady, was the most likely candidate for this second possibility. Come to think of it, the circumstances make it the most plausible. After all, Ariana, who was sent to Silverwood for prostitution, was the villain who tormented Lilith in the original story. Not only was Lizzie, who should have exited the original storyline, still alive, but she occasionally seemed to act in a way that strangely followed Lilith. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Also, it was announced today that Lilith, a mere maid, had proudly received the position of General Affairs 1 in Seraphine's Student Council. Although not as much as Ethan, Lilith was also a character who showed a completely different path from the original game in many ways. However, there was one reason that made it most difficult to think of her as a transmigrator. If Lilith is a transmigrator, how on earth did she tame that Lout Prince, Ethan? How did she, with the status of a mere maid, manage to turn Ethan into a proper person while avoiding Harold's surveillance? That was the part that the hero, young Wajogigigwat, couldn't understand at all from his perspective. If Lilith had laid a hand on Ethan or uttered even a single curse, she would have been punished by Harold. If the relationship between Lilith and Ethan had gone even slightly awry, she probably would have ended up as a prostitute alongside Ariana in Silverwood. On the other hand, it was even more nonsensical to think that she had reformed Ethan's personality, which had been described as problematic since childhood, to a personality without violence or verbal abuse. He could be certain that this method was ineffective based on the future that Lilith experienced in the original game. The result of Lilith accepting Ethan's childish behavior one by one without refusing was Lilith, the foolish maid, who was violated by Ethan in the original game. If I could just figure out how she managed that part, I might be able to accept that Lilith is a transmigrator. He wanted to talk to her directly if possible, but Ethan was on guard, pointing out his promiscuous relationships with women and preventing him from approaching Lilith. It seemed he would need a bit more time to be certain of the truth. There's still plenty of time. The event where Ethan loses his life, which is also the ending of Part 2, happens at the end of the second semester of the second year. If he could be certain of how the story had changed by then, that would be enough. If I can just figure it out by then, I can decide on the rest afterward. Whether to recruit Lilith for the standard play of the original game or consider a slightly different way to clear it. There was more than enough time to reserve judgment. Swordsmanship Department's married, engaged couple dormitory room. Ethan and Lilith's room, only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Returning to the dormitory I shared with Ethan after 3 days, I was greeted with an enthusiastic welcome from one person and 2 spirits waiting in the dormitory. Lilith. Isabel ecstatically rushed towards me as soon as she saw my face after 3 days. Lilith, are you okay? Are you really all right now? Are you completely healed? Lilith, you're not going to die, right? Surprisingly, I received an active welcome from Sally and Say, who had sincerely hoped for my safe return. Lilith, I heard you almost died again this time. Why do you keep doing dangerous things, Lilith? Sorry, Isabel, I made you worry unnecessarily. It's not unnecessary worry. Isabel buried her teary face into my chest and hugged me tightly. If something had happened to me, Isabel would probably have been greatly distressed in many ways. Especially in her case, having followed me to Luminar Academy with the ambiguous status of being the exclusive maid's exclusive maid, if I, the intermediary between her and Ethan, disappeared, she would truly become like a sitting duck. Of course, because I somehow returned safely, all the tragedies that might have befallen us were cancelled. I'll go wash up first. You all can talk leisurely in the meantime. Ah, young Master Ethan. Your change of clothes. I'll take care of it, so don't worry and just rest well for today, Lilith. Click. With those words, Ethan entered the changing room with underwear and nightwear. Thanks to this, I had to listen to Isabel's worried nagging for almost 10 minutes straight. So don't do dangerous things, Lilith. Why do you, who are an exclusive maid like me, keep getting into crises wherever you go? Sorry, I have no excuse. If you really almost die doing something dangerous again, then I'll really cut ties with. No, cutting ties might be a bit harsh. I won't talk to Lilith for a week. Whether it's because she's too soft-hearted to actually say she'll cut ties or if she quickly lowered the intensity of the punishment, thinking I might do something dangerous again even after saying this, only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. It was a strangely cute declaration, but anyway, I could only bow my head and apologize to Isabel now. After all, she was my only connection that had continued since before I regained my memories of my previous life, and I didn't want our relationship to become distant. Lilith. Sally, what is it? Can I eat your mana now? Or do you need to recover more? I want to eat your mana too, Lilith. Come to think of it, it had been 3 days since I last fed these kids. Of course, just because we had a contract didn't mean they absolutely had to absorb only the mana I possessed. They could maintain enough mana to live just from the mana in the atmosphere. However, if they don't eat enough of the contractor's mana, the spirit's affinity and growth rate decrease, so consistent supply is important. Now that I had completely overcome the crisis of nearly dying and my body had fully recovered yesterday, there was no problem in providing mana to the 2 spirits. As much as you like, Sally, say. I couldn't take care of you properly for 3 days, so feel free to eat as much as you want. Awesome, okay, I'll eat well. The 2 spirits, with brightened expressions at my answer, attached themselves to my right and left hands, respectively, and began to absorb my mana. Since a high-ranking spirit and a mid-rank spirit were simultaneously sucking my mana, I could feel the sensation of mana leaving my body, but for me, who had leveled up from level 12 to 16 in one go and had my maximum mana exceed 3000, it was a comfortably manageable amount of consumption. Lilith. Somehow, the mana concentration seems to have become denser than before. And, it tastes better, I wonder, could it be because I became stronger in the process of defeating the Kraken? At this rate, it seems like we could make a formal contract soon. Hurry up and get stronger quickly. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. That's not as easy as you make it sound. This time, we were only able to win because the conditions happened to be right for defeating the Kraken. And I actually almost Didn't, but anyway, it was a close victory. I don't particularly want to engage in any more life-threatening battles. Phew, the truth was too painful to say outright, given Isabel's worried gaze. That's especially because her reaction wasn't just out of petty anger, but genuine concern for me. In the first place, if someone as loyal and kind-hearted as Isabel was angry at me, it was most likely my fault. If I had made my closest friend worry so much, I had to accept the consequences. Come to think of it, Sally and Say, did both of you stay put? I thought you would have gone looking for me during the few days I was away. You told us to wait quietly, didn't you? I was a bit worried, but I just waited. I also heard from the conversations of the other humans in this room that you had at least survived. If we're contracted, we can tell if you're dead or not. There was a moment when it was cut off, which was a bit scary. So they do listen well to what their contractor tells them to do, as expected of contracted spirits. Anyway, it was fortunate that these two spirits didn't unnecessarily wander around outside looking for me. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. If they had gotten lost somewhere or if the Academy Church had to deal with Sally and Say, my recovery might have been delayed due to blood loss. Still, considering the Kraken subjugation, I should definitely bring at least one of them with me from now on. Lilith, you can use the bathroom now. Ah, yes, thank you, young Master Ethan. In the midst of such reflection, I responded to Ethan, who had just finished using the bathroom and headed to the dormitory changing room with my nightwear and underwear. After washing up in the well-equipped dormitory bathroom for the first time in a while, I immediately faced a new problem upon returning. Lilith, how about lying down on the bed soon? Both you and I have classes from the morning tomorrow. Lilith, ah, yes, that's right, as young Master Ethan said, we should probably go to bed soon. Yes. On the double bed where Ethan and I sleep under the same blanket. That bed where I had been falling asleep comfortably every day suddenly felt incredibly unfamiliar today for some reason. On the morning commute to school the day after spending the night in the same bed with Ethan for the first time in a while. Perhaps due to the lingering fatigue from not falling into a deep sleep all nght, I inadvertently let out a yawn that escaped my lips, unlike usual. Ethan, who quietly observed this, turned a slightly worried gaze toward me and asked. Lilith, are you okay? You look particularly tired today. I'm fine, young Master Ethan. I apologize. If you're tired, how about resting for another day? I appreciate your concern, but any more absence from the academy might affect my studies. Also, I wouldn't be able to assist you properly as your exclusive maid. If that's what you say, I won't stop you. As if he doesn't know who's responsible for my fatigue in the first place. All last night, I couldn't fall asleep easily, being conscious of Ethan sleeping in the bed next to me. Even though my body was undoubtedly tired from various events, my mind kept racing with thoughts, making it impossible to find any rest. Until now, I could comfortably go to sleep whether Ethan or Isabel was sleeping next to me without giving it much thought. But with just the addition of this temporary lover relationship, the thought that Ethan might try to pounce on me while I was asleep tormented my mind all night. After various thoughts, I finally managed to fall asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. Since the wake-up time for an exclusive maid was 6 a.m., 2 to 3 hours of sleep wasn't enough to completely relieve my fatigue. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. In the midst of this, forcing myself to get up and crawl out was what happened this morning. Lilith, is there something on my face? No, there isn't. Then why have you been staring at my face like that? Is there a reason I shouldn't stare, young Master Ethan? Although temporary, aren't we lovers now, young Master Ethan? That's right, sorry, Lilith. I asked a strange thing. If I were to say now that I want to use a different bed or install a partition curtain in the bed, he would undoubtedly find it suspicious. He might even think I'm conscious of him and put on that confident expression like last time. If I had known this would happen, I would have installed a partition curtain during the first semester when we weren't lovers yet. There would have been a sufficient justification for my own private space then. Back then, I didn't realize that sharing the same bed would feel this awkward. In the first place, I couldn't have imagined becoming temporary lovers with Ethan until just a few days ago, so it couldn't be helped. Don't fall asleep during morning classes, Lilith. I'll come to the magic department building for lunch, so wait for me there. Yes, I understand. My heart still seems to be mistaking the incident on the lake for feelings of love, as it continues to flutter in front of Ethan. After parting ways at the fork in the road, I walked towards the magic department building with a calmer heart. The issue with the bed, though I'll be able to solve it somehow as time passes. Although the ambiguous relationship of temporary lovers was added to our current relationship, his attitude didn't change noticeably compared to before. We eat lunch together as usual, take light walks around the campus, and chat during the remaining time, and after all classes are over, we meet again and return to our young master and exclusive maid life. None of the things I worried about, like suddenly trying to close the distance or surprising me with sudden skinship, happened at all. I had prepared myself to accept it if he acted a bit more boldly, given that we were lovers, even if temporary. It was probably inevitable since the years we've spent in a master-servant relationship overwhelmingly outnumber our time as lovers. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. If we were suddenly told to act like lovers after not particularly being conscious of it until now, even I would have been flustered, let alone Ethan. At least the Ethan of this world, from what I've observed, was naturally single with no dating experience, so it was natural for him to be unfamiliar with how to handle women. Clop, clop, clop. Ah, Lilith, this way. Yes, young Master Ethan. Even so, he's thoroughly maintaining the manners of a lover's relationship like this, which is strangely frustrating. Ethan's small gesture of guiding me to the inside as soon as we heard the sound of hooves and carriage wheels from behind was appreciated, but something felt off. Isn't this not usually how a lover relationship works? At this rate, it's no different from a butler attending to his lady. I felt oddly upset at this seemingly reversed master-servant relationship. Clearly, Ethan is my master, and I'm the exclusive maid. I guess I'll have to take the lead here. I had no intention of neglecting my role as a temporary lover if only to maintain my loyalty to Ethan. Although I had no dating experience in my previous life either, I at least had over 20 years of experience as a man. I was well aware of the kinds of actions from women that pleased men of this age. But being too forward from the first day of becoming lovers might seem a bit vulgar, so I should start lightly at first. Grab. Lilith, please don't make such a fuss over just this much, young Master Ethan. Isn't holding hands a common act between lovers? Ah, why yeah, sorry, Lilith, we're lovers now, right, yes. Ethan unnecessarily raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around us. Thanks to that, my plan to naturally slip my hand into his from below was ruined, but it would have been oddly damaging to my pride to let go of his hand now. I deliberately held on a bit tighter to prevent him from letting go, even by accident. Squeeze. Perhaps because Ethan's warmth was transmitted through our hands, I felt my face burning up strangely. After that, Ethan and I moved toward the student council room with slow steps, not making eye contact even once. Welcome, young Master Ethan. And Miss Lilith. Hello, Princess Seraphine. It's been a while, Your Highness. The weather outside must be quite cold. Both of your faces are flushed red. Ethan and I, having formally greeted Seraphine after a long time, stepped into the student council room. As soon as we entered, Luke, now fully accustomed to her exclusive maid duties, handed 2 cups of chamomile tea to Ethan and me. It's a tea that warms the body. Thank you, thank you. If I get any warmer in this situation, I might overheat. But I couldn't bring myself to refuse Luke's kindness, so I quietly accepted the herbal tea she offered. As soon as I took a sip, a pleasantly warm sensation filled my body. You came early today as well, Princess Seraphine, just like yesterday. I just arrived too, young Master Ethan. You two came in just as I was about to start work. Should I start my general affairs duties from today, Your Highness? Yes, Miss Lilith, come to think of it, we didn't have a chance to greet each other properly last time, did we? Are you feeling better now? Yes, I've improved a lot thanks to your concern. It's more thanks to Hero Gyungwajogigigwat and Miss Saris than me. Well, that's true, if those two hadn't been at the scene, I would have already been dead. However, I heard later that the reason they were able to come to the lakeside in time was because they were in the middle of talking with Seraphine when they received the report of the Kraken's appearance. In a way, Luke and Seraphine had indirectly helped save my life as well. Have you been well, Miss Luke? Yes, Miss Lilith, only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. How is your work as the princess's exclusive maid? You're not continuing because you had no choice after I refused Her Highness's offer, are you? I'm not working as an exclusive maid for such a reason, so you don't need to worry, Miss Lilith. Is that so? Considering the original storyline, Luke working as an exclusive maid now feels quite out of place. There were a few routes in the game where her identity as a woman was revealed, but a story where Luke deliberately becomes Seraphine's exclusive maid like this was truly rare. I thought for a moment that Luke might be doing the exclusive maid work she didn't want because I had messed things up. Surprisingly, hearing her answer, it seemed she had actually come to like the work of an exclusive maid. I learned a lot from our battle during the evaluation match at the end of last semester, Miss Lilith. I gained many insights from observing how, despite your incredible skills, you protect your master while serving as an exclusive maid. Pardon, not only do you fulfill the duties of a bodyguard, but you also take responsibility for every aspect of your master's life by maintaining the role of an exclusive maid. I used to focus solely on hiding the weakness of being a woman, but thanks to you, Miss Lilith, I was able to correct my thinking. Pardon, until then, I was foolish and couldn't fully understand your thoughts, but following your example, I decided to become a servant who can take responsibility for all aspects of Princess Seraphine's life from the position of an exclusive maid. Therefore, my current position is entirely my choice. Ah, why yes I see. Although I missed the opportunity to say this earlier, I would like to apologize for that incident now, Miss Lilith. Then I'll accept your apology. Thank you for being honest with me, Miss Luke. As expected, you have a big heart, Miss Lilith. It seemed she was misunderstanding several things, but given the atmosphere, I let it slide. Well, if she's happy with it, there's no need for me to interfere, right? After exchanging appropriate greetings with Seraphine and Luke upon entering the student council room, I sat in the general affairs seat that Luke guided me to and waited for the other student council members to appear. Well, I had already heard about some of the members from Seraphine, and I roughly knew who the student council members were from the original story. While I was sitting in my seat in the student council room, chatting casually with other council members, familiar characters in various ways began to appear one by one. It's been a while, Lilith. It's been a while, Miss August. How was your summer vacation? I spent a relaxing holiday at a villa owned by the August Company last summer. I see. I'm glad you had a good time. If it's all right with you, perhaps next summer we could vacation together. I'd prefer if you didn't cling so much to my maid, Lady Lizzie Lynn August. I apologize. One noble lady was boasting about her summer vacation story but quickly averted her gaze and fled at Ethan's appearance. Is everyone here? The lady over here seems to be someone I haven't seen before. It's nice to meet you, Senior Orion. I'm Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, a first year in the magic department. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Ah, so you're that child. I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Pardon, what kind of rumors? Oh, you know, this and that. You're quite famous already despite being a first year. You and Agnes might be the most famous among the first years in the magic department. Senior Orion, if you get too close to my maid. Oh my, Ethan, it's been a while. Is this the first time since I saw you at the palace? You seem to have grown a bit taller since then. Have you become a bit more manly? Pardon, Senior Orion, please step away from young Master Ethan. One mysterious senior from the magic department who, just like in the game, is enigmatic and seems dangerous in many ways. And in addition to that, a character with no presence from a commoner background, about whom I only knew the name of without any other information. Nice to meet you. I'm Gwyn Avelt, a second year in the technical department. Ah, yes, I'm Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, a first year in the magic department. Yes, I'll remember that, thank you. A character with so little presence that, in a sense, he has even less known information about him than Orion. This was my first meeting with Gwyn Avelt, the rival character in Luke's route. Gwyn Avelt. To be honest, I barely remembered anything about him except his name and appearance. You might say, how could I not know a heroine's rival character after pouring thousands of hours into Luminar Academy? But this guy had such a faint presence that it really couldn't be helped. He was quiet, had no connections with major characters, and consequently had no significant role in the story. He was essentially a character that could be regarded as just a student NPC. A male student with short brown hair, about 180 centimeters tall around 5 feet 11 with a blunt personality. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. He just has the kind of appearance that makes you think the Luminar Academy production team might have said, we're getting tired of creating unique characters, let's just make an average one and pair him with Luke. He had no memorable characteristics and no story where he played a main role. Even characters like Ethan or Karaham had main stories despite everything. Even though he's a rival character, he doesn't act like one. He naturally disappears from the story like air once the protagonist starts building some friendship with Luke. So, why call such an extra-like character a rival? It's because, in the ending where you show absolutely no affection towards Luke, it's briefly mentioned in one line that Luke married this guy. He's treated as a rival just because he ends up with Luke in the conclusion. Anyway, he's not relevant to me. From the start, he was a character with no possibility of being involved with Lilith or Ethan in the original story. In fact, it was questionable whether his story was connected to any character other than Luke. In a situation where I was already troublesomely entangled with the main characters, I had no energy to spare for a character with no presence. As I mentioned earlier, this semester was going to be a hellishly busy period due to various matters. Now that Vice President Gwyn is here, let's start the meeting. The first agenda we need to start from today is. It was the first day when all student council members gathered, including me, who couldn't attend the previous day. Under Seraphine's leadership, the student council work began. Instead of joining in with agenda proposals or questions, I simply focused on organizing documents as the General Affairs Officer. Don't stand out, just stay in the middle. After all, I had a separate purpose for joining the student council. The image of the Blackwood family for joining hands with Seraphine's third princess faction was certainly expected to rise. Also, I needed to befriend Lizzie to ask for help in making potions for the end of semester hunting festival. If I could proceed with those two things without a hitch, the rest didn't matter. About 2 weeks had passed since I started following the student council order led by Seraphine. It's the season when we have a bit of free time after taking the midterm exams of the second semester. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. No special events occurred during these 2 weeks. There was no reason for special events to happen to Ethan and Lilith, who weren't protagonists anyway. If there was anything special that happened during this time, it was probably that I was utterly defeated again during a duel in Harold's class. I lasted a bit longer compared to the second duel, but this time too, I couldn't create as fierce a battle as the first duel. The fact that I lasted a bit longer was probably thanks to my overall abilities increasing after suddenly rising by 4 levels. There might have been some changes in my dagger skills, too. Come to think of it, maybe the first duel was the first and last chance. Considering that Harold becomes more accustomed to dealing with me the more we cross swords, I should have managed to land a hit somehow in the first duel when he had no information about me. At this rate, I might not win even once until the end of the semester. Of course, I wouldn't fail the class just because a magic department student couldn't win a round against a swordsmanship department professor, but I felt strangely anxious about the possibility of not being able to score even 1 point against Harold. Maybe it's because of the dream I started having frequently after my third defeat to Harold. You're terrible, Lilith. Even if you're fighting with a dagger, how can you not land a single proper attack throughout an entire semester? I'm sorry, Master. My skills are lacking. I can't keep such a terrible sword-wielding maid by Ethan's side anymore. From next year, quit being an exclusive maid and leave the Blackwood mansion. No, please, Master. Just one more chance. After waking up several times from such strange dreams and feeling uneasy, it was inevitable that my consciousness became focused on this aspect. Well, I knew that Harold wasn't the kind of person who would cut off an exclusive maid for such a trivial reason in reality. It's just that the content of the dreams I've been having lately was like this. Anyway, regardless of the dream, to make a good impression on Harold, I needed to win at least 1 round before the end of the semester. It was also getting increasingly annoying how Harold blocked all 3 of my daggers, my attack magic, and my support magic with just 1 sword. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. To be honest, even though my opponent was a sword master, I wanted to win at least once, even though my opponent was fighting with both stamina and mana sealed. While thinking about this, I was watching Ethan and Harold's class duel from the audience seats. As befitting someone on the verge of becoming a sword master, Ethan was continuing a duel in a completely different way from the duels I had with Harold. Clang, clang, clong, clang, clang, huff, huff ha. Ethan was swinging his dual swords as if about to devour his opponent before him, and Harold blocked his swords with a serious expression. It seemed that Ethan had undergone quite a lot of mental changes after the battle with the Kraken not long ago. After that battle, Ethan's swordsmanship grew at a truly unbelievable rate. In the evaluation duel with Harold, he showed a much stronger and more powerful appearance, wielding his dual swords tirelessly, and in the weekly practical monster subjugation classes, he was achieving even more results than before. It seemed that having glimpsed the threshold of a sword master once had ignited Ethan's motivation for growth. Clong. UCK. Ha. 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 With Ethan's horizontal slash, Harold's sword momentarily flew into the air. Shallow exclamations burst from the mouths of the students watching. Huh. He repelled Professor Harold's sword. As expected of the Blackwood family, Ethan had achieved a complete victory for the first time during a duel with Harold. It was the second complete victory among the students taking the same class after Gyungwajogigigwat. Ethan, yes, since you've achieved a complete victory against me, I'll give you a perfect score for this semester's grade, just like Gyungwajogigigwat. Thank you, only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Also, from now on, I'll use my mana in our duels as well. Be prepared. Yes, he had essentially graduated from Harold's class this semester as the second after the hero in the advanced class. Meanwhile, I, in the intermediate class, still couldn't score a single win against Harold, who wasn't using either stamina or mana. However, it couldn't be helped since everyone has different areas of expertise. I gave a calm compliment to Ethan, who returned to my side after finishing his duel with Harold. Congratulations, young Master Ethan. Your skills are improving rapidly day by day. Thank you, Lilith. Since you've won against the Master in a duel, I'll prepare a reward for tonight as well, young Master Ethan. About that, Lilith, yes, today, I didn't just win a round like usual, but I won a complete victory against Father, right? That's correct. I feel a bit awkward saying this myself, but is the usual reward enough for a complete victory? Perhaps, do you want a different reward for your complete victory? It's not so much that I want a different reward, but I just feel like I want to progress further than before. After all, you and I are temporary lovers now. Of course, Lilith, if you say that's all, then I can't help it. I understand. Since you say so, young Master Ethan, then I'll prepare a reward befitting a complete victory. I'm looking forward to it, Lilith. What should I do? I hadn't really thought about what kind of reward to give for a complete victory. As time passed and evening turned to night, my mind still couldn't quite sort itself out properly. Complete victory reward for a complete victory. I was in the midst of pondering just how far I should take the reward for Ethan's complete victory. In truth, what I had allowed him to do so far was already quite intense. I had let him touch my bare chest directly, allowed him to suck with his mouth, and even indulged in uniform play. From here, I had no idea what more I could possibly do. Haven't I basically done everything possible with my chest at this point? But, if I only did what I'd done before, Ethan would surely be disappointed. If I moved on to a body part other than my chest, the only part of my body more erotic than my breasts would probably be. No, that's not it. No matter what, that place is off limits, it's too soon. At the very least, I needed to maintain my chastity until the last moment, just in case we reached a situation where the power of a saint was no longer necessary. In reality, it might be laughable to mention chastity and such when a man was already sucking on my breasts once or twice a month, but in any case, the setting in this world was that Lilith's divine power wouldn't disappear as long as there was no intercourse between a man and a woman. Anyway, putting aside the idea of progressing downward for now, I had to think of some other way to give Ethan his reward. Among the things I hadn't done with Ethan yet, the only things that could be considered progression were a handjob or a titfuck. A handjob might be okay, but a titfuck is a bit. Even if it was Ethan, the thought of inserting a man's thing between my breasts and squeezing it brought a strange sense of discomfort just imagining it. It's basically massaging someone else's dick with my breasts right in front of my face. How is that any different from fellatio? When I imagined it as a man, it was definitely an arousing situation. Now that I was in the position of having to do it, though, it seemed like a disgusting act in many ways. Well, of course, I didn't plan on doing it anyway. Come to think of it, I don't even know how big Ethan's thing is in the first place. If I offered to do something like a titfuck and then found out it was smaller than expected, making it difficult to fit between my breasts, that would create an awkward atmosphere in its own way. All the CGs that came out during gameplay were pixelated, so I didn't know exactly how big Ethan's thing was, and to begin with, I mostly skipped over the scenes where Lilith was being raped because they made me uncomfortable. only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. There was that time I went into the bathroom together with him under the pretense of scrubbing his back, but even then, I didn't particularly pay attention to the area between Ethan's legs. If I had stared intently at such a thing after barging in to scrub his back, Ethan might have thought I was some crazy, perverted girl. I guess the most straightforward option is just using my hand. The problem is, how do I create a natural situation where Ethan takes off his pants in front of me? It would be strange to suddenly say I'm giving him his reward for the victory and tell him to take off his lower garments right from the STRT. But it wouldn't be very natural to undress Ethan's pants and underwear while he's in the middle of touching my breasts, either. Besides, by that point, I'd probably have a hard time concentrating enough to undress him, and Ethan would likely be focused on my chest, so he wouldn't take them off himself. Ah, really now, why am I agonizing over something like this? Come to think of it, it's not like we originally agreed on this reward for a complete victory thing. Ethan just suddenly demanded it from me, so strictly speaking, I didn't have any obligation to give him a reward. The promise I made to Ethan was to allow chest touching upon victory in the duel with Harold. I never set a separate reward for when Ethan achieves a complete victory or an overwhelming victory. It wasn't me who changed the rules arbitrarily, it was Ethan's side, so I didn't need to quietly follow those rules. Ah, let's not be petty. If I said I'd give it, I should give it. I may only be half a man, well, that's a bit embarrassing to say, but regardless of gender, going back on your word once you've said something is shameful. If I really think about it, I already owe Ethan my life twice over. If I think of it as repayment for that, I can somehow rationalize it. So, back to the main point, how can I naturally get Ethan's pants off tonight? I need to think of some casual method. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Should I wash up first? Or do you want to wash and get ready first? It's fine, it won't take me long to prepare, so please proceed with your bath as usual, young Master Ethan. Alright, I understand. A moment later, Ethan entered the changing room with a slightly reddened face, probably thinking about what would happen later that night. I pushed Ethan into the bathroom first, trying to hide the fact that I was still deep in thought. As I continued to ponder how to casually remove Ethan's pants, I could hear the sound of water as he began to wash himself in the bathroom. Swoosh, 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 wait a minute, come to think of it, I don't necessarily need to undress him during the act, do I? If we start the act when he's already undressed, Ethan might accept it naturally. For example, if I were to go into the bathroom right now under the pretense of washing Ethan's body and then naturally start something like a handjob, that could be one way to approach it. Above all, if we do it in the bathroom, it would be much easier to clean up afterward compared to doing it outside. TN. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Considering my hands might get dirty, it would be better to take off my gloves, and since my chest will probably be touched too, I should remove my maid uniform so it doesn't get wet. Should I just go in completely naked? Equals 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 equals. At the same time, in the dormitory bathroom, while Lilith was busy pondering what to give Ethan as a reward for a complete victory, her master, Ethan, was also lost in similar thoughts. Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Ethan had impulsively brought up the idea of a reward to Lilith, caught up in the joy of his first complete victory against his father. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt he had said something unnecessary. Especially when he saw Lilith's expression at the dormitory dining table, seemingly contemplating what reward to give him. If I had known it would be this awkward, it might have been better to just naturally take the lead myself. To begin with, what Ethan wanted wasn't a grand desire. He just wanted to add a little kiss to the usual breast touching they had been doing. The 2 kisses they had shared so far were a bit lacking to really be called kisses. The first kiss, which was for the purpose of life-saving, goes without saying. Even the second kiss, where their lips had barely touched for a moment when he was caught off guard, was closer to a peck on the lips than a real kiss if you were to be technical about it. His small wish was to have a truly lover-like kiss where their lips would be pressed together for a longer time. Thinking about it now, rather than bringing up something like a reward for a complete victory to Lilith, it might have been better to quietly bring their lips together in a natural setting. I've heard that girls usually prefer men who take the lead. Lilith was a girl, too, so it probably wouldn't be much different for her. In that sense, what he had done might have been the worst possible move or might have seemed like a wimpy action of leaving Lilith to take the lead. Ha! Swoosh! Ethan poured the hot water prepared by Lilith's spirit over his head, trying to wash away his troubled thoughts. As he did so, he heard a familiar knock from outside the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. Lilith. Isabel had already gone to her own room, so the person knocking was undoubtedly Lilith. As he expected, a familiar voice answered from outside the door. Why, young Master Ethan, what is it? If it's clothes for me to change into, you can leave them out there as usual. I've come to give you the reward for your complete victory against your father, young Master Ethan. And now, yes, right now. May I come in, young Master Ethan? Just wait a moment. He wasn't sure what kind of reward she had prepared that required her to suddenly come into the bathroom, but facing Lilith in his current completely naked state was quite embarrassing for Ethan, too. TN. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. So, he hurriedly wrapped a towel around his waist before answering. You can come in now. Yes, I'm coming in. Perhaps she was going to scrub his back while he was bathing, like last time. It wasn't as much of a reward as he had hoped for, but it wasn't so bad either. After all, Ethan was sufficiently satisfied just knowing that Lilith was thinking of and doing something for him. So, at first, Ethan waited without much thought for Lilith to enter. Her maid uniform appeared from beyond the door and was a far more dangerous outfit than Ethan had imagined. Creak. Excuse me. Ethan had naturally assumed she would come in wearing her maid uniform or academy uniform, so he was all the more surprised by Lilith's attire. The first thing that entered was her snow-white thighs. Then, her buttocks and waist followed and were barely covered by a single towel. Even her breasts, which he had seen well over a dozen times by now, seemed even more erotic as they were clumsily covered by just one towel. Aside from the towel, the only piece of clothing Lilith wore was the headdress on her head, leaving Ethan able to do nothing but utter a single exclamation of surprise. Please don't stare too intently, young Master Ethan. Why yes. Sorry. There was no reason for Ethan to apologize. Probably, any man in that situation would have been unable to avoid looking. For Ethan, who had only seen Lilith's breasts until now, her naked body was too strong a stimulation. TN. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. As Ethan inadvertently apologized and turned his gaze away, Lilith carefully approached behind him and quietly knelt down. First, I'll scrub your back, young Master Ethan. Okay. If possible. Please don't turn around to look back. I'm not quite mentally prepared yet. Alright, I definitely won't turn around. Ethan fixed his gaze forward, somehow suppressing the desire to face her body. Lilith sat behind him, rubbing his back with a bath towel. In the quiet silence where neither of them exchanged a word, only their breathing could be heard as the sound of Lilith's bath towel scrubbing Ethan's back gradually filled the bathroom. In the bathroom where not a word was exchanged, only the sound of Ethan and my breathing could be quietly felt. For some reason, I felt a rush of heat rising to my face. Perhaps due to nervousness, my heart also seemed to be pounding unusually hard. At first, I thought it was definitely a good idea. There wasn't particularly a problem up to the point where I decided to give Ethan a handjob as both a complete victory reward and repayment for owing him my life. The problem probably arose when I barged into the bathroom because I had no excuse to remove his pants, and then I also undressed, thinking about how my chest would be touched, and my hands would get dirty anyway. It certainly seemed like a good solution when I first thought of it, but looking back now, it wasn't a good method at all. First of all, entering the bathroom together in this state of undress might make Ethan think I had permitted that final act. In a sense, I was practically sticking my head into the jaws of a crocodile right now. If Ethan couldn't control his desire and pounced on me in this situation. Thump. Calm down, calm down. You know better than anyone that Ethan isn't that kind of person. Right, if I really think about it, the fact that I could enter the bathroom wearing just a towel was possible because I trusted Ethan that much. The fact that he hadn't pounced on me even once in the numerous situations where he could have done so until now had become a kind of trust indicator. By the way, originally, I was planning to naturally move my hand to his lower body and end it with a handjob. But because of the towel he had hurriedly wrapped around himself when he heard I was coming in, I couldn't quite see Ethan's thing clearly. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Well, I wanted to check its size beforehand. Or at the very least, whether it was erect or not. With these thoughts, as I was scrubbing Ethan's back and trying to peek forward. Rustle. Question mark. Slip. Rustle. Ah. Ah. Due to the change in posture, the towel that was precariously covering my body came undone and slipped down to the bathroom floor. What's wrong, Lilith? It's nothing. That sounds like a pretty startled voice for it to be nothing. The towel covering my body just fell off. It's really nothing, young Master Ethan. Ah, the tea towel, I see. Anyway, I was planning to take it off later. Why, you don't need to worry about it, young Master Ethan. Alright, I understand. Although I said those words, it was a moment when all sorts of complicated emotions crossed my mind. This situation of really being naked behind Ethan's back and scrubbing his back was more than enough to evoke my sense of shame in various ways. It was an awkward situation where I couldn't clean up the suddenly fallen towel, nor could I move my hands again in this state. At that moment when I couldn't remember what I was going to say or do next. The single towel on Ethan's thighs quietly slid to the floor. Rustle. Question mark. To be precise, it wasn't that it slid off, but Ethan himself removed the towel from his thighs. At first, I couldn't quite grasp what had happened. Not until Ethan told me this with his own mouth. It would be a bit embarrassing if only you showed yourself, Lilith. Ah, if you don't mind, Lilith, you don't have to worry about my towel either. I understand. Why is he suddenly being so considerate in a place like this? Still, it wasn't bad news for me. Now that Ethan had removed his own defense, I could check that part one wanted to confirm. Moreover, strictly speaking, since Ethan had shown himself voluntarily, I could be quite bold in checking. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. With that thought, as I looked over my shoulder and witnessed the area between his thighs, an unconscious exclamation escaped my lips. Huh. Did I see that wrong? No, was Ethan's thing originally this size in the setting? Even though I skimmed through the pixelated CGs, I don't think it was this big during the hating Ethan period. I knew there were changes in body type from the original work, but why does the thing down there seem bigger than in the original? Could it be, is it that parts that were buried in fat in the original game are now exposed, making it look bigger? Or maybe it's because he had a balanced diet and exercise during his growth period. Anyway, it was a thing that made me think a lot as soon as I laid eyes on it. If by any chance something like that was inserted into my body, it seemed like it would tear not just my hymen but my entire body apart. Lilith, yes, if you keep staring so intently like that, even I feel a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Are you really that big of an idiot, Lilith? No matter how surprised you were, how long were you going to stare at Ethan's thing? I felt more ashamed than simply having shown my naked body to Ethan. I'm sorry, young Master Ethan, I really didn't mean to stare on purpose. It's okay, Lilith. I've seen your chest many times by now, too. It seemed like you were looking for too long, so I asked once. That's alright. Yeah, again, a long and awkward silence fell. My heart, which had been tight with embarrassment and shame, now began to beat wildly out of control. There was only one way to stop these chaotic emotions as quickly as possible. Young Master Ethan, yes, you can turn around now. Are you sure, Lilith? Yes, I'm fully prepared now. Alright, if you say so, Lilith. I had to quickly resolve the reward for a complete victory. I was to give Ethan an escape this stifling space as soon as possible. That was the only way I could suppress these shameful emotions of mine. Hearing my words, Ethan's body slowly turned on the chair. Soon, he and I faced each other, completely naked without a single thread on our bodies. His thing, which was especially asserting its presence today between his thighs. I had checked its erect state under his clothes a few times when touching his chest before, but this was the first time I was directly facing it with my own eyes. Needless to say, there was no mosaic in this world, and the moment the curved shape of that thing was fully revealed before my eyes without any censorship. For some reason, after directly facing Ethan's penis, my heart couldn't stop its momentum and continued to pump blood vigorously throughout my body. You have a beautiful body, Lilith. Thank you. Why you too, young Master Ethan, why you have an impressive thing. No. I meant, why you have an impressive body. Right, I was wondering what you were saying. Damn it. How big of an idiot am I? Why do I keep saying weird things? What kind of maid compliments a man's penis as soon as she sees him naked? Am I a prostitute or something? If I kept seeing that thing flickering before my eyes, I felt like my confused emotions would only get worse. So, I averted my gaze from between Ethan's thighs and quietly moved just my hands between his legs. Why, young Master Ethan? Yes. From now on, I'll give you the reward for your overwhelming victory against Master Harold. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Alright, if the reward I'm giving you is not to your liking or makes you uncomfortable, please tell me at any time. I understand. But I doubt that will happen. Having secured insurance just in case he didn't like my handjob. This time, I quietly and carefully grasped Ethan's thing with both hands. Grasp. Ethan let out a faint moan, and his body trembled slightly the moment I grasped his penis. It was big enough that there was length left over even when I held it with both hands. Of course, I had to consider that Lilith's hands were a woman's hands. I've stroked my own thing countless times in my past life, but this was the first time I've held someone else's. It felt soft and hard, yet somehow slightly mysterious. Well, it would be stranger not to feel that way in this situation where I'm touching someone else's penis with my hands. Still, since I've decided to do this, I should do my best to satisfy Ethan. At least a handjob was much better than a titfuck or fellatio. Rub, HNNGH. Perhaps because it was already hard and swollen before I even touched it, Ethan was struggling to hold back his moans just from my slight touch. Male moans used to disgust me when I heard them in porn. But maybe because I had built up some affection for Ethan, it didn't feel that disgusting. Rather, it might even be a bit satisfying. Anyway, it meant that Ethan was definitely feeling it from my hands right now. Perhaps because I had just been scrubbing his back with a bath towel, my hands were covered in slippery soap bubbles. Maybe because of that, Ethan's moans quickly deepened as he received the massage from my hands. Rub, Lee Lilith, schlick, HNGH. Ethan got even more flustered as he grasped his own thighs and breathed more and more heavily. I quietly moved his thing back and forth, trying my best to exclude any emotion. Soon, his penis informed me in the most certain way that it had reached its climax with a few twitches. HNNGH, Kya. The problem was, I hadn't prepared for that at all. The sticky white fluid that spurted out vigorously splashed onto my body as I was massaging his thing from the front. Ethan's slightly pungent and sticky bodily fluid quietly flowed down my cleavage and navel. Sorry, Lily TH, are you okay? It's alright, young Master Ethan. This much can just be washed off with water. I'm sorry, I should have warned you. It's also my fault for not being prepared. Please don't worry too much, young Master Ethan. Even though I said there was no need to apologize, Ethan wore a gloomy expression as if he had committed a crime. To show that he really didn't need to worry, I nonchalantly poured a scoop of water from the bathtub over my body. Splash. See, young Master Ethan. It just washes away with a bit of water. Why, you're right, Lilith. Yes, so there's no need for you to worry about something like this, young Master Ethan. Okay, if you say yes so, Lilith. ? Ethan nodded as if he understood my words, but he quietly stopped his gaze as if he had frozen. I was puzzled by his reaction for a moment, but soon realizing where Ethan's gaze had stopped, I carefully drew my thighs together and said. When I said you could look, I didn't mean for you to stare intently between my thighs, young Master Ethan. Sorry, Lilith. There's no need to apologize for that either, young Master Ethan. After all, he had seen a body that had already shown everything there was to show today. It was a bit embarrassing, though, when he stared so intently without even being aware of his gaze. After everything was over, in the bathtub filled with warm water heated by Sally, I quietly met Ethan's eyes. We sat facing each other, leaning against opposite ends of the tub, hugging our knees. I quietly avoided Ethan's gaze while covering various parts of my body with my knees and the tops of my feet. How did it end up like this? Certainly, when I started, I didn't have any particular thoughts. It was just about resolving Ethan's sexual desires using my hands. Before I knew it, not only had I shown my naked body to Ethan, but in the final moment, I even received the byproduct of his pleasure on my body. After the act was over, a cold feeling washed over me, and my head became strangely complicated. I didn't intend to go this far. Showing my lower body naked to Ethan wasn't something I had particularly planned. The upper part was fine since I had shown it many times before, but the lower part was accidentally exposed when the towel slipped off. If I had known this would happen, I would have worn at least one piece of underwear on the bottom when I came in. Moreover, when Ethan, conscious of my reaction, removed his own towel to fully reveal his body, it seemed strange for me, his exclusive maid, to pick up the towel again to cover myself. To begin with, I had only shown him, not allowed him to touch directly, so if I were to be strict about it, it was barely safe. No, come to think of it, it's not safe at all. If we progressed so hastily like this, there was a high possibility that we might cross the line before graduating from the academy. I should have shown more restraint somehow. Maybe it would have been better to tell him to quietly take off his pants on the bed, even if it was a bit awkward, saying I would give him his reward. Of course, that would have been embarrassing, too, but at least I wouldn't have felt the shame of showing my naked body. Splash. Even though I knew it was meaningless to cover up in a situation where everything had already been shown, I still tried to push my body a little further into the corner of the bathtub. As we continued bathing in that awkward silence, I heard Ethan's voice calling me. Lilith. Ethan's voice sounded a bit more mellow than usual, perhaps because we were in the bathroom. Trying to suppress the slightly dazed feeling, perhaps due to the hot steam from the bathtub, I maintained my composure as much as I could and answered Ethan. Yes, young Master Ethan. Thank you for today. Pardon. I didn't know you would go this far for me. I was expecting a reward for a complete victory, but I didn't think you would do this much. Well, of course, I didn't know I would go this far either. Looking back, maybe it wasn't okay from the moment I entered the bathroom wearing just a towel. I suddenly realized that the reward acts between Ethan and me had been getting stronger lately. Even though I was clearly aware in my mind that this shouldn't be happening. I should make it clear next time to prevent things from progressing further inadvertently like this. This is as far as it goes, young Master Ethan. Huh. Even if you win against the Master in your next duel, I cannot give you any more rewards than this. What do you mean? I've heard that from the next duel, the Master will be using both his magic and physical strength in earnest when dueling with you. That's right, only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Of course, it will be much harder to win compared to the previous duels, but even if you win that duel, it's better not to expect me to do anything more than what I did today. Oh, is that what you meant? Yes, let me say it once more. I absolutely cannot allow intercourse between us before graduating from the academy. Ah, yes, I know, Lilith. I spoke firmly enough that Ethan should have understood well. As my actual mental age was much higher, it was up to me, the elder, to draw a clear line at times like this. It really wasn't easy to act like temporary lovers while maintaining boundaries. It's better not to expect me to do anything more than what I did today. Oh, is that what you meant? Yes, let me say it once more. I absolutely cannot allow intercourse between a man and a woman before graduating from the academy. Ah, yes, I know, Lilith. As he listened to Lilith's words, thinking she had firmly drawn the line after suppressing her confused emotions, Ethan quietly thought to himself. Today, he entered the bathroom naked with Lilith and experienced the sensation of climaxing with her hands for the first time. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. He silently recalled today's experience in his mind and repeated Lilith's words. So she'll go this far. I thought we'd just go back to touching breasts for my next victory. Lilith was completely unaware that she had unknowingly stimulated Ethan's desire for growth once again. A week after I first gave Ethan his reward in the bathroom. The second semester of my first year in Luminar Academy's magic department was still proceeding smoothly without any particular issues. Ethan and I were awkward for a while after leaving the bathroom and the day after, but we returned to our usual relationship within a few days. The potion trade with Lizzie, whom I had started interacting with again in the student council, for the end of term hunting festival was also going smoothly. This semester will probably end uneventfully, too. Originally, it was the role of the hero and his companions to suffer from endless incidents and accidents. Although I had been reincarnated as Lilith, I was neither Ethan's slave nor a tragic heroine now. As long as I didn't interfere with the main story, it was normal for only the events equivalent to those experienced by an ordinary academy student to occur. It was just that things had been going wrong, and I had been facing crises for the past few days. Even the subjugation of the Kraken of the Abyss was something the hero should do, not particularly related to me. Come to think of it, I wonder if the hero's side is okay. By defeating the Kraken of the Abyss myself, I had unintentionally stolen a major XP event from the hero. Of course, in Luminar Academy, there were countless means of gaining XP, even without major events like the subjugation of the Kraken of the Abyss, but I wasn't sure if Gyeongwoo would see it that way. If, by any chance, the character the hero was aiming for was Agnes, he had missed out on a major affection event, so there was a good possibility that he might hold a grudge against me and Ethan. I'd like to somehow confirm what the hero is thinking about me and Ethan right now. With these thoughts, as I was walking towards Ethan's swordsmanship department building after finishing my morning classes that ended a bit early, the most familiar member of the hero's group appeared before my eyes. I intentionally greeted her cheerfully and approached from behind, impressed by her pink hair and priestess's robe that was pure white. Sigh, how can I reveal that Lilith is the real saint without any problems? Hello, Saint Sarista, eek, kya, kya. As soon as I called her name and approached from behind, Sarista jumped in surprise. Her reaction was so sudden, almost like she was a pogo stick, that I couldn't help but take a step back in surprise, too. Sarista, who looked 10 times more surprised than me, fixed her gaze on me while clutching her chest with both hands. Ha, ha, ha. Saint, did you hear? Pardon. No, if you didn't hear, it has nothing to do with you, Lilith. It seemed like she was muttering something to herself, but apparently, it was something she didn't want others to hear. Maybe she was muttering about wanting to ask the hero she has a crush on for a date or something. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Given Sarista's personality, it would be understandable if she was muttering such things. After all, the shy appearance of a girl in love was the core of Sarista's character. Remembering her appearance from the original game, a fond smile naturally formed on my lips. Smile. Eek, I'm sorry. Why you did hear, didn't you? Pardon, I shouldn't lie to others in the name of the goddess. What I've done so far can't be helped, but I should express my true feelings as soon as pos. Please calm down, Saint. I don't know what you're worrying about, but for now, please put your hand on your chest and take a deep breath calmly. Huff, huff, huff. Please, more slowly, Saint. More slowly. Hoo-oo, hoo-oo. I hope I didn't do anything strange to her while I was at the church. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. I remember just receiving treatment quietly and leaving as soon as possible. Or maybe she thinks I heard whatever she was just muttering to herself, even though I don't know what she had said. For now, calming her down seemed to be the priority, if only for the sake of smooth conversation. I really didn't hear what you were just muttering to yourself, so you don't need to worry, Saint Sarista. Then that smile just now was. It was just that I was glad to see you, Saint, and my mouth naturally smiled. After all, you are the benefactor who saved my life, Saint Sarista. That's what your smile meant, phew. If my greeting made you uncomfortable, I apologize, Saint Sarista. And no, it's just that I misunderstood. Haha, ahahaha. For some reason, her reaction feels particularly awkward today. At least, judging by Sarista's flustered expression, it seemed like an awkward reaction, as if she was hiding something from me. Given her personality, which isn't used to hiding things, there's a high possibility that's actually the case. She was one of the easiest characters to read emotions from in the game. Although she was a character who went around with the title of Saint of Prophecy, while pretending to be the fake Lilith, if Sarista were a saint, I think a title like Pure White Saint would suit her better. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Well, whether Sarista really had something she didn't want to tell me or not, it wasn't really something for me to worry about. As I always say, I had no intention of getting entangled with the main characters of Luminar Academy more than necessary. The hero was the same, and Sarista, being a saint, was also a top-level dangerous person, for me now, if you think about it. Even so, the reason I'm approaching her now is purely for confirmation. I just wanted to casually ask if Gyeongwoo might have any negative feelings toward me and Ethan because of the previous incident. If I didn't clearly address this point, there was a possibility that I might unknowingly receive resentment from the hero later. Saint Sarista, since we've met like this, if it's not rude, may I ask you one question? Why yes. AQ question. Yes. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. Why yes. Actually, it's more of a question about the hero rather than you, Saint. By any chance, has the hero said anything about me or young Master Ethan recently? Could I just ask about that? Huh, the hero you're asking if he has talked about you, Lilith? Yes, Saint Sarista. Sarista fell into confused emotions at Lilith's sudden question. What could be Lilith's true intention in asking if the hero was interested in her? She had to ask right now, of all times, when she was contemplating whether to reveal the truth about Lilith being the real saint. Sarista felt very afraid of Lilith approaching her with words that seemed to be testing her. She naturally thought that perhaps her identity as the fake saint had already been discovered. Moreover, perhaps, could Lilith be somewhat aware of the power she has inside her? Is that why she's naturally asking such questions to her, a saint? She couldn't be certain, but it was entirely possible. The saintly qualities Lilith possessed were a power that one could naturally feel, no matter how insensitive one might be. She probably would have used it in some way a few times while living her life. As Lilith hadn't received a priest's blessing, she wouldn't have been able to use her divine power to the fullest, but instead, that divine power would have manifested as her rapidly growing magical talent. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Perhaps she had noticed that her power was not ordinary and was bringing this up as a kind of warning to Sarista. Or even if that wasn't the case, maybe her heart was simply drawn to the hero, Gyungwajogyagigwat. Because he's the hero, and she's the saint. The hero is Gyungwajogyagigwat, and the saint is Lilith. It's natural for them to be drawn to each other. The hero and the saint. And herself an intruder wedged between them. Sarista had been pondering about her and Lilith's switched fates for days, imagining all sorts of scenarios in her head. So, even with Lilith's brief question about what the hero thought of her, Sarista couldn't help but show her flustered state. She knew better than anyone that from Lilith's position, it was impossible for her to figure out on her own that she was the saint. Question mark. That's why Lilith was rather puzzled by Sarista's behavior, fumbling and unable to answer her simple question. Sarista was avoiding her gaze, not answering her question, and trembling as if afraid. Sensing some kind of unfavorable atmosphere from her appearance, Lilith hastily tried to take back her words. If it's a difficult question, you don't have to answer, Saint Sarista. It was truly a meaningless question. Is it really, just a meaningless question? Yes, that's right. If I had to say, since the hero indirectly saved my life, I thought that if he had good feelings towards me, I might be able to thank him directly. So, please don't worry about my question just now, Saint Sarista. I would appreciate it if you could pass on my thanks for saving my life on my behalf. Seeing Lilith withdraw her question as soon as she saw Sarista fumbling and unable to answer. Was it just Sarista's feeling that this seemed like Lilith was saying she would give up the position of saint to her? For some reason, the fake saint could be certain after seeing the real saint's behavior. Lilith's act of calmly, pretending not to know, while knowing everything. It was her own kind of acknowledgement, born from consideration for Sarista's situation. Compared to her, I'm just turning a blind eye to duty and necessary fate because I don't want to part with the hero. The place by the hero's side should return to the real saint, not me. She felt even more shabby for not being able to give that position up, despite knowing that this was necessary for the hero, the saint, and all other humans. Indeed, this position should return to the real saint. But, I want to be with the hero even a little longer. Even if it's just a little, even if it's just a few years. At least until we graduate from the academy. I apologize for my rudeness, saint. Please continue to study hard with the hero. I'll definitely return it when we graduate from the academy. Pardon, Sarista answered with a sorrowful expression as she watched Lilith hurriedly distancing herself. Lilith showed a puzzled expression at her response, but Sarista continued her answer with a more determined expression as if she had made up her mind about something. You don't need to worry. I won't take away your future, Lilith. What do you mean, Saint Sarista? I can't answer. The moment I answer your question, I will no longer have the right to be here. So please, could you let me enjoy this life a little longer, Lilith? Honestly, Lilith didn't understand at all what Sarista meant by enjoy or what she had permitted. But at Sarista's grave expression and firm words about not being able to answer, Lilith ended up nodding her head. Lilith had the intuition that if she demanded an explanation here, somehow, a bad future might occur. Oh okay, if that's what you want, Saint. Thank you for your kindness, Lilith. Then I'll be going now, Saint. Goodbye, Miss Lilith. Yes, you too, Saint. In the end, Lilith parted ways with the pink-haired fake saint, thinking she had a conversation with no particular outcome. She failed to notice that at some point, Sarista had started addressing her as Miss Lilith. Then I'll be going now, Saint. Goodbye, Miss Lilith. Yes, you too, Saint. During the conversation with Sarista, I sensed that the atmosphere had become strange somehow, so I quickly wrapped up our talk and swiftly moved away from her. I couldn't quite pinpoint the cause, but I could clearly notice that Sarista's mood had become confused before and after our conversation. She's already has intense emotional changes, so it's probably better not to stir things up unnecessarily. If I accidentally upset her and Sarista suddenly said she was going to quit being a saint, that would be truly troublesome. If such a situation arose, there really would be no future for me other than inevitably joining the heroes group. A healer who awakens as the true saint in the final battle against the Demon King was an essential element. It didn't matter whether it was Lilith, the saint who lost her qualification, or Sarista, the fake saint. Anyway, in the game, neither of the two saints fully met the criteria for a perfect saint. The game constantly dropped hints that one of them needed to be awakened. Of course, the current me meets the criteria for a perfect saint, but if this world is truly based on Luminar Academy, it wouldn't be impossible to awaken Sarista, either. In other words, to avoid struggling with subjugating the Demon King for years, even after graduating from the Academy, I needed to somehow make Sarista stick close to the hero's side. If she lost her motivation and left the hero's side, the only person who could fill that void would be me alone. While I don't mind spending 4 years at the Academy since it won't be bad for my future life, I really didn't want to participate in the journey to subjugate the Demon King after graduation, which could take who knows how many years. It's basically asking to sacrifice your entire 20s for humanity, and how many people would willingly accept that? Like the hero who received the goddess's will and wants revenge on the Demon King who killed his parents, only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Or the saint who loves such a hero and wants to be with him forever. Or the mage who aims to become the archmage of the Crimson Tower and the legitimate successor of the Elizabeth family. Or the stubborn elf who has a personality that must repay any kindness received no matter what. The Demon King subjugation team was meant for characters suited to achieving such grand causes and had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to enjoy an isekai life where I could freely use magic in this world. If I end up with a troublesome position, like being in the Demon King subjugation team, I'd naturally grow distant from the current Ethan, too. Regardless of whether I joined the Demon King subjugation team or not, it was practically confirmed that Ethan would have to return to the Blackwood ducal family. As the only son of the Blackwood ducal family, he wouldn't be likely to join the Demon King subjugation team that would require him to be away from home for years. Even if Ethan had such intentions, Harold wouldn't allow him to travel the world in his mid to late 20s, a crucial time for establishing himself as a nobleman. No. What does it matter to Ethan whether I join the Demon King subjugation team or not? The exclusive maid contract and temporary lover relationship are only for while we're attending the academy, right? Because of the possibility that I might have to join the Demon King subjugation team, I habitually imagined joining it with Ethan. I need to be careful. If I develop strange feelings for Ethan, it will only make things more troublesome in the future. To begin with, Ethan is the only son of a ducal family, and he's in a position where he must make a political marriage with royalty or another influential noble family. Even if Ethan's feelings for me truly remained unchanged, at best, my position would only be that of a concubine. If I had to become a concubine to maintain my current relationship with Ethan, I'd rather end it from my side. Even though Luminar Academy, which I enjoyed in my past life, was a harem game, it was a completely different story for me to become a member of that harem. Besides, I didn't really want to see Ethan mixing bodies and rolling around with other women right in front of me. By the way, in the end, I couldn't find out how Gyungwajogigigwa thinks about me and Ethan. I didn't expect Sarista to be so flustered, sweating profusely like that. I still don't know why she showed such a reaction while trying to hide something from me. It does seem like something happened while I was staying at the church, but I'm not a psychic. How am I supposed to know what Sarista is thinking? Although the chance to talk indirectly with the hero has disappeared again, I'll just have to try other means. There's still more than a year left until the final battle between Ethan and the hero, so there should be some point of contact somehow during that time. At this point, I can only hope that Gyungwajogigigwat isn't one of those malicious Agnes fans who used to frequently post fake conceptual posts on Luagal. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. At most, that's the only reason he might hold a grudge about me snatching the Kraken subjugation event. Underscore. 39.7 Why are there downvotes on the walkthrough post? I was wondering why it wasn't pinned. Truly god game. Seems like Agnes fans are mass downvoting because that lil girl Chong recently called out their fake pinned posts. 222.39 What the hell, ha ha ha. Salvation pure romance. Took a while to find it because it wasn't pinned. Anyway, the real one is Agnes. Emote of Agnes saying, Rubin Kun. TN. Lil girl Chong. Oh fuck off. 175.223 Surprise worship. 106.102 Habitual worship. Underscore. Thinking about it again makes my blood boil. Those damn Chihuahua bastards. A week after that day, the second semester of my first year at Luminar Academy was nearing its end. Most of the second semester lecture classes would end the next week, and the week after that, only the end of term hunting festival remained, in which almost all combat department students would participate. This meant that if there were any tasks to be completed within the semester, they had to be finished within this week somehow. Now, I have two major problems left to solve. One was to somehow win a match against Harold in next week's magic swordsmanship class. The other was to attach a low-level spirit to Agnes before this semester's spirit affinity lecture ended. Both were matters that could cause problems in my relationships if not resolved in advance. One with Harold, and the other with Agnes. Well, I should start with what needs to be done right now. The event of giving Agnes a newly born spirit and making her form a contract with it. Although I hadn't specifically followed Agnes's route, I roughly knew what the strategy was. The theory was done. Now, it was time to enter into a practical contract. Underscore. After the usual spirit communication lecture class ended, in an empty classroom where no one remained. For the voluntary supplementary lesson that always followed, Agnes and I were diligently training today as well to help her form a contract with a spirit. You know what to do today as well, right, Miss Blaze? Slowly inhale, refine, and exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. How is it, Sally? Say. It's quite good compared to when you started. I'd say it's to the point where you wouldn't notice unless you paid close attention. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Agnes, now, no strange smell. Strange smell, what an expression. While helping with Agnes's training for spirit contracting, I also corrected Say's speaking habits, which weren't easily fixed. Just a moment, Say. I told you not to use such expressions. Telling a girl that her mana smells strange, like it's rotten, can easily hurt her. It's fine when those kids say it, so you should just stop worrying about it. Your concentration has wavered, Miss Blaze. And whose fault is that? If only I could fix her habit of blaming others at the slightest provocation, somehow. Still, the plan to attach a low-level spirit to her was going smoothly so far. To attach a newly born low-level spirit to Agnes, we first needed to suppress the foul smell emanating from her mana. Even for young spirits that hadn't yet formed the concept of the taste of mana, there were instinctively repulsive smells. Hiding this smell and approaching to form a contract was currently the only way for Agnes to contract with a spirit. For that, Agnes needed to cultivate a bit more patience. She also had to suppress her temperament of getting angry at the slightest provocation, typical of a fire mage, at least for a while. I told you, didn't I? If you don't suppress that small dog-like temperament for a while, when you actually contract. Rosewood, I'm saying this just in case. Yes, Miss Blaze. The only reason I'm tolerating your brazen attitude right now is because I need your help with spirit contracting. Oh, you were tolerating it. I'm more surprised at what level your usual temper must be at for you to say you're tolerating my attitude during these supplementary lessons. Just you wait if I can't contract a spirit before this semester ends. I really won't let you off then. Well, if that happens, there's a high possibility I'd be facing some really unpleasant consequences. The most likely future would be me being chosen by Agnes to duel in next year's first semester evaluation battle. In a mage versus mage battle, the difference in skill between Agnes and me is overwhelming. Being such a capable character, she would probably quickly figure out that I'm a one-trick pony with Mana Blast. If that happens, there's a possibility she might torment me throughout the magic department's evaluation battle with her fire magic, which would be no different from torture. A future where I might end up begging her to kill me and activate the death prevention magic flashed before my eyes. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. To avoid such a future, I need to make this succeed somehow. Agnes was the only person left who hadn't contracted with a spirit in the spirit communication class. If she failed to contract and ended the semester as is, considering the ruined grades and the shame that would follow, the kind of retaliation I was imagining would surely come back to me. To prevent that, I had been preparing Agnes for spirit contracting throughout the past semester. There's no need to worry, Miss Blaze. About what? Now, it's about time for you to form a spirit contract. What? Really? Please come to the Black Forest north of the Academy the night after tomorrow. The night after tomorrow? Yes, Miss Blaze. The night after tomorrow will be the only day you can form a spirit contract. Can you take responsibility for those words? Of course, Miss Blaze. I had played Luminar Academy for over 2,000 hours in my past life. Having seen the ending 24 times, there was no way I would miss the date of such a major event. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Black Forest. I arrived at the Black Forest a bit later than I had originally planned due to various reasons. Agnes, who seemed to have been waiting for quite a long time, slightly frowned as soon as she saw me. You're early, Miss Blaze. I'm late. This isn't a problem that can be solved by coming early. The most important thing is to enter the forest at the designated time. Then you should have told me the exact time. There's no harm in being prepared early, is there? Why I really wish I could fix that hot-tempered personality somehow. I hope she doesn't get angry like that during the spirit contract and mess it up, then blame me. Anyway, since I didn't sneak out of the dormitory in the middle of the night just to tease her, I really intended to help her with the spirit contract. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I was also afraid of the retaliation that might come from her if things went wrong. But it's impressive that you, of all people, came out at this hour. Pardon, did your fiancé allow you to come out alone this late at night? Are you not on good terms? I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Blaze. Young Master Ethan and I are currently just lovers due to various circumstances, not engaged. I saw everything, the biting and sucking by the lake. That was part of a life-saving activity called artificial respiration. Enough, just tell me how to contract. If I fail today, I really won't let you off. What a temperament. Sigh, never mind. Once this semester is over, I won't have to deal with her anyway, so I might as well just put up with it and move on. It seemed better to help Agnes with her spirit contract as originally intended rather than prolong the conversation with unnecessary arguments. First, I explained to her the principle of how she could form a spirit contract today. First, Miss Blaze, I'll tell you how you can form a spirit contract. Alright, for that, you need to know what kind of day today is. Do you have any guesses? Guesses? How would I know if you put it like that? Is that so? I thought the top student of the magic department would know. Well, I guess I have no choice but to explain. The night of the largest full moon. The 55th anniversary of the death of Archmage Heinz Sten. The planetary alignment that occurs once every 100 years. The first printing date of Basics of Fireballs, the first volume of Biz's Fire Magic textbooks. Wow, she knows well. As expected of the top student of the magic department, she was rattling off dates related to magic like a wiki. I thought you didn't know, but you know quite well. What does the 55th anniversary of Heinz Sten's death have to do with my spirit contract? The planetary alignment that occurs once every 100 years. This is the condition that allows Miss Blaze to form a spirit contract. Not the 55th anniversary of Archmage Heinz Sten's death. I knew that. Ignoring Agnes's stubborn response, I briefly explained to her about the flow of mana that occurs along with the planetary alignment. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Today is the day when the night of a full moon coincides with the day of the planetary alignment. All kinds of magical phenomena occur as the world's mana boils over. Yeah, I know that too. Sometimes, strange phenomena occur due to the influence of mana on full moon nights. Monsters are also affected and become even more violent. The full moon is also a kind of planetary alignment. To be precise, the moon is a satellite, not a planet, but the effect is almost the same, so you don't need to worry about that. Satellite, what's that? It's better to focus on the fact that today is a day of planetary alignment rather than such things. Because if not today, Miss Blaze, the next day you can form a spirit contract will probably be about 100 years later. Alright, I won't bother you, so just get to the point quickly. The important thing is the magical phenomenon. The birth of spirits is also included in the abnormal phenomena that occur when the world's mana boils over. How do you know? No, continue. These newly born spirits are the only ones you can currently contract with, Miss Blaze. Newly born spirits what? Agnes tilted her head, seemingly not understanding my words at once. I explained the principle of spirit contracting to her once again in an easy-to-understand way. Noble families often hire wet nurses to take care of babies, right? Yes. One of the reasons it's difficult to easily dismiss a hired wet nurse is because the child remembers and becomes accustomed to the taste of their milk. Yes. So, Miss Blaze, what you need to do today is to make the newly born spirits taste your mana first. That would make them accustomed to that taste, so they would find your mana more delicious than others' mana. Oh, it seems you understand now. She seemed to understand why I had brought her to the Black Forest on this dangerous day. It was now time to finally reap the rewards of our efforts so far. About an hour after Lilith and Agnes met in front of the Dark Forest 1. Agnes, who still hadn't contracted with a spirit, was finally able to enter the Dark Forest to contract at midnight. However, the way she entered was a slightly different method than she had initially thought. Why do I have to enter this Dark Forest alone at this hour? In one hand, she held a lamp that didn't use mana to look for magical reactions and prevent spirits from running away. On the other hand, she held a map of the Dark Forest to avoid getting lost in the forest. Both items were given to her by Lilith. The map, in particular, was suspiciously amateurish, likely drawn by Lilith herself. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Agnes rationally knew she shouldn't hold a grudge against Lilith, who had been so thoughtful in preparing her until the very end. Rustle. Eek. Still, Agnes hadn't imagined that she would be left alone in the Dark Forest at this late hour. I didn't think I'd be going in alone. Although she had somewhat prepared herself when told to meet in front of the Dark Forest, Agnes hadn't expected to actually go in alone. She had naturally assumed she would enter with Lilith. After all, Lilith always wore an expression that suggested she wasn't afraid of anything. Of course, Agnes herself wasn't afraid of things like large monsters or high falls. However, the darkness of the night was an environment she didn't particularly like. In fact, the reason she became obsessed with fire magic was because it could produce light in the darkness. If she had an aptitude for light magic, Agnes would have undoubtedly majored in it. Less than this is an oil lamp that isn't affected by mana. It should burn for about 2 hours, so it's best to come back before then if possible. Greater than. Less than okay. Greater than. Less than this is a map of the Dark Forest, north of Luminar Academy. If you follow this narrow path while holding the lamp and go around behind a huge tree, there's a place called the Spirit Pond, where many spirits gather. Greater than. Less than can't I just follow behind you? Why do I need a map? Greater than. Less than what are you saying, Miss Blaze? If I enter the forest with you, all the spirits' attention will be drawn to me. How could you form a contract then? Greater than. Less than I guess that's true. Wait, don't tell me. Greater than. Less than I trust that the top student of the magic department wouldn't tremble at the mere thought of entering the Dark Forest alone. Greater than. Less than HHMPH. Of course not. Give me the map and the lamp. I'll enter by myself. Greater than. In fact, it was a reasonable concern. As soon as Lilith's presence, which she had naturally expected to be there, disappeared, Agnes was trembling with inexplicable anxiety. As a result, even her mana, which she had managed to control and hide, was constantly leaking out. Belatedly noticing that her mana was leaking, Agnes hurriedly controlled it using the method Lilith had taught her. Any spirit will do. Any spirit as quickly as possible. It didn't matter if it was a low-level spirit or not, even if it wasn't a fire spirit, as long as she could form a contract. She just wanted to get out of this chilly forest as soon as possible. Of course, it was better to assume that she wouldn't be attacked by dangerous monsters. At least not tonight. The Dark Forest was, after all, a training facility within the academy designed to match the level of the students. There were no monsters in the forest yet that could defeat the current Agnes, who was already stronger than most second and third year students despite being a first year. Whoosh. HNNGGH. However, this fact did little to reduce Agnes's fear as she was left alone in the forest. I've only come about halfway. Why was this spirit pond that Lilith mentioned so deep in the Dark Forest? Why did she have to be pushed into such a dangerous place if spirit contracts could only be formed here? Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. For a moment, she wondered if Lilith had sent her to this place alone to deceive her. But as soon as she saw a young spirit appear before her eyes, Agnes was finally able to dismiss her suspicions about Lilith. Bees. Could it be is this really? So, it was true that young spirits are born anew on the day of planetary alignment. Although it was still just a small sphere, not yet in the form of a spirit, Agnes could be certain from the mysterious power she felt around it. The blue sphere, beginning to bloom before her eyes, was the young spirit she had been searching for. There's still a bit more to go until the pond, but Lilith hadn't specifically said that the contract had to be made at the pond. She had only said that many spirits would appear at the pond, making it easier to find a spirit that suited her taste. In her words, if she could form a contract with a spirit right here, she wouldn't have to stay in this dark forest any longer. Agnes's steps towards the newly born spirit became a bit more urgent. Tap, 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 tap. Excuse me, whoosh. However, as soon as she approached, the young wind spirit disappeared from right in front of her eyes. As Agnes lost the spirit right before her nose, one of Lilith's pieces of advice from the supplementary lessons quietly crossed her mind. Less than the younger the spirit, the more cautious it is. A spirit with some experience might not mind your clumsy communication skills, but right now, Miss Blaze, you need to be a bit calmer in front of spirits. Greater than. She had known this. In her haste, she had momentarily forgotten. She had gotten carried away with the feeling that if she could just contract with a spirit, she could somehow quickly get out of this darkness. It was a wind spirit. If it had led to a contract, it would have been a good partner for her, who uses fire magic. But since regret wouldn't bring back the disappeared young spirit, Agnes could only continue walking into the dark forest, relying solely on the lamp and the handmade map. Fortunately, not long after, she was able to encounter another spirit. Russell. Found one. It was an earth spirit, quietly wriggling and rising from the ground. Seeing its appearance, not yet fully formed, she could confirm that it was a newly born spirit. Agnes approached the spirit with careful steps, trying not to repeat her previous failure. Step. Excuse me. Pipe ? Pipe, would you like to form a contract with me? Pipe. 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 The spirit seemed surprised by her sudden appearance, but it didn't run away when she calmly started the conversation. It was the first time that a spirit didn't run away from Agnes when she spoke to it. Of course, she was completely hiding her mana, which usually made spirits feel uncomfortable. Being a young spirit born not long ago, it was at a stage where curiosity outweighed caution. That's why it didn't run away despite Agnes's awkward communication skills. Contract. Pipe. Yes. What's that? Pipe. How should she explain what a contract with her is to a young spirit that lacks even the ability to understand the world? Only on galaxy translations. Axiomatic. For Agnes, who had rarely had deep conversations in her human relationships to the extent that Lilith was the person she had talked to the most recently, persuading a young spirit was not an easy task. A contract is. Pipe. 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 If we do it we'll be together, continuously. Rustle plop. Wait. The earth spirit, uninterested in her inarticulate words, returned to the ground. Agnes hastily reached out to where the spirit had been, but it was impossible for her hand to reach the already disappeared spirit. Having wasted her second chance as well, Agnes quietly dusted off her uniform skirt and stood up. Let's go to the spirit pond. Lilith had said that it was the place where the most spirits would be born in this dark forest tonight. Among those many spirits, maybe one would appear that wanted to form a contract with her. With such vague hope, Agnes moved deeper into the dark forest. About 20 minutes after she had started walking again, having used up about half of the fuel in the lamp Lilith had given her, as she followed the map. A short exclamation escaped Agnes's lips as she discovered a faint light leaking from behind a large tree in the dark forest. Could it be? Could this be the spirit pond Lilith had mentioned? Trying to suppress her pounding heart, Agnes walked around the large tree, holding onto it. As she moved step by step, circling around the tree, the pond that had been hidden gradually revealed itself. Wow! Agnes could only utter a few words of amazement as she confirmed the full view with her own eyes. Only on galaxy translations. Axiomatic. A beautiful water surface shining with all colors of light in the middle of the pitch-black forest. Hundreds of newly born spirits emitted colorful lights, and those lights reflected on the pond's surface, twinkling brilliantly as if reminiscent of a spirit ballroom. It was truly a dreamlike place for her, who had rarely even encountered one or two spirits properly before. Wow! Wind spirits, water spirits, earth spirits. As soon as she saw various spirits gathered, dancing and flying in a spectacular display, Agnes lost herself, endlessly following their movements. This was the first time she had encountered so many spirits right before her eyes. Even in Professor Aaron's secret garden, she hadn't seen this many spirits. Of course, most of the spirits she met then were intermediate-level spirits, so in terms of status, those spirits were probably stronger. It was like an exchange venue for spirits, shining beautifully in various colors as if all the stars in the night sky had gathered in this pond. For Agnes, who had been obsessed with contracting spirits for quite some time, the scene before her eyes was so enchanting that she momentarily forgot her purpose. This isn't the time for this. Although she wasn't without the desire to watch the fairy tale-like scene of newly born young spirits gathering and mingling. If she just stood there dazed, watching this sight, she would waste the precious opportunity she had worked so hard to obtain. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The reason she had overcome her fear and arrived here on this dark night was to form a spirit contract. According to Lilith, today was the most favorable day for spirit contracting, occurring only once every 100 years. I don't entirely believe everything that girl says, but at least, a day with conditions as favorable as today wouldn't come easily again. Of course, she was already perfectly aware through painful lessons that her presence wasn't particularly welcome among the spirits. She was also aware that if someone like her tried to awkwardly mingle among the spirits, she would only be rejected. Therefore, it felt a bit selfish to move according to her own interests at this gathering of newly born spirits. But for Agnes, the fear of falling behind as a mage by never forming a contract or wasting an opportunity created by someone else due to her own inadequacy was even greater. Above all, she didn't want to fail the spirit communication lecture class this semester. Rustle, thump, thump. Suppressing the mana flowing from her body as she had learned, Agnes stepped among the spirits whose forms were not yet complete. Quite a few spirits showed interest in her appearance, in this strange and unfamiliar being. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Agnes felt for a moment as if she was the one, choosing, among the spirits for the first time. Of course, this feeling lasted only for a moment, and the spirits' reactions to her remained cold. Excuse me. Whoosh. The moment she opened her mouth, the wind spirits, most sensitive to air currents, instantly mixed with the air and concealed themselves. Perhaps, would you like to form a contract? Pop. The water spirits also disappeared, popping like water droplets at the slightest touch from Agnes. Just a contract, I just need a contract. Scurry, scurry, scurry. Even the earth spirits, with whom she had managed to converse almost to the point of contract, fled quickly after tasting a bit of her mana for the contract. HNNGH. Was this trial too harsh for a young woman who had just become an adult? Faced with constant rejection, Agnes finally burst into tears she had been holding back. Spirits or whatever, she just disliked everything before her eyes. No matter how beautiful or numerous the spirits were, not one among these many would become her partner. It's not like she wanted to be born with mana unpopular among spirits. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Agnes felt utterly worthless and pitiful, unable to confidently woo even newly born spirits. Her heart easily broke as she quietly sat down, hugging her knees at one side of the pond, sniffling. Maybe I should just go back. It didn't seem like there would be a better future even if she stayed here. Rather than being rejected by all the remaining spirits and then returning, it might be better to leave now while the lamp still had plenty of fuel left. After all, she would have to navigate this dark forest alone on her way back, too. With these thoughts, Agnes was about to move away from the spirit pond towards the outside with her lamp, but... Thump. Ouch. *1. Hearing a small voice as soon as she picked up the glass lamp she had set down, Agnes's gaze naturally shifted to inside the lamp. That hurts. Can't you move more gently? Pipe. There was a small fire spirit looking at her from inside the glass lamp, about the size of a fist. It was a small fire spirit newly born inside the lamp. About an hour after sending Agnes into the dark forest. I wonder if she's arrived by now. Thinking she might have reached the spirit pond by now, I absent-mindedly looked at the night sky, muttering to myself. She's a character with strong willpower, so she probably didn't give up halfway. Although Agnes is supposed to be afraid of the dark, I still believe she is stronger than that. I wanted to go with her out of concern, but if I were there, it was obvious that the contract that was finally possible wouldn't happen. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. If I were beside her, all the spirits, attention, including the fire spirit, that was supposed to be born in her hands, would be drawn to me instead. Soon, she'll come back with a child that looks just like me. That's right, it was really hard teaching her how to contract with a spirit in time for today over the past few months. By the way, I never expected this, to have her carry a lamp made from an ember taken from my body, as expected of the master I chose, so clever. Well, I don't want Miss Blaze to fail and come to take out her frustrations on me either. Since it was very likely she'd become the main DPS in the hero's party, I wanted to upgrade her specs as much as possible. The lamp I handed to Agnes from the beginning wasn't just an ordinary lamp. It was a lamp kindled from an ember that fell from Sally's body. In other words, it was a lamp with slightly higher spirit affinity. Of course, carrying a lamp with high spirit affinity doesn't affect its owner, so Agnes still wouldn't be treated well by the spirits. But if she managed to protect that lamp well until she reached the spirit pond, then things should proceed smoothly from there. A bond with spirits. Originally, it was a feeling difficult to build before contracting with a spirit. That is, unless something miraculous happened, like when I cleared out the demons with Sally. But if you explore a dark forest alone for an hour with a lamp nurtured from a small ember with spirit power, it was natural for the ember in that lamp, when it became a spirit, to feel a slight bond with Agnes, who had been closest to it. Moreover, being an ember from Sally, it had high spirit affinity, making it easier for unstable magic to gather and form into a spirit. The moment she encountered the energy of various spirits gathered at the spirit pond, Agnes would essentially obtain a spirit she could definitely contract with. Anyway, it's damn tricky to clear one quest. Probably, when playing as the protagonist, you would walk together to the spirit pond and teach how to contract with a spirit directly on site. Even with Agnes, if the protagonist blessed by the goddess was next to her, spirits would naturally become curious and approach. From there, with a bit of persuasion from the protagonist, 1 or 2 young spirits would easily contract with Agnes. The problem is that it's impossible for me, as Lilith, to use the same method as the protagonist. If I had entered the spirit pond together with Agnes, most spirits would have gathered around me. What kind of spirit with strange tastes would choose to eat a rotten egg when there's a moist, steamed egg too right beside it? If I interfered by flaunting the difference in our charms right in front of Agnes, it wouldn't work out at all. I repeatedly taught Agnes how to contract with spirits on her own, and, a bit ruthlessly, pushed her into the dark forest in the middle of the night. In the current circumstances, this was the only way for me to hand a spirit to Agnes. And above all, if we use this method, Agnes can start her first contract with a fire spirit. Among the methods available in the game, the spirit that could best draw out Agnes's potential was a wind spirit, which has good synergy with fire magic. The next useful one was an earth spirit. In this case, Agnes would have to play a supporting role, though. In the case of water spirits, their compatibility was the worst. Unless both the spirit and Agnes grew perfectly in sync, their attacks would actually interfere with each other. However, it seemed that fire spirits themselves, which have the best compatibility with fire mages, couldn't be contracted at the spirit pond. I don't know about this part because I never played it directly. I assumed the reason was that there were no seeds for fire spirits to spawn near the spirit pond. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. It's natural for seeds of earth, water, and wind spirits to form in a small pond that hasn't been frequently visited by humans for a long time. But seeds of fire spirits, which can only be obtained from flames that have been burning without withering for a long time, could probably only be found in rare places like the Blackrock Gorge, where dwarves live, or a fire dragon's lair. Or perhaps from an ember that flew off from the body of a high-level spirit that has lived for that long. This time, having Sally around definitely helped. As I was absent-mindedly watching the entrance of the dark forest with these thoughts, a red-haired woman with twin tails quietly walked out from inside the forest. Beside her was a fire spirit that anyone could see had just formed a contract with her, endlessly circling around her. Agnes, I'm looking forward to working with you. The name you gave me is so cool. It's the best. Pipe. Yeah, I'm looking forward to working with you, too, Infernocilia. Yes, looking forward to it, Agnes. Pipe. It seems she couldn't let go of that Chunabu-like naming sense even at the moment of spirit contract. Well, if they're happy with it, I guess it doesn't matter. After returning with a contract with the fire spirit Inferno anyway, a spirit with an overwhelmingly Chunabu-like name, Agnes couldn't hide her excitement. Agnes, where is this? Why were there so many strange stones and trees as soon as we left the forest? Who's that over there? And, pipe. This is the academy, a place where humans gather to study. Those stones and trees over there are like houses where humans live, but they're not just shaped stones or trees, they're processed by magic. Agnes was busy answering the spirit's questions with quite an excited expression, probably because it was her first contracted spirit. It was actually the first time I'd seen her with such a joyful smile since she entered the academy. She always showed a sullen or angry expression in front of me, for whatever reason she was dissatisfied with. It would be nice if she smiled like that more often. Putting up with the temperament of tsundere characters is only possible outside of games. In reality, a tsundere is just a woman with a bad personality. I fully realized this fact during this semester's classes. Still, in the end, I managed to give Agnes a spirit before the spirit communication class ended, so I had achieved my goal. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Moreover, giving a fire spirit to Agnes, who is an expert in fire magic, could potentially lead to unexpected level-up opportunities. Anyway, Agnes will likely join the hero's party, so it's not bad for her to get stronger. We'll have to see how Gyeongwajogigigwat will form the hero's party, which can include 8 members, including himself and Sarista as an extra character, but in any case, Agnes would try to join the hero's party for her own purposes. Also, the hero wouldn't turn away Agnes, who is irreplaceable as a main DPS, even if he doesn't intend to pursue her. In other words, the stronger Agnes becomes as an almost confirmed party member, the easier it would be to subjugate the Demon King, and consequently, the higher the chances of my peaceful future. Giving her a fire spirit as her first spirit was definitely the right choice. Additionally, if Agnes gets stronger, the chances of her eyeing other potential party members might decrease a bit. Since the hero already has Sarista, I don't think he'll covet Lilith, but it doesn't hurt to create some insurance. As I was absent-mindedly watching Agnes quickly teaching her fire spirit the knowledge of this world with these thoughts. Our eyes met once while she was busily talking with her spirit. And over there is the dormitory, where you and I will live from today. Agnes, pipe, wait a moment, Infernocilia. Agnes, who seemed to be excitedly talking with her spirit, suddenly closed her mouth when our eyes met. As I was trying to avoid her gaze and pretend not to notice, I heard her footsteps approaching me. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Her footsteps seemed strangely cautious as if she had something to tell me. Step, Lilith. Yes, Miss Blaze. Thank you. Of course, you should thank me. Do you know how much trouble I went through to give you a spirit? It was an achievement impossible to achieve, no matter how the original work was twisted. I practically force-fed her this fire spirit. Even Agnes, seemingly not completely without conscience, was thanking me for helping her form a spirit contract. I pretended not to know and calmly responded to her words of gratitude. I'm just glad that your spirit contract went well, Miss Blaze. Lilith, however, I think you need to improve your unsociable personality that calls people crazy as soon as you meet them. It's for your own future, Miss Blaze. You just had to add that. How annoying. No matter how incapable one might be, you can't live as a tsundere forever. It's probably because of such a personality that she ends up with either the hero ending or the single ending in the game. Anyway, I had somehow finished what I needed to do today, so it was time to return. I had to hurry back to avoid being caught sneaking out without Ethan knowing. Several hours after dusk had fully settled, in the deep early morning. It was a late hour, well past the dormitory curfew. I quietly walked through the corridor of the swordsmanship department dormitory towards Ethan's and my room. I had to avoid being caught until the very end that I had pretended to sleep with Ethan and secretly went out at night and returned. If I had said I was going out alone at night as a servant, they definitely wouldn't have let me go. It was already a brazen act as an exclusive maid, and Ethan himself would probably try to interfere with my outing with unnecessary worry. Probably because of what happened at the Lake of Knowledge before, he had become much more protective of me compared to before. Even if it was for Agnes's sake, there was a considerable possibility that he would feel averse to his temporary lover going out alone. But I felt too sorry to wake up Ethan and take him along. To begin with, it would have been ridiculous to bring Ethan, a third party, to the scene of my and Agnes's business. I'd be lucky if Agnes didn't mock me for always bringing Ethan along. That's why the strategy I thought of was a secret outing. Anyway, once Ethan falls asleep, he doesn't usually wake up until his wake-up time. It was a small habit I had learned after sharing the same bed for several months. Sneak out after Ethan falls asleep and return before he wakes up. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The habit of sleeping later than the master and waking up earlier was already ingrained in me, so sneaking out in the middle of the night wasn't a problem. The issue was the returning bit. It wasn't difficult to figure out whether Ethan was asleep or not since I was right next to him, but when returning, I had to time it to when Ethan was definitely in deep sleep. The REM sleep cycle returns every 90 minutes. The cycle from deep sleep to deep sleep is also 90 minutes. *1. So, I should aim to return about 3 hours after I had left. *1. It took 22 minutes to leave the dormitory and move to the dark forest. It took 1 hour and 47 minutes for Agnes to form a spirit contract at the spirit pond and return. It took 19 minutes to talk with Agnes after she returned, 22 minutes to come back. With the thought of just holding out for about 10 more minutes before going in, I recalled the last task I needed to finish this week during that short time. Now, the only task left is the sword duel with Harold the day after tomorrow. I didn't need to worry about the end-of-term hunting festival since I was planning to participate as a pair with Ethan anyway. What was more important was the sword duel with Harold. This one-on-one duel with Harold was still a task I couldn't be confident of winning. Of course, Harold had handicaps of not using his physical strength, nor his magic, and only using basic sword techniques, but the difference between a sword master and an ordinary person was already more than those handicaps. It would be impossible to exploit anything other than a gap he couldn't even imagine, but the question was whether such a gap existed for Harold, who had experienced all sorts of situations as a sword master. With these thoughts, I quietly waited for time to pass in front of the dormitory door. After silently counting to 600 in my mind, I moved into the dormitory with the quietest steps possible. Click, creak. As soon as I opened the door and entered, I saw a dark room. I had to rely only on the faint light Sally naturally emitted to move, but since I had to walk quietly anyway, not being able to see my feet clearly wasn't much of a problem. I had gone out wearing my sleeping maid uniform and returned in it, so there was no need to change clothes. Softly, softly, after slowly moving to Ethan's bed with footsteps as quiet as possible, I quietly slipped into the empty space next to him and naturally prepared to go to bed. Rustle. Phew. Somehow, it seems I wasn't caught. I forgot about the sword duel with Harold that had been filling my mind with worry until just now. Anyway, it's not like I could win by thinking about it while lying in bed, and I wouldn't know if my prepared strategy would work until we actually faced each other in the real match. Moreover, there was the end-of-term hunting festival with Ethan the following week, so I didn't have the luxury of focusing only on this. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I quietly buried my body, tired from the late night outing after a long time, under the blanket. Just as I was about to close my eyes and fall asleep, there was a small rustling from the space next to where I lay. Rustle, rustle, ? What's this, is he just turning over? Sleep talking is a characteristic of REM sleep. If I had come in even a little later, it could have been dangerous. I felt a chill for a moment at the thought that Ethan might have woken up the moment I opened the dormitory door. Well, in the end, it was fortunate that I could safely finish the night outing and return like this. Grasp. As I was trying to feel relieved with these thoughts, I felt my left wrist being quietly grasped from inside the blanket. My mind stopped its ongoing thoughts and froze for a moment. Really, his sleeping habits. Why is he grabbing someone else's wrist while sleeping? He grasped it so tightly that it wouldn't let go, even with a slight shake. Well, can't be helped, I guess I'll just have to sleep like this tonight. To begin with, I was supposed to be in deep sleep next to Ethan at this hour, so if I clumsily tried to remove his hand, it might raise suspicion. At least it's better to put up with his sleep talking than to be caught sneaking out at night. Lilith! ! What's this? Could he really be awake? My heart sank for a moment at the sudden sound of Ethan calling my name. After debating whether to answer or not, I was finally able to calmly judge why he called my name. Sleep talking along with sleeping habits is common. My name coming out was probably just a coincidence. To begin with, I had the most contact with Ethan since entering the academy, so it was natural for me to appear in Ethan's dreams. He's probably dreaming about our date from before, or what happened on the lake. That's why he's naturally grasping my wrist and calling my name. Just as I was thinking it was nothing again and trying to go to sleep, there was another rustling from Ethan's side. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. A much bigger and more troublesome rustling than before. Rustle. Huh. Squeeze. No, wait. Ethan, who seemed to be naturally turning towards me, ended up lying on top of me. I felt almost ridiculous at his attitude of crushing me like I was some kind of hugging pillow. Even if it's a sleeping habit. This is a bit excessive compared to usual, isn't it? I don't think he's ever been this entangled, even on days when he tossed and turned a lot. Anyway, no matter how much I tried to ignore it and sleep, I couldn't go to bed in this state. So, just as I decided to push Ethan away and move to the side, grabbing his shoulders to push him to the opposite side. Ethan's clear voice quietly reached my ear. Lilith. Question mark. Where did you go? Where did you go? Exclamation mark. Ethan's voice came from right next to my right ear. The moment his clear and cold voice whispered in my ear, my tired mind suddenly became wide awake. Wasn't he sleeping? No wonder his sleep talking seemed a bit strange today. My head spun in confusion, unable to make a proper judgment due to Ethan's emotion-filled voice. While I was wondering how to answer, his voice tickled my ear once more. Lilith, I'm asking where you went. I'm sorry, young Master Ethan. Yes, you should be sorry. An exclusive maid went out in the middle of the night without her master's permission. I couldn't say anything even if I had 10 mouths. What I did to Ethan today was clearly an action that betrayed my duty as an exclusive maid. I had reasons like not wanting to cause Ethan unnecessary worry, or not wanting to wake Ethan up in the middle of the night to take him to the front of the dark forest. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Anyway, it was an undeniable fact that I had overstepped my bounds as an exclusive maid. So, are you not going to answer where you went? Thump. I felt my heart beating rapidly for a moment at Ethan's voice enveloping me pressingly. I'm not sure if it was because of the guilt of having wronged Ethan, or the guilt of having betrayed my duty as an exclusive maid. Or maybe I was just afraid of this situation where Ethan was doubting me. I went to the dark forest and came back. The dark forest? Yes, young Master Ethan. Were you trying to train at this late hour? No, I didn't go for training. Then, I had someone to meet, so I went. Squeeze. Ah, ow. The grip on my wrist suddenly tightened as soon as he heard that I went to meet someone, and not for training. The pressure and sense of crisis transmitted through my wrist made my voice tremble as I spoke. What bastard? Pardon, what bastard called you out at this hour, Lilith? Ah, no, rather than calling me out, it was an appointment. An appointment? Is it Princess Seraphine, or that girl from the August family? No, it's not them. Don't tell me it's that damn hero, young whatever. Squeeze. No, young Master Ethan. The pressure on my wrist increased a bit more. It was now to the point where I could feel a slight pain. I had the intuition that if I didn't explain properly, things might take an ominous turn. Before the atmosphere got any more serious, I had no choice but to hurriedly explain to Ethan about the person I had met and why I had to go out in the middle of the night. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I told him about the spirit communication lecture I was taking as a major subject in the magic department, my relationship with Agnes, whom I met there, and the planetary alignment that occurs once every 100 years in her spirit contract. So, I just returned from giving Miss Blaze a low-level fire spirit, young Master Ethan. Also, I didn't stray or leave my post at any point during this process. Really, if you can't believe me, you can hear it directly from Miss Blaze. I can introduce you to her if necessary. It seemed my answer wasn't entirely displeasing to him, as the strength of his grip loosened. The intense pressure I felt until just now eased a bit, and Ethan asked again as if to confirm my answer. Okay, so you didn't meet the princess or the young lady of the August family. That's right, young Master Ethan. And you didn't meet that frivolous hero who keeps girls trailing after him. I swear by the goddess that I didn't go to meet anyone other than Miss Blaze. The only other person I encountered was the dormitory supervisor. Ha! Russell. Ethan finally released my wrist, seemingly relieved after my repeated explanations. I'm not sure about the difference between meeting Seraphine or Lizzie and meeting Agnes, but anyway, after that answer, his previously menacing aura somewhat stabilized. He was still crushing me under his body to prevent me from escaping or getting away, though. So, Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Putting aside who you met, why didn't you tell me that you were going outside the dormitory in the middle of the night? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. This might sound a bit strange to you, but tell me, I'll listen and judge. I did it because I thought it might trouble you or cause you to worry, young Master Ethan. Ethan's face hardened again as soon as he heard the first sentence of my answer. It was a change in expression that I could clearly recognize even in the darkness. Of course, even while confirming this change in expression, I had no choice but to convey my own thoughts and judgments to Ethan. I judged that if I told you, you might object, saying it's dangerous to go out alone in the middle of the night, or you might troublesomely move along with me. Knowing that, young Master Ethan, knowing that, you crawled out of the dormitory alone without saying anything, Lilith. Ethan brought his face close to mine with a voice clearly filled with anger. He brought his face so close that I could see his expression even in the dim darkness. It was the moment I clearly realized that it was a mistake to sneak out without telling Ethan in advance, thinking of him. Lilith. Thump. Yes, why young Master Ethan? Are you perhaps testing me, Lilith? Thump, thump, testing. How could I dare to test you, young Master Ethan? Then why do you keep provoking me like this? Always acting secretively, constantly putting yourself in potentially dangerous situations. It was just a night outing, young Master Ethan. As you know, with my skills, I can easily subdue 2 or 3 ruffians. I'm talking, Lilith. Thump, thump, thump. I'm sorry. Ethan was pressing me with a truly serious expression as if he was really angry this time. For some reason, my heart started pounding wildly at Ethan's domineering attitude. I know I did wrong. My intention was simply not to cause Ethan unnecessary worry. If I had mentioned it and Ethan had forbidden the night outing, I wouldn't have been able to keep my promise to Agnes. So, I tried to resolve the matter as smoothly as possible by snaking out while Ethan was asleep. If I had known it would lead to this, it might have been better to tell him in advance after all. It doesn't seem like just apologizing will be enough to resolve this. While pondering how to calm Ethan's emotions, I suddenly remembered a popular saying that used to circulate in the community. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Thinking I needed to somehow improve his mood in this situation, I carefully suggested something while making eye contact with Ethan. What kind of nonsense excuse is it that you can subdue 2 or 3 ruffians? What if more than that attack you? And this is the academy, there are countless people stronger than you, Lilith. Have you already forgotten about your near death at the lake last time? I still wake up in the middle of the night just thinking about almost losing you then. Why young Master Ethan, I'm not finished talking, Lilith. Would you like to touch my chest? Ethan, who seemed to be endlessly pouring out reproaches about my unauthorized night outing, suddenly stopped talking and looked at me when I abruptly said that. Could it really work, Lilith, even in this situation, to joke? No, I didn't mean it as asking for forgiveness by letting you touch my chest, or anything like that. Then, I heard before that when men touch a woman's chest, it releases psychologically stabilizing hormones in the brain, so. Hormones. Anyway, rather than talking while being too agitated, how about touching my chest and talking a bit more calmly? That's what I meant, young Master Ethan. Oh, of course, this is an offer I wouldn't make to anyone but you, young Master Ethan. Will it work? I hope we can somehow get past this with this. It was a suggestion I made while enduring my own sense of shame. To begin with, it was quite embarrassing to ask if he wanted to touch my chest first. But this incident was clearly more my fault, and Ethan's anger towards me was justifiable in its own way. If it could be resolved by letting him touch my chest once, it would be better. Of course, it would be a bit troublesome if this didn't work. Even though he was angry, Ethan was still a young man in his prime. He seemed to hesitate a bit to easily refuse the offer of a woman he liked, asking if he wanted to touch her chest right in front of him. Thinking that if we were going to do it, we might as well do it properly, I pulled Ethan's hand up to my chest. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I could clearly read Ethan's desire in his expression as he inadvertently placed his left hand on my right breast. Squish. Lilith. Are you feeling a bit calmer now, young Master Ethan? Ethan, who had been momentarily dazed by my flustered suggestion, came to his senses to find one hand placed on my chest. His eyes, the only thing shining in the darkness, quietly met mine. And after a moment of silence, Ethan's face slowly drew closer to my gaze. In the dim darkness, Ethan's and my lips quietly met. Smooch. Ethan's and my lips collided in the darkness. The kiss came from such a close distance that I couldn't even think of avoiding it. Besides, pinned under Ethan's body, I wouldn't have been able to dodge anyway. Well, we've kissed before, so this much is fine. I had even told him before that this level of kissing wasn't a big deal. So, there was no need to avoid this act of our lips meeting. If this would improve his mood, I thought I could endure the simple act of our lips pressing together. That is, until the tip of Ethan's tongue emerged from his parted lips and began licking mine. Lick, 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 ah, wait a minute. I was considerably flustered when Ethan immediately thrust his tongue forward as our lips met. I almost lost my senses in the face of the skinship progressing as if he'd lost his mind. It was absurd that Ethan was using his tongue on only our second kiss, not counting the 5 or 10 times we'd pecked lips. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Well, technically, it's the third time, including the one during artificial respiration, but that's not the point. While I could allow a kiss where our lips simply met, which was essentially no different from a peck, using tongues changed the meaning significantly. Intertwining something coated in each other's bodily fluids inside our bodies. That's not really a kiss, it's closer to sex. Lick, lick. I need to stop him. If I opened my mouth to tell him to stop, it was obvious Ethan's tongue would enter. Pushing his face away with my hands seemed too blatantly rejecting, and I didn't think he'd be pushed away easily anyway. If I did that, he'd probably grab the back of my head and pull me towards him. But I couldn't just open my mouth and allow his tongue inside either. As I was conflicting internally in this situation, Ethan's hand on my chest began to move caressingly. Squish. MMPH, HNG. Ethan slowly circled his left hand on my right breast, squeezing with all 5 fingers as if trying to grasp as much as possible. It was a movement that clearly conveyed his desire to grip my breast as much as he could. The physical stimulation from Ethan's hand kept inducing moans from me. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Squish, squish, NNGH, HNG. HNG. Need, HNNNGH, NNGH. Endure it. I have to endure. No matter what, French kissing is really not okay. Allowing a kiss that's essentially only done in bed would be no different from actually having sex. Well, of course, we are on a bed, but it's obviously not that kind of bed. Need, HNNG, MMPH. Lick, lick, HNG, HNNNGH. Ethan's touch gradually became a bit rougher, and the tip of his tongue persistently tried to delve between my lips. I had to somehow endure and resist the pleasure to block Ethan's passionate offensive. It was like a siege weapon trying to invade a tightly closed domain, and I was the gate trying to block it. After a few minutes of this standoff between attack and defense, Ethan slightly parted our joined lips and quietly asked a question along with a ceasefire. Wasn't kissing supposed to be no big deal, Lilith? Kissing to this extent is, of course, no big deal. Really, for something that's no big deal, it felt like you were desperately sealing your lips shut. Of course I was. The kissing I referred to was simply lips touching lips, not inserting tongues between lips and exchanging bodily fluids. You didn't seem to mind during our first kiss. That was artificial respiration, so it couldn't be helped. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. Though I had only countered his absurd words with simple logic, Ethan's response was laughter, as if he found it ridiculous. I really don't understand what was so funny about what I just said. You're interesting, Lilith. Pardon. A normal girl would be embarrassed about things she should be embarrassed about, but you're embarrassed about this. It's interesting. Provoking me like that won't work, young Master Ethan. I cannot allow this act. At least not now, only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Alright, I understand. I wasn't trying to provoke you anyway. With those words, Ethan moved his left hand that had been kneading my right breast to near my collarbone. His hand grasped the top of my maid uniform and pulled it down to my solar plexus. Whoosh. My maid uniform and off-shoulder bra were slightly pulled down by Ethan's hand. My 2 breasts were quietly exposed in the dim darkness. I wasn't particularly embarrassed by this anymore. After all, I'd shown my chest to him plenty of times by now. Besides, they had just been touched several times over my clothes. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Lilith, you seem to attach some strange meaning to kissing with tongues, but honestly, I think any kiss where lips meet is just a type of kiss. You're free to think that way, young master, but my opinion remains unchanged. That's fine. It doesn't matter if your thoughts don't change. Squish. HNNNGH. With these meaningful words, Ethan now brought his right hand to my left breast. His hand kneaded and rubbed the exposed mound of flesh on my chest. The stimulation was much stronger than when he touched over 2 layers of clothing, and a moan involuntarily escaped my lips. You can keep your lips sealed if you want, I don't mind. Squish. Ha. HNNGH. But I won't let you stay that way. I'm really angry at you today, Lilith. Need. HNNNGH. HNG. Ha. If you just open your mouth obediently, I'll be a bit gentler in exchange. With these words, Ethan immediately brought his lips back to mine. As his face blocked my view, I instinctively sensed danger and tightly clenched my lips shut again. Ethan seemed to have expected this reaction and calmly pressed his lips against mine again. The hand on my chest pressured me with even stronger stimulation than before, as if trying to make my lips part with moans. Squish, squish, squish. HNNNGH. HNG. NNGH. Need. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. HNNNGH. HNG. MMPH. HNNG. Ethan's rough touch directly on my bare skin kept forcing out my instinctive sensations. It was a natural reaction, given that he was stimulating the largest erogenous zone on my body. Lick, hin. Meanwhile, Ethan's tongue persistently licked my lips, refusing to give up. As I was trying my best to suppress my moans and somehow keep my lips closed, this time, an unbearable pleasure pierced through my body from the nipple of my left breast. Pinch, hin. Ethan now attacked, focusing on stimulation that was hard to resist, having apparently figured out my weak points. I almost involuntarily let out a moan at the pleasure of him rubbing my nipple between his thumb and forefinger and pulling it outward. You're enduring well, Lilith. Usually, just pulling your nipples like this makes you moan loud enough to shake the room. HNNG. Alright, if you dislike it that much, I can't help it. Then I won't be stubborn today either. I'll stop, Lilith. HNNNGH. Is it over? Contrary to what I expected, Ethan removed his hand from my chest rather easily. And at the same time, he pulled his tongue that had been licking my lips back into his mouth and slightly pulled his head away. I quietly felt relieved in my mind, thinking I had somehow gotten through this. Until I felt the pleasure of my nipple being pulled again, this time from the opposite breast. Tug. Ha. An intense pleasure suddenly hit me when I had let my guard down, thinking I could finally rest. Because I had relaxed the tension of trying to suppress my moans, the pleasure transmitted through my body even more strongly as a backlash. As if he had been waiting for this reaction, Ethan's head tilted and overlapped his lips with my parted lips. Plop, hang, lick, HNNG, MMPH, HNNNGH. Ethan completely covered my lips with his and pushed his tongue into my mouth. I felt a moment of anger at his actions as he licked the inside of my lips and the front of my teeth, exchanging saliva and breath. After saying he'd stop, for a moment, I had the impulsive thought to bite his tongue hard due to the feeling of betrayal after trusting him. But the kiss exchanging saliva had already begun, and there was no point in resisting further here, it would only build unnecessary resentment. Well, I was in the wrong. Since what Ethan wanted was apparently this French kiss, I just went along with what he wanted. If he could be appeased by some breast touching and kissing, that was getting off easy. Even though French kissing is typically done just before sex, strictly speaking, it's still just a type of kiss. It's definitely not sex or anything like that. Lick. MMPH, slurp, HNNG, ha, HNGGH. A deep exchange of saliva and breath occurred inside our mouths. Several minutes passed from the moment Ethan and I began sharing our first deep kiss. All the while, his hand on my chest didn't stop, kneading to his heart's content until he was satisfied, and only then did he slowly part his lips from mine. Smack, phew, ha, HNNG. Our lips separated slowly with a sticky sound. Thanks to the full moon's light shining through the window, the viscous fluid stretching between us also glistened. You said you didn't like it at first, but once we started, you didn't resist. Once it had already begun, I thought there was no point in avoiding it further. Are you angry, Lilith? I was just surprised by your brazenness in saying you'd stop and then pressing your lips to mine again, young master. Don't misunderstand. I usually don't lie to you, Lilith. It's just that today, since you deceived me first, I lied just this once. You can understand that much, right? How unfair to use logic and facts. I could only respond with silence to Ethan's entirely reasonable statement. To me, Ethan smiled and spoke as if offering reconciliation first. So, from now on, let's not lie or deceive each other, Lilith. I understand, young Master Ethan. I'm truly sorry about today. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Good, I'm just glad nothing happened to you, so that's enough for me. Since I've been out in the night air, I'll take a quick bath and return to bed. Young Master Ethan, you can go to sleep first without waiting for me. I'll wait, so hurry back after washing up. Understood. In the end, our relationship had inadvertently taken another step forward. If this keeps happening, it's going to be really bad. 2 days after I attached a fire spirit to Agnes and received a punishment like skinship from Ethan in return. In Harold's final class of the second semester's sword technique lecture class, Advanced Magic Swordsmanship, I was nervously facing Harold. As I prepared for the sword duel with him, which was essentially the final assignment of this semester. Grip. The sword master, quietly holding just one two-handed sword, fixed his gaze on me, waiting for me to make a move. Even though it was a handicap match, there was still an absurd gap between a sword master and an academy student. Moreover, unlike Harold, who had lived his entire life devoted to the sword, swordsmanship wasn't even my major. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Being in the magic department, it was possible to imbue the sword with stronger mana, but in the end, it was difficult to overcome physical limitations. I could only grip the dagger in my hand a little tighter at his appearance, which still showed no openings. It's okay, just do as you practiced. The last chance I have for this semester is the final duel. Whether I can win a round in this match determines my grade for the second semester. It determines whether I can get an A+ in Harold's Advanced Magic Swordsmanship exam or not. Of course, not getting an A+ wouldn't drastically lower my grade, but I still wanted to achieve the highest grade if possible. I had already confirmed last semester that, just like in the original game, additional rewards varied according to academic achievement. If possible, I should win at least one round for stat growth. In a chance that only comes 4 years in a lifetime, I had to take everything I could get. You can come at me anytime, Lilith. Yes, Masked Professor. However, if you don't attempt an attack within 1 minute, I'll approach from my side. I can't spend time on just one person's duel. Understood. Since it would be dozens of times harder to counter Harold's charge than to make the first move myself, I eventually had to move first, rolling my feet. After composing myself to some extent, I leapt forward while utilizing a newly learned dagger technique. Open hollow corner bracket opening strike, increases the attack of blade-type weapons immediately after the start of battle. Dagger, first technique, opening strike. If possible, I didn't want to invest more in daggers, but with half-hearted determination, I couldn't even hope to defeat Harold. Hoping that the course completion reward and grade evaluation reward would be worth the invested points, I charged at Harold with the new technique. Simultaneously, I didn't forget to apply the sharp blade buff. Tap, tap, tap. My body, sprinting off the ground, immediately moved towards the lower half of Harold's body. To aim for a decisive blow, targeting the neck or heart would be more effective, but that's only an option for those with the capability. For someone like me, with a short reach and a height difference from Harold, it wasn't an appropriate strategy. My target was his abdomen or waist. With only the thought of stabbing the sword into that area filling my mind, I closed the distance with Harold. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. First, I attempted to thrust the dagger with the Blackwood crest engraved on it, held in my right hand, towards Harold's solar plexus. Clang. Harold, confirming my approach to his waist, calmly moved his sword to block the attack. I didn't expect the first attack to be successful. It was just an attack to draw out one of Harold's moves. Nothing more, nothing less. Fortunately, thanks to my reducing the impact with shockwave, I didn't lose grip on the dagger in my hand, and in that state, I immediately used a newly learned arcane magic. Open hollow corner bracket energy bolt, fires a medium-sized mana bullet at the enemy. While the principle was the same as mana blast, it was a lower-level spell that could be fired much faster. Of course, its power was significantly lower compared to mana blast. Still, if it hit properly, it wasn't so weak that it couldn't cause damage. Even Harold would have to choose between dodging or blocking. If 3 of these came flying at once, he would have to block at least 1 or 2 with his sword. Especially if it was in a blurred light where he couldn't confirm his vision with both eyes. Flash. Along with a momentary flash, a pale mist of dim light enveloped Harold's body. 3 mana bullets flew into the mist towards Harold, whose vision was temporarily blocked. If luck was on my side, maybe 2 of them would flow into the trajectory. Given who the opponent was, it probably wouldn't cause direct damage. After forcing him to use his opportunity to block the attack with his sword again, I immediately prepared the next technique to take him down. After all, the rules of the duel in the Advanced Magic Swordsmanship class were to use all available means to defeat Harold. Now, Sally, say, take this. A massive fireball flew from the hand of Sally, the high-ranking fire spirit. Despite consuming about a quarter of my maximum mana, its size wasn't that enormous. As expected, the efficiency wasn't that high yet due to the temporary contract with Sally. But it didn't matter. With Say around, even Sally's mediocre power could be utilized much more efficiently. Oot, hoo, the sylphid, gathering her hands near her mouth, exhaled a fierce wind breath in the direction where Sally's fireball had flown. Sally's fireball and Say's support magic collided in midair and were sucked into the pale light. Immediately after, with a rather tumultuous explosion, the inside of the light mist burst out noisily. Kaboom! For now, the explosion itself wasn't cancelled or blocked and seemed to have properly entered. Surely, this wouldn't kill him. Given who the opponent was, considering his physical strength, he should be able to withstand this level of explosion. However, whether my attack had properly reached Harold, I couldn't tell, only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. As I couldn't be certain of victory yet, I prepared the next technique even in this state. The cursed sentence uttered by Sally beside me made my heart a little more urgent. Did we take him down? Swish. Ah, guess not. The fire spirit mumbled disappointedly upon seeing Harold reappear, cutting through the dust cloud of the explosion with just 1 sword. I wanted to crush Sally's mouth with my fist, but unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury to be distracted now. In a hurry, I threw Seraphine's dagger held in my left hand at the approaching Harold using dagger throw. Whoosh! Harold dodged it by slightly tilting his head as if it wasn't even a threat. His body only had slightly dirtied clothes, with no signs of being burned or scorched. In the end, it meant that even that explosion hadn't caused significant damage to Harold. He's not just a monster. How did he burst through a combo that would turn any decent monster into monster barbecue the moment it was caught without a single scratch? I naturally thought that he might have used his energy or mana to block it while his vision was blocked in the dim light. Harold now pointed his sword at me with an intimidating presence that was almost frightening. I tried to hold out against him somehow using support magic and dagger techniques, but it wasn't difficult for him to subdue me, who had already used almost all of my trump cards. Clang, clang, ha, the blackwood dagger I had held in my right hand and Lizzie's silver dagger I had hastily gripped in my left hand. After a few sword strikes, Harold accurately struck the weak points of my blades, sending my last means of attack flying into the sky. Harold's gaze quietly moved towards me, having ended the duel in what was essentially a complete victory. Not a bad attempt. Harold's appearance indirectly states that it didn't work on him. Well, if it had been a good attack, it would have been me landing the decisive blow, not Harold. Thinking he had clearly subdued me, Harold continued his evaluation of our recent battle as if wrapping up the duel. Right from the start, you restricted the opponent's movement with an attack that forced me to block with my sword and immediately followed up with the next attack. That's right, the blurred light might have been better left unused. While it's not a bad choice to block the opponent's vision, it doesn't work on me. At this level of mastery, one can sense where magic is coming from even with eyes closed. Moreover, you also missed 1 magic shot because you couldn't find my faint silhouette. It wasn't really because of the blurred light that I missed. It just missed due to low accuracy. Of course, I couldn't interrupt and object while the professor was speaking, so I had no choice but to listen quietly. Your affinity with spirits seems quite good. It must have taken quite a bit of practice to use combo magic with such precise timing. Yes, and this semester, I also took the spirit communication lecture. If you can fight well by distributing your mana with the spirits, it will likely be a considerable strength in your life. Yes. Harold slowly relaxed his tense posture from the duel, quietly lowering the sword he had been holding with both hands. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. The final evaluation coming from his mouth was nearing its end. Your swordsmanship has improved considerably compared to the beginning of the semester. Especially that first strike as soon as you rushed in was the sharpest of your sword strikes so far. Though the sword strikes in the final engagement afterward were a bit disappointing. Well, that's because the effect of opening strike had ended. It couldn't be helped. It was also a buff skill that couldn't be used again during battle. After that, Harold continued with my grade evaluation along with various explanations. While pretending to listen quietly to Harold's words, I slowly prepared for one last strike. To target Harold's critical mistake that he had inadvertently overlooked in this duel. So, overall, Lilith, your grade will probably be. Professor Harold, before my grade evaluation, there's one thing I'd like to say. What is it? The duel isn't over yet. The duel isn't over yet. That's right, it wasn't over yet. Although I had lost all 3 daggers, I hadn't declared defeat to Harold yet. After all, for a mage, a sword was merely a supplementary tool, not the main weapon. Harold might have thought he had achieved a complete victory after sending all the swords I could use flying, but that logic only applied in a duel between swordsmen. When a mage using their full power clashes with a swordsman, the criteria for complete victory changes. Bang! Exclamation mark. With the propulsive force of a shockwave used at my feet, my body shot towards Harold's direction. Harold, surprised by my sudden charge along with my last words, hurriedly adjusted his grip on his sword. Still, living up to his title of sword master, his reaction to correct his posture, even from a relaxed state, was certainly swift. However, no matter how much of a master one is, it's impossible to take a perfect stance against a surprise attack. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Usually, he would have been prepared to respond to both sword attacks and magic attacks from me. But with limited time, Harold took a spell defense stance to deflect the incoming spell he expected from me. Yes, that would be normal. I had already used all 3 daggers. Throughout this semester's duels against Harold, I had made sure to use only 3 daggers, firmly establishing this pattern in his mind. It was nonsensical for a mage to engage in close combat with a swordsman empty-handed. Moreover, I didn't even make a gesture of reaching into my uniform jacket to draw a weapon, so he absolutely wouldn't expect it. My last trump card was a spell to create a sword. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. I could see Harold's expression stiffen momentarily as he saw my blade flying towards him at point-blank range. There was no way he could have predicted this. It's a spell that creates a sword on the spot. But for a player of Luminar Academy, this was a skill they would naturally learn after playing as Lilith for a while. Come to think of it, isn't it strange? Among Lilith's dagger skills, one of them is called dagger throw. Anyone with half a brain could think of the risk of fighting while consuming weapons in the middle of combat. Fortunately, the developers weren't stupid enough to overlook this, and Lilith could learn a skill to resolve the dangerous situation caused by dagger throwing. Dagger, first enhancement skill, Arcane Blade. A magical blade that could be created on the spot at any time formed at my fingertips. That shimmering blade collided in midair with Harold's sword, who had let his guard down. Crack! Harold blocked my arcane blade in midair, and the sword I created on the spot slightly caved in, shedding a bit of mana. As expected, a blade made by compressing mana couldn't last long against a real sword. But that didn't matter, because this arcane blade, which I had prepared as a last resort, was a technique I had used with double casting in mind from the start. Creating a second arcane blade in my opposite hand with a very slight delay, I swung it towards Harold's exposed side. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. A surprise attack after another surprise attack, a final killing move catching him off guard twice. If even this was blocked, it would be fair to say I had no way of winning a round against Harold. With that thought, just as my arcane blade was about to barely touch his body, a thin mana shield barely deflected my second blade. Fizzle. Even in a situation where both hands weren't free, the instinct to protect oneself was truly at an animal-like level of sensation. Of course, regardless of my sword strike not landing, this duel counted as me winning a round. It was the moment Harold broke the initial condition of not using magic and energy for the handicap between a sword master and a regular student. You used magic, didn't you? Yes, I had no choice. With those words, Harold slowly withdrew his sword, acknowledging his defeat. Although it was a somewhat cowardly victory, it was undoubtedly my win. I didn't declare defeat, Professor Harold. After all, a mage should fight with magic. My swordsmanship is merely a self-defense technique to induce the opponent's carelessness. Indeed, then you utilized it perfectly to induce carelessness. It was none other than Harold who I had managed to catch off guard. Even though it was just an exam duel for the semester course, the fact that I had caused him to let his guard down remained unchanged. You're becoming more like Ethan in these aspects, too. Pardon. No, never mind. I admit this was my mistake this time. Given your personality, I should have expected that you wouldn't give up so easily. Does that mean, yes, you've won a round against me, so you're getting an A+. You've worked hard this past semester, Lilith. Ah, thank you, Professor Harold. Yes, this is victory. Finally, I had finally won a round against Harold. It was such a great achievement that I was probably the only student from the magic department taking his class to secure a victory. Lilith, isn't this a bit cowardly? Master, that's a bit unsightly. Shut up, what do you know? As long as I beat Harold, that's all that matters. A week after the day I somehow managed to win a round against Harold, albeit in a somewhat cowardly manner. With the final event of the semester, the end-of-term hunting festival, somehow finished and the rest of the lectures coming to an end one by one, it would be appropriate to start preparing to return to the Blackwood estate. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Unfortunately, even though all lectures had ended and a few days had passed, Ethan and I were still at school, spending not-so-leisurely days. This was because Seraphine's student council work, which had started this semester, wasn't over yet. The student council's semester is a bit longer compared to other students. It was the role of the student council to remain and perform duties even when all other students had finished their last classes and returned to their respective hometowns. This included organizing application documents for students who stayed at school during the break for club or study activities and receiving and processing students' complaints and requests from the past semester to improve the academy during the break. They were in a position where they had to wrap up the semester a little later than regular students, though the difference was only about a week. The work itself is much less compared to during the semester, so it's quite relaxed. During my days as a player of Luminar Academy, I sometimes disliked the week-long delay due to student council work. Given the game's high degree of freedom, there were many things one could do during that week, such as item collection or event exploration. But, well, I'm not in a position to do such things now, anyway. There was no need to move around busily for reasons like doing events. I feel sorry for taking away the sub-quest after Ethan and I defeated the Kraken of the Abyss, but that was unavoidable. In return, I attached a fire spirit to Agnes, so it was ultimately more beneficial for the combat strength of the hero's party. Other than that, I didn't touch any events or items that were obviously meant to be collected or approached by others. If I meddle unnecessarily and end up interfering with the hero's Demon King subjugation, that would be really troublesome. It would be the worst-case scenario if things went wrong to the point where Lilith had to join the Demon King subjugation party. Not only would it mess up my life, but it would also make it seem like I was the first to break my promise to Ethan. With such thoughts, while leisurely organizing my work as the General Affairs Officer, a mysterious paper, presumably a list of candidate names for next year's new students, suddenly caught my eye among the pile of documents. President Seraphine, what is this document? Oh, you mean that? The students listed there are potential candidates likely to enter the academy next year. I thought it would be good for all of you to familiarize yourselves with them in advance, as they might be attending the same academy as us from next year. I checked it earlier, too, and I had guessed it was something like that. There were already a few students that the August Trading Company was keeping an eye on. Was that so? Do we really have to memorize this? I'm not confident in memorizing names without seeing faces in person. Ah, it's all right. The material I provided is just for reference. If that's how you feel, Orion, you don't have to memorize it. Although she was speaking casually as if it didn't matter, in reality, it would probably be unconditionally advantageous to memorize it. It was essentially an opportunity to build connections with influential first-year students. And that, too, legitimately using the name of Princess Seraphine. Connections are certainly good. Someone of a princess's stature even freely distributes this kind of information to her people. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Of course, it wasn't information I particularly needed to use right now, and I already roughly knew the information about the key figures, so it didn't matter much to me. Still, I skimmed through it just to check if there were any characters that could be considered as main characters. Barbarian Lilia, from the Spearmanship Department. Kind Alchemist Trilia, from the Pharmacy Department. And Inventor Serdic, from the Technical Department, is it? It seemed that the key figures of the first year would enter as originally planned, without any particular changes, as there was no room for my intervention. If I had to add one more to the previous three, it would probably be Back Alley Fighter Kanyal, from the Martial Arts Department. It seems he didn't make it onto Seraphine's candidate list due to his background. After thinking about this and setting aside the new student list I had looked through casually. Just when I thought today's work was wrapping up, Seraphine suddenly made this suggestion. Tomorrow is the last day of student council work for this semester, right? That's correct, President Seraphine. Then, how about we all have an end of semester get-together tomorrow? A get-together? Suddenly, was there such an event in the original game? How about we all have an end of semester get-together tomorrow? At Princess Seraphine's sudden suggestion, everyone in the student council room turned their attention to her. Except for one person. Orion, who was engrossed in reading, was seemingly uninterested. I'll pass, it's too bothersome. Well, it was expected that he would refuse. To be honest, it was rather surprising that he even showed his face in the student council room. Of course, the other five, excluding Orion, couldn't help but be interested or curious about Seraphine's get-together proposal. An end-of-semester get-together, you say? Yes, Gwyn, I feel it would be a bit regrettable to end the semester just like this. Then we should secure a venue first. Most buildings on the academy grounds will be used for supplementary lectures starting the day after tomorrow, so I'll check if we can find an available place outside. It's okay, we plan to use the sub-hall of the VIP room. My brother, McCart, returned to the Royal Palace 4 days ago, and only Luke and I are using the VIP room now, so there won't be any problems. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Then we won't need to rent a venue. The vice president, Gwyn of Elt, nodded and stepped back as soon as he confirmed that the venue was already prepared. True to his mercenary background, he was ready to address issues one by one as soon as the get-together was proposed. He didn't seem to have any intention of refusing to participate, given that it was a suggestion from Seraphine, his superior. The time will be after tomorrow's student council work is finished. We plan to hire the VIP room's chef for one more day, and Luke will probably take care of other miscellaneous preparations. Right, Luke. Leave it to me, Princess Seraphine. Right, if there's a get-together, of course Luke would participate. It wouldn't make sense for her not to participate, given that she's Seraphine's bodyguard and personal maid. Judging from Luke's calm reaction, it seemed she was already included in the pre-planning. A get-together? Lizzie and Ethan hesitated slightly at the sudden get-together proposal. Both seemed to be considering it quite seriously, as their return home could be delayed by up to a day at most. At some point, their gazes naturally shifted towards me. What do you want to do, Lilith? Will Miss Lilith be participating? Their almost simultaneous questions caught me off guard, and I blurted out a somewhat confused response. If I'm going to participate, I'll participate, and if not, then I won't. Why are they suddenly asking for my opinion? While it makes sense for Lizzie to consider my participation important, given that she's closest to me in the student council, I don't understand why Ethan, my master, is trying to ask me. This is obviously something Ethan should decide, not me. If he participates, I follow and participate, and if he doesn't, I don't either. I couldn't choose on such an important matter, so naturally, instead of overstepping my bounds, I returned the choice to Ethan. I am young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, so of course, I will follow young Master Ethan's wishes. Then, as your master, I'll order you. Decide for yourself whether you'll participate in the get-together or not. Damn it, really, I'm not sure if I should be happy about Ethan entrusting me with the decision or if I should resent him for passing on to me the potential for conflict with Seraphine. Well, Ethan probably didn't have any ill intentions in asking me to choose, he probably just wanted to give me the choice. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. To be honest, I was a bit skeptical about Seraphine's get-together. As someone who had played the original game to death, this ambiguous get-together held at this time was suspicious in many ways. If I remember correctly, the get-together was held at the end of the first semester of the second year, right before the student council disbanded, not at the end of the second semester. I've played Luminar Academy for 2,000 hours, and I've never not participated in Seraphine's student council. Joining Seraphine's student council was necessary when conquering Seraphine's route, or conquering Luke's route, or when building a friendship with Orion. Also, the activity period of the Luminar Academy Student Council starts at the beginning of the second semester and lasts until the end of the first semester next year. In other words, the Student Council closing ceremony held at the end of the first semester next year was the get-together event in the game. That's why Seraphine's suggestion to have a get-together at the end of this second semester felt strange. Moreover, it was inevitable that questions would naturally arise about Seraphine's uncharacteristic behavior of setting the schedule so quickly, almost as if she were in a rush for it to happen. President Seraphine, may I ask you one question? Of course, Miss Lilith. Isn't it a bit early to have a student council get-together at the end of the second semester? We still have half a year of student council activities left. I actually wasn't going to mention this, but... The get-together we're having tomorrow is actually also serving as a substitute for our student council's inaugural ceremony. Right, the inaugural ceremony. That was also a student council event. Come to think of it, I don't remember having an inaugural ceremony for this student council. If we had, I would surely remember it. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. There was a bit of a dangerous situation for you just as the student council began, right, Miss Lilith? We couldn't hold the inaugural ceremony without you, Miss Lilith, so we weren't able to have one this semester. That's right, so I thought we could take this opportunity to have a simple meal together and chat now that we have some free time. Would that be burdensome for you, Miss Lilith? When she puts it like this, I'd feel too guilty to refuse outright. Given that they couldn't even hold the inaugural ceremony because of me, if the get-together falls through too, it would feel like I'm wronging Seraphine too much. Besides, there wasn't really any reason not to participate. To refuse an invitation from someone like Seraphine, you'd need a correspondingly good reason. Rather than coming up with that troublesome excuse, it's better to just participate for one day. I understand. If my participation won't be a burden to you, President Seraphine, I'll join the get-together. A burden? Not at all, you can rest assured, Miss Lilith. Since my exclusive maid is participating, of course, I'll participate as well. I'll participate too. I can send a letter home saying my return will be delayed by about a day. Foo-foo. Thank you all for agreeing to participate with such enthusiasm. Although I'm a bit uneasy since this event didn't exist in the original game. Well, the semester has already ended, so what could possibly happen? 2 days before Seraphine proposed the get-together to the members of the student council. Princess Seraphine welcomed a soon-to-arrive guest in the reception room of her personal VIP room. I sincerely thank you for agreeing to this sudden visit, Princess Seraphine. The prophesied hero, Youngwajogigigwat Volt. He was the hero from another world who had been active in various ways, helping her both inside and outside the academy over the past year. Welcome, hero. Rather, I've been waiting, so there's no need for apologies. Pardon. Perhaps you saw the future. Yes, I did. There was a full moon recently. Of course, choosing to wait for a meeting with you instead of dining with Count Burko was my decision. I see. I've troubled you by visiting on a day like this. Think nothing of it, hero Gyungwajogigigwat. Thanks to you, countless lives have already been saved. A meeting with you is far more important to me than a dinner with a count who's only interested in his own gain. When you put it that way, I'll gladly accept your kindness, Princess Seraphine. Foo-foo, thank you. Seraphine's unguarded smile, as she faced Youngwajogigigwat alone in the VIP room, reached his eyes. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. It was a genuinely sincere smile of goodwill that she never showed in front of others. Given who the recipient of that smile was, Youngwajogigigwat felt somewhat enchanted by just that one expression. I don't see Sarist, who's usually by your side, today. I thought she was always inseparable from you, hero. Yes. Well, Sarist doesn't really like it when I talk about women. Again, not content with seducing Sarist and the elf from the World Tree Forest, you're adding another woman. Should I call you the Playboy hero instead of the prophesied hero? Please don't tease me, princess. You know why I keep Sarist and Selena by my side. Foo-foo, of course. I was just joking. Recently, Seraphine had been expressing her jealousy in this way to the hero, who kept adding women around him despite her, a princess, having feelings for him. Of course, she only showed this behavior when they were alone, as openly revealing her feelings for him as a princess would cause various problems. It wasn't just because he was the hero and had saved many people. Seraphine felt attracted to him because his appearance of always being there to help when needed and trusting her future visions was like a prince on a white horse straight out of a fairy tale. The problem was that young Wajogigigwat was the protagonist of this world and already was a prince charming to many women, not just Seraphine. You don't know how I felt when I helped you during Serasti's crisis. Yet you keep adding women around you, which could cause issues with my future plans. So, which lady are you planning to seduce today? Last time, it was Natalie, could it be Agnes this time, whom you mentioned before? Princess. Alright, I'll stop joking now. Princess Seraphine and hero Gyungwajogigigwat continued their conversation, having lightened the mood with half-serious jokes. Only after the atmosphere became serious again could the two finally enter into the main topic of conversation. Actually, I was hoping you could arrange a meeting with someone for me, Princess. A woman even you can't easily meet. Could it be my sister? No, it's someone of much lower status than Princess Lushia. Also, it's someone who already has a connection with you, Princess Seraphine. That's a relief. I don't think I could get along well with my sister, even if it was with you, hero. Pardon, only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Anyway, who is it? Who is this person who has a connection with me but you can't easily meet? Seraphine had expected the name of some duchess or margrave or perhaps a foreign royal or noble lady. But at the unexpected name that came from his lips, Seraphine couldn't hide her momentary surprise. Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. Pardon, I'd like you to arrange a meeting for me, even just once, with her, Ethan Richard Blackwood's exclusive maid. This was my second visit to Seraphine's VIP room. Of course, I wasn't yet familiar with the grand building of the royal dormitory after seeing it only twice. The massive stained glass windows that must have cost dozens of gold coins to process, chandeliers hanging in rows about every 10 steps, and decorations adorned with all kinds of jewels throughout the house. It was a place that didn't really suit Seraphine, who hardly indulged in luxury except for maintaining her dignity. Of course, it was a space used by the entire royal family, so it had little to do with Seraphine's personal frugality. Indeed, the VIP room it's as impressive as I've heard. I'm not sure if it's alright for someone of my status to visit such a place. I hope I'm not intruding on a noble's party. What are you saying, Gwyn? You were all invited and my name is a royal. Who would dare question your right to be here? I see. My apologies for speaking out of turn. The royal family really is different, starting from their accommodations. Even for the children of ducal families, the best they could hope for was a room with a private bathroom in the dormitory. The VIP room, an entire building used by just 2 members of the royal family, was certainly a structure that couldn't help but pique interest when seen for the first time. Check out Genius Wizard conceals his origins. Axiomatic. This was evident from the admiring comments not only from Gwyn, a commoner, but also from Lizzie and Ethan, who were no less privileged than most noble children. Welcome, everyone. Seats have been prepared inside. Please make yourselves comfortable, and if you have any concerns, feel free to let me know at any time. As we entered deeper into the VIP room, Luke, who had been waiting, greeted the guests in a traditional maid uniform rather than her usual uniform. As expected of a heroine, she looked quite pretty in a maid outfit. Although it wasn't my intention, making Luke job change into a personal maid might have been an excellent choice after all. I hope you all enjoy yourselves without any pressure, thinking of this as just a casual gathering, everyone. Thank you for arranging this, President Seraphine. There's no need for excessive praise. This is just a gathering I've organized for all of you who have worked hard this semester. Right, that's a nice sentiment. Everyone has gone through various hardships running the student council for a semester. However, why do I keep getting an artificial feeling from Seraphine's comments today? Also, holding such an ambiguous event as a get-together at this unclear timing was suspicious in many ways. It might seem ridiculous to be suspicious just because of a little get-together, but that's something only people who don't know Seraphine's character well would say. As I mentioned earlier, Seraphine was a character who didn't indulge in luxury. So, she wouldn't have any reason to hold such an expensive party privately. If she had extra money personally, she would probably donate it to poor people or an orphanage somewhere. If there was a reason to hold such a party, it was likely related to the hero. Miss Lilith, please take this as well. It's a blue curacao cocktail. Ah, yes, thank you, Luke. I carefully received the cocktail glass that Luke had suddenly brought before me. Once she confirmed that everyone, including me, was holding a glass, Seraphine immediately followed with a toast. Check out Genius Wizard conceals his origins. Axiomatic. Thank you for your hard work this semester, members of the Student Council. I look forward to working with you next semester and perhaps even in the student councils of next year or the year after. Cheers. Cheers. The sound of several glass cups clinking in succession was heard amidst the slightly boisterous atmosphere. It was such a peaceful atmosphere that it was impossible to imagine any problems occurring. And that peaceful atmosphere was shattered in less than 30 minutes. It's the price of not anticipating the drinking habits of a certain character who never appeared in the original game. Lilith, I'm sorry, why? Miss August, it would be better if you composed yourself. Lilith, I didn't know you were such an amazing lady hick. Please. Lizzie, who suddenly became incapacitated after her second cocktail, clung to my arm. She seemed a bit off after the first drink, but she completely collapsed after the second one. If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped her somehow at the second drink. I didn't expect her to pass out after just 2 cocktails, it wasn't even whiskey or cognac. It was nonsensical even for someone with a terrible alcohol tolerance. This isn't some novel or game, come to think of it, it is a game, right? Still, this was my first time drinking with Lizzie, so it was too harsh to expect me to predict her drinking behavior. Lady Lizzie, it would be better if you rested for a while. There's a servant's bedroom in the next room, so you could take a short nap. Shut up. Let go. No one can interfere between me and Lilith. Lady Lizzie. Lizzie Lynn August rejected Luke's hand and clung to me even more. The tears flowing from her eyes gradually soaked my uniform. I want to throw her to the floor right now. No, should I just secretly hit her solar plexus and knock her out? I think I could do it without being seen if I do it right. Karaham isn't here anyway, should I just do it? Should I just throw her down? No, let's restrain ourselves. There's no need to ruin the mood on such a good day. In the first place, I owed Lizzie various favors, so it was hard to just push her away, even with this brazen drunken behavior. In the first semester, she personally got me the Understanding Mana Flow book that was difficult to obtain on my own, and I mooched several cups of coffee off her. In the second semester's hunting festival, I was able to finish with a decent score with Ethan by properly utilizing the potions I got from Lizzie. After all, being in the same year, we would inevitably see each other for all 4 years, even if we were in different departments. If I made things awkward now, the remaining 3 years would become troublesome. Check out Genius Wizard conceals his origins. Axiomatic. And well, even in my previous life, this level of drunken behavior was honestly quite tolerable. Clinging to others and whining wasn't causing any particular material damage. Of course, it would be a problem if this happened between people of opposite sexes, but hugging and rubbing faces between people of the same sex was somewhat understandable. In reality, there were only 2 characters in this world who should absolutely never be given alcohol. Natalie from the swordsmanship department, and Agnes from the magic department. The former had dueling drunkenness, and the latter had anger drunkenness. Natalie, who, despite being a commoner swordswoman, had a good reputation among others due to her usually friendly personality, would turn into a crazy duel maniac who would suddenly point her sword at anyone and demand a duel as soon as a sip of alcohol passed her throat. Agnes would become a hysterical chihuahua, screaming and cursing her family and home for hours until the effects of the alcohol wore off. Well, compared to those 2, Lizzie's drunken behavior was civilized. Not that I'd ever have the chance to see their drunken behavior in my life anyway. Wait, come to think of it, this is annoying, no. Although I'm Ethan's exclusive maid, today I came here as Seraphine's guest, just like Lizzie, right? Do I have to keep up with my maid duties even in this situation, dealing with someone else's drunken behavior? I probably won't be using a solar plexus punch, but I could at least pinch her side hard. Princess Seraphine, the guests have arrived. Ah, yes, I'll handle the introductions, so please guide them in, Luke. Guests. Now, although it was a relatively quiet conversation between the 2, I clearly heard that guests had arrived. Naturally, questions arose about the conversation about other guests arriving at what was supposed to be a student council get-together. I briefly wondered if Orion had decided to participate late, but given his personality, if he was going to join late, he'd already be lurking around inside this party hall, hiding his presence. If it wasn't Orion, who could possibly join this get-together party all of a sudden? Lilith, Call me by my first name, drop all the surnames and titles. Lizzie kept interrupting my thoughts by clinging to me and shouting loudly. Barely restraining the fist that almost moved before words, I tried to calm myself as much as possible and replied. That would be improper, Miss August. So Lilith is still holding that incident in her heart. You said you'd accept my apology then, but you're still angry that I dirtied your clothes, aren't you? No, that's not what I meant to say. I take back what I said earlier. This woman also had garbage tear-drunken behavior, no less than Natalie or Agnes. Come to think of it, I wouldn't have the chance to see Natalie's and Agnes's drinking habits in this world anyway. So doesn't that make this woman right next to me the #1 nuisance while drunk, by my standards? Realizing this fact, my fist started to whimper and cry in earnest, and that's when Ethan, who had been trying to avoid interfering as much as possible since it was a matter between women, carefully began to restrain Lizzie. Lizzie Lynn August. Until now, I've been trying to overlook this as much as possible because you're the young lady of the August family, but I can no longer stand by and watch you keep tormenting Lilith like this. Lilith, take this. Hurry and pour this on me. Pardon. I'll be completely covered in this cocktail or whatever, just like you were back then. Pour it on me as much as you want to vent your anger. What kind of crazy woman is this? Does she seriously think that's possible? Me, a quasi-baroness, pouring a cocktail on a Margrave's daughter. Could it be that this woman is actually still holding a grudge against me for what happened back then? Check out Genius Wizard conceals his origins. Axiomatic. Is she pretending to be drunk and causing trouble like this to create an excuse to drag me down, and then when she sobers up, she'll shamelessly demand compensation? I was willing to overlook quite a bit because of the favors I'd received, but no matter how I looked at it, it seemed extremely difficult to become friends with this crazy woman. Grip. Grr. Meanwhile, Ethan calmly restrained Lizzie's arms behind her back, preventing her from causing any more trouble. As the somewhat chaotic atmosphere continued during this party-like gathering, Seraphine, having heard something from Luke, turned her gaze towards us and delivered a seemingly hastily prepared surprise announcement. Everyone, actually, the reason I arranged this get-together today is not just for wrapping up the semester with you, the members of the student council. In fact, besides you all, I have other guests I've invited to today's gathering. They are the ones who played the most significant role in this semester's final hunting festival. Don't tell me. It's none other than Hero Gyungmajogygigwat and his hunting festival party members. Please come in. Along with Seraphine's somewhat exaggerated welcome, the hero's party entered from outside. As soon as I saw the hero and the faces following behind him, I could only quietly sense in my heart. This get-together party, no matter how I think about it, doesn't seem like it will end well. Title: Side Story Guide, Item Interactions. Author: Lil Girl Chong. Content: No guide today. Instead, I'll just talk about one character's interaction with an item. Picture of Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. You see this tiny little runt here? This is Agnes, Luminar Academy's well-known main DPS. You have to take her with you when forming the hero's party for her firepower if you want to see the ending. She'll join the party easily if you sweet-talk her a bit due to her family issues. Of course, everyone who's played Lumi Aka knows this brat, so I'll skip straight to the main point. Picture of red wine, picture of ale, picture of whiskey. Do you know what these pictures have in common? They're all alcohol. There are tons of different types of alcohol like blue curacao cocktails or white rosé wine, but you'll figure out they're all alcohol as you play, so I won't bother explaining. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. These three are the ones you'll encounter most often in the game, so I only brought these. So, why did I bring up this red chihuahua and alcohol? Picture of Agnes plus alcohol. I brought this up to show you what happens when you give Agnes alcohol. Everyone knows alcohol is the most commonly used item for bed scenes in the game, but Agnes is the only character you can't get a bed scene with using alcohol. Natalie has one bed scene event after getting drunk. This is obvious if you think about it. They probably couldn't make bed scenes for her in the first place since explicit depictions would clearly violate child protection laws. In fact, Agnes doesn't have any bed scenes even after her individual ending. There is an ending where she has 2 kids with the hero and lives happily, but it's not in the domestic version. It's apparently in the Japanese version, but I didn't bother looking it up since it's Agnes nude. Why would I want to see Chihuahua mating illustrations anyway? In this game where getting bed scenes except for the slutty Lilith basically involves getting someone drunk to set the mood, it's obvious why only Agnes's bed scenes are locked like this. Anyway, what the developers created to lock Agnes's jailbait bed scenes is her drinking habit. Beware of a mad dog below. Picture of Agnes angrily slamming the table. Picture of Agnes crying face down on the table. Picture of Agnes hitting the hero with her staff. Do you see this? It's an amazing evolution process of an already dog-like woman turning into a real dog after drinking. Unlike Adam and Eve, who became aware of shame after eating the forbidden fruit, this Agnes bitch forgets all shame after drinking alcohol. Actually, she's already a pain in the ass, this just brings out her true personality. As soon as alcohol enters her system, she suddenly starts cursing her family and the old folks at her home, then cries about how it's unfair that she has to please the old folks at home even though she's the strongest, and in the meantime, if you don't properly humor her, she gets pissed and charges at the hero swinging her staff. How the hell is this a heroine lol? Anyway, even if it's not for a bed scene, if there's a chance to drink during the story, make sure to stop Agnes from drinking no matter what. It's fine if you're just watching to collect CGs, but if this bitch gets drunk and causes trouble, your intimacy and favorability with her will plummet the next day. She knows it's embarrassing too lol. Picture of Agnes passed out face down on the table after drinking. The dignity of a proud Lumi Aka heroine. Today, we learned about Agnes's interaction with alcohol. You guys be careful not to. Agnes, after drinking too. Anonymous 175.223. What is this lol? Anonymous 117.111. Aw damn lol, I was wondering what this was when it said side story guide. DD. Writing defamation against Agnes right after getting your thread deleted by Agnes fans ha 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 ha. Lil Girl Chong. It's not defamation. I gave it 20 upvotes myself. Anonymous 223.38. That's what defamation is ha 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 ha. Salvation pure love. So you just can't give Agnes alcohol. My knowledge has increased. Anyway, Agnes is the real wife. This comment has been deleted by the post author. Only Agnes. This comment has been deleted by the post author. Agnes Bolt. This comment has been deleted by the post author. Love Flames. This comment has been deleted by the post author. Anonymous 223.38. Real-time traces of Tiananmen Square ha 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 ha. Ooh. As expected, Lil Empress is the best at stirring up trouble. Anonymous 61.43. The pedos gather like ghosts when you mark their coordinates ha 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 ha. Anonymous 39.7. Not pedos, bestiality freaks. Ooh. Number 1 troublemaker Lil Empress completely suppresses Agnes fans. Lil Girl Chong. Nope, suppressed them like Agnes. This game is really god. It's hilarious how this bastard mentions alcohol for item interactions but completely leaves out Natalie ha 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 ha. Anonymous 211.36. A real big-headed sword girl, meaning she's obsessed with sword girls even if her head is cracked open. Lil Girl Genius. Why? Natalie politely requests a duel to never become lazy as a swordswoman even after drinking. This game is really god. Polite duel request, shouting and insulting and threatening. Anonymous 1.224. Ah, just say it's the event before the bed scene ha 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 ha. Underscore. As soon as I saw the party members following behind hero Youngwajogigigwat, an ominous feeling rose in my mind. Among the people the protagonist brought to the get-together party, there were two who were essentially ticking time bombs. Natalie from the swordsmanship department, and Agnes from the magic department. These were two heroines who should never be brought to a gathering like this with many people. More specifically, to a gathering that involved alcohol. As I mentioned earlier, Natalie and Agnes have the worst drunken behavior among the heroines in Luminar Academy. It would be fine if they just couldn't drink and passed out after one glass, but Natalie and Agnes were people who absolutely should not be allowed to let alcohol pass down their throats. With Natalie, you'd have to be her sparring partner until the effects of alcohol or her energy wore off, and with Agnes, you'd have to sit next to her and listen to her whining drunken rambling until she tired herself out and fell asleep. Well, at least it's fortunate that they came as hunting festival party members, so they should each have someone to look after them. I had, of course, checked the winning party from the recent hunting festival. Hero Youngwajogigigwat and Saint Sarist. The archer was naturally the elf, Selena, and the swordsman and spearman were Natalie and Thomas, respectively. And then there was Agnes as the DPS mage. I was quite relieved to see that they had already gathered nearly 80% of the strength of a standard party for the hero. Especially the fact that they recruited both Natalie and Thomas together made me give him quite high marks in my mind. The fact that he recruited both of them means he's aiming for game completion rather than just getting laid. Natalie and Thomas are childhood friends, and both are candidates for the members of the hero's party. For reference, although they're childhood friends, they don't just see each other as friends. Thomas secretly has one-sided feelings for Natalie. If left alone, you can see a childhood friend pure love route where they naturally start dating and even get married in the ending. If the protagonist intervenes and takes Natalie away, it becomes a story with a bit of an I liked her first feeling, but well, that's unavoidable since that's how the developers wrote the plot. In other words, to pursue Natalie, you need to remove Thomas from her side, but Youngwajogigigwat chose to utilize the Natalie-Thomas combo synergy instead of removing him. All for a more certain and safe game completion. He'll probably breeze through the completion of the main story if I just leave it to him. Luminar Academy is a game with high difficulty because it's hard to pursue heroines and clear the game simultaneously, but if you just focus on completion, you can clear it even on the first playthrough. Moreover, although it's just my guess, Youngwajogigigwat seemed reliable enough to play after checking a walkthrough guide somewhere. If he focuses on clearing the game without being swayed by women, I had no choice but to cheer him on. After all, this world would be peaceful only if the Demon King was defeated. And with Thomas around, I probably won't have to see Natalie's dual maniac rampage. Thomas, who has been by Natalie's side the longest as her childhood friend, knows better than anyone that she's weak to alcohol. Even if left alone, he would naturally interfere and prevent her from drinking, and even if she did drink and cause trouble, Thomas would handle it on his own, so there was no need to worry about it. Then the hero would only need to prevent Agnes from drinking alcohol in the meantime, so there shouldn't be any possibility of a disturbance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hero, Saint, Archer, Swordsman, Mage. Wait, where did Thomas go? My mind immediately became confused by the fact that Thomas, who should be looking after his childhood friend more than anyone else in this situation, had disappeared. I cautiously asked Seraphine, who had nonchalantly invited the hero's party. The more people gather for such an end-of-semester get-together, the more enjoyable it is. Although there might be some people meeting for the first time and feeling awkward, I'll help with that part, so don't worry. President Seraphine, may I ask one question? Yes, Miss Lilith. As far as I know, there was one more person in the hero's party that won this year's hunting festival. I wonder if that person didn't receive an invitation. My hometown friend, Thomas, went back home last week. Pardon, Thomas's parents run a large farm in our hometown. So he said he had to go back before the end of November and returned home early. Oh, I see. Fortunately, it seemed the protagonist hadn't kicked Thomas out of the party to pursue Natalie. What a relief. Wait, but anyway, this means Thomas, who was in charge of looking after Natalie, isn't here right now. Without him, who's going to control that orange-blonde wild horse? The only characters in here who could possibly stop those muscle-packed arms and prevent her from drinking are probably just Ethan and the protagonist. Youngwajogigigwat will handle it, I'm sure. I had no choice but to think that he must have brought her because he was confident he could take responsibility. If the protagonist has to keep Natalie in check, there would be no one left to stop Agnes, so I would have to watch her closely and stop her myself. With Agnes's level of strength, I could easily stop her with my power, and we had some friendship by taking a class together for a semester. No one would feel awkward if I stuck close to her. Now that we have new guests, shall we all have another toast together? After roughly laying down the completely passed out Lizzie on the hall sofa, I quietly moved my steps to the seat next to Agnes. About 5 minutes later, the get-together party suddenly plunged into chaos. Master Ethan, if you're truly a man, draw your sword this instant. Today, I shall wash away all my past defeats with my life. Fuck, I just want to take Ethan and leave quickly. With twice as many people, the commotion doubled as well. Or rather, it should have only doubled. Not that I wanted to see a commotion dozens of times louder with shouts flying around, or the terrible drinking habits of an orange-blonde wild horse. Master Ethan, out of 21 duels we've had, I've lost 18 times. I haven't forgotten for a moment. Natalie, your drinking habit isn't good. If you want a duel, I'd gladly oblige, but this is an event organized by Princess Seraphine, so you should restrain yourself only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. What are you saying? I'm not drunk. Someone who doesn't get drunk on alcohol couldn't possibly have such a drinking habit. Even my longtime hometown friend Thomas, who often shared drinks with me, said he's never seen me drunk. Of course Thomas would say that. It would take considerable courage to honestly tell the woman he likes about her drinking habit. Moreover, unlike Agnes, she was the type to completely forget her memories when drunk, so honestly, she was even worse. I couldn't help but direct a resentful gaze at Youngwajogigigwat, who had created this situation. Shit, why the hell is that hero bastard just watching Natalie drink? Didn't he know the walkthrough? He did all sorts of veteran player moves like protecting Sarist, bringing along Selena, and even including Thomas in the party, but why didn't he prevent the most basic mistake of Natalie drinking? Of course, if you asked whether Youngwajogigigwat did nothing at all during that drinking session, that wasn't the case. He seemed to know something about the interaction between heroines and alcohol, as he did try to stop someone dangerous from drinking. The problem was that the one he tried to stop wasn't Natalie, but Agnes. Miss Agnes, isn't it a bit early for you to drink alcohol? What, are you mocking me for being a child? I think a different drink would be better for you, Miss Blaze, than this blue curacao cocktail. Here you go. Who are you again? The spirit communication lecture is already over, you know. The semester's ended, do you think I'll just obediently listen to you? Don't be like that, Miss Agnes. Some people just don't handle alcohol well depending on their constitution. I had inadvertently joined in as he suddenly tried to stop Agnes from drinking, just like me, but no matter how I thought about it, Youngwajogigigwat's actions were too irresponsible. I absolutely agree that Agnes, like Natalie, is a character who shouldn't drink alcohol. But if you could only stop one of them, shouldn't you obviously stop Natalie? It's better to listen to Agnes whining for hours than to leave that wild horse causing chaos by insisting on a duel. And I don't understand why Natalie is pointing her finger at Ethan and causing this uproar instead of the protagonist. Ethan replied with an incredulous look at Natalie, who was wildly swinging her orange ponytail like a wild horse. If you like dueling so much, why don't you fight that hero you follow? I don't understand why you're pointing that finger at me. 18 losses out of 21 duels. 18 losses. I've only managed to win 3 times against you while accumulating 18 defeats. Even including 1 draw. So what, is it my fault that your sword can't break through my defense? No, all I want is to defeat you, Master Ethan, and redeem the shame of the past. My past is stained by 18 defeats. 18. It's probably just my imagination that those 18 losses she keeps emphasizing as soon as she focused on Ethan sound like curses. It seemed that Natalie's dual maniac drinking habit was determined by the person with the lowest win rate. She has AAINST those present. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Youngwajogigigwat, Ethan, Natalie. Including Karaham who wasn't present, there were 4 top-tier first years in the swordsmanship department, and even among those 4, there was a subtle hierarchy of individual win rates. Among them, Natalie's S-stock was particularly weak against Ethan compared to the other 2. Natalie's S-stock, which specialized in targeting the opponent's openings and weaknesses, had an especially hard time against Ethan's dual swords that could freely attack and defend. Even though Natalie had about a 30% win rate against the hero Youngwajogigigwat, her win rate against Ethan was less than 20%, so her dual maniac drinking habit probably targeted Ethan. This was something I hadn't realized in the original game because she was never given alcohol in front of anyone other than the protagonist. This is really getting messed up. If she was making this fuss at the protagonist, we could just ignore it, or I could secretly sneak out with Ethan in the midst of the commotion. The problem was that the orange-blonde wild horse's focus was on Ethan. If he didn't properly agree to the duel, she would probably repeat this tantrum for hours until she collapsed from exhaustion or passed out from the alcohol circulating in her body. With Sarist present, some accidents during the duel could be sufficiently prevented, but I just didn't want to comply with what that lunatic was saying, regardless of everything else. If possible, I wanted to just put her to sleep without any duel. Was there a way to calmly put her to sleep? Accept the challenge, Master Ethan. If you're a true swordsman, you need to respond to a sword that comes at you fair and square. Wait, fair and square? At that moment, a way to avoid this situation came to mind from Natalie's words that I had unconsciously heard. Just before Natalie and Ethan's duel was about to start, I intervened between the two and hastily tried to resolve the situation. I thought you were just a friendly commoner lady, but I never knew you harbored such hatred towards me. I only want to move forward as a swordsman, overcoming my defeats. And the first mountain I need to overcome to advance is you, Master Ethan. And Natalie, could you please calm down for a moment? No matter how much you've accumulated from your duels, your opponent is the young master of the Blackwood family. Any more commotion and even I won't be able to cover for you. Just a moment, Miss Natalie. Lilith, Miss Lilith. Ethan and Seraphine's gazes moved to me as I suddenly blocked Natalie's path. Even Natalie's eyes, who was causing a commotion while thoroughly drunk on one cocktail, turned towards me. You are Master Ethan's fiancé, aren't you? Are you planning to intervene in a sacred duel out of concern for your fiancé? That's not important right now, let's talk about that later. More importantly, you just said, fair and square, in your name, didn't you? That's right, I, Natalie Sharp, said so. Although I was born a commoner with only the talent for thrusting a sword, I have lived a fair and square life without shame under heaven. And you said that you have never been drunk, Miss Natalie. That's right, I have never been drunk, so the claim that I requested a duel from Master Ethan due to a drinking habit is clearly a false accusation. Then, Miss Natalie, is it truly, fair and square, for a sober person to point a sword at a drunk opponent and request a duel? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Natalie, who had been shouting at the top of her lungs requesting a duel until just now, suddenly closed her mouth. With this logic, even she in her duel maniac state would have to respond. Honesty and fairness. These were values that Natalie protected as dearly as her own life in the game and were like symbols of her character. Even Natalie in her drunken state, operating only on her subconscious, seemed to have awakened to these words. That is not fair and square behavior. Yes. And yet, Master Ethan has been present at this gathering long before you arrived, Miss Natalie. He has naturally consumed a lot of alcohol and is in a drunken state. Do you understand now, Miss Natalie? You were trying to request a duel in an unfair situation to grasp a cowardly victory over Master Ethan. What have I done? Only then did Natalie stop pointing her finger at Ethan and bring both hands to her head. She clutched her head on both sides, seemingly greatly shocked by her own unfairness. Thud. I'm sorry, Master Ethan. I have committed the discourtesy of behaving in a manner unbecoming of a swordsman. It's all right, people can make mistakes in life. Though in your case, you almost crossed the line. How can I possibly apologize for this shameful mistake? Bang, bang, and Natalie prostrated herself on the floor, banging her head with a despairing expression. Her hard head, boasting a thickness rivaling Caraham's, echoed through the banquet hall with each thud. Worried that either the floor or Natalie's head might crack, I hurriedly grabbed her shoulders and suggested another method of apology. And Natalie, that's enough. I'm not asking for an apology, so there's no need to abuse yourself like that. Natalie, stop it. Master Ethan says it's okay. And no, I am a shameful swordsman who was not fair and square. I must apologize. It's okay, Miss Natalie. There's a more certain way to apologize than this barbaric method. Really, is that true, Lady Lilith? Why yes. Natalie grabbed my shoulders and shook me back and forth at the mention of a certain way to apologize. I decided to overlook the sudden change in my title to Lady, for now. She'd forget everything by tomorrow anyway. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Miss Natalie, you made one mistake. You, who were not drunk, requested a duel from the drunken Master Ethan. That's right, what a shameless disgrace, trying to take advantage of a weakened opponent. Then the problem can be solved if Miss Natalie gets drunk to the same level as Master Ethan. Pardon, a duel request exchanged between two drunk people is just a joke, isn't it? That's right, as if that could be true. If punishment could be offset by getting drunk later after causing such a commotion, why do we have laws and knights, police? But what mattered in the current situation wasn't an irrefutable perfect logic. Logic that wouldn't seem strange to one thoroughly drunk person was enough. Probably no one else would refute my logic, not wanting to see Natalie, who had been fooled, cause another disturbance. Here, have another drink, Miss Natalie. Gulp, gulp. And so, I gave her 3 glasses of the strongest alcohol I could find disguised as ordinary cocktails. Thud, snore, phew. The wild orange horse fell into a deep sleep, breathing peacefully. Really, the aftermath is such a pain to deal with. As the first year at the academy ended and winter came, It was time for winter break, a moment to catch one's breath from the daily sword-swinging academy life. Hero Gyeongwajogyeogwat spent his break caring for children at a remote orphanage in the west. In the end, I couldn't confirm it this time either. Lilith Rosewood, Ethan Richard Blackwood's exclusive maid. Now, she uses the name Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, having become a branch noble of the Blackwood family, but Gyeongwajogyeogwat knew she was the Lilith from the original game. And now, he was harboring suspicions that Lilith might be a transmigrator like himself. He thought this might be the case based on her actions trying to stop Agnes from drinking and her smooth handling of Natalie's drunkenness at that party. Of course, Gyeongwajogyeogwat still wanted a bit more certainty, as there was still room for misunderstanding. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I should have heard it from Lilith's own mouth at that last party. In the end, that day's party fell apart due to Natalie's rampage. She caused a scene by insisting on dueling with Ethan, of all people, while drunk. Thanks to Lilith's quick thinking, they managed to put her to sleep quietly, but that was as far as it went. As soon as Natalie calmed down, Ethan and Lilith left the party, and the mood among those remaining couldn't be described as good even as a polite fiction. Less than I guess these kinds of gatherings don't really suit me. It seems my presence soured Miss Natalie's mood, so I'll take my leave first. Greater than. Less than wait, Master Ethan. I'll apologize on Natalie's behalf, so please stay for a moment to talk, greater than. Less than I don't see the point in an apology not coming from the person who caused the trouble. And I'm not sure if receiving an apology would be reason enough for me to stay here. Greater than. Less than greater than. Less than since Master Ethan speaks thus, I shall also take my leave. Greater than. Less than Lilith, you can stay a bit longer if you want. I saw earlier that you seem to know some of the hero's companions. It's fine if you want to mingle with them for a while. Greater than. Less than no, I'll withdraw as well. It would be better to go in now to prepare for our departure to the Blackwood estate tomorrow early in the morning. Greater than. Less than if that's the case. Greater than. Ethan already didn't like him much. Gyeongwajogyeogwat still remembered Ethan's frowning expression as soon as their eyes met. Already in a bad mood, he finally expressed his complete displeasure due to the oil Natalie had spilled. Lilith, being Ethan's exclusive maid and showing signs of fatigue from calming Natalie, naturally left with him. Although Seraphine tried to keep the conversation going with the remaining people, there was no way the once broken atmosphere could return to normal. Despite it being a precious opportunity Seraphine had created at his request, he couldn't determine whether Lilith was a transmigrator or not. No, it might have been better if he had simply failed to achieve what he wanted. That day's party ultimately brought the worst outcome for hero Gyeongwajogyeogwat. Even the initial composition of the hero's party he had carefully put together began to show subtle cracks. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Everyone, stop. If you play with food, Big Sister will scold you. You lost your doll and you're asking me what to do. Can't you look for it yourself? Do you think I came all this way in an uncomfortable carriage just to be your nanny? Volunteer work at the Western Orphanage. This was one of the episodes that could be chosen during the first-year winter break in Luminar Academy. It involved the case of missing children at the orphanage where Sarist came from, which could be considered her hometown, and eliminating the roots of the dark cult. As it was one of the major events, originally, he hadn't planned to come with just these three people. Besides Sarist and Selena, who were dealing with the children over there, Gyeongwajogyeogwat had intended to bring all the remaining members of the hero's party. It was a valuable event that could greatly increase the party members' experience, intimacy, and bonds, and he wanted to make the final battle with the boss of the dark cult, who was behind the disappearances, a bit easier. However, the number of participants in the orphanage volunteer work had been halved to just 3 people. Natalie had returned home in shock after seeing her disgraceful behavior shown by Seraphine through a magic video device. Thomas, who was supposed to join a bit later after visiting his hometown, sent a letter saying he couldn't come as he was worried about Natalie's condition. Agnes had silently returned to her family home, seemingly put off by the hero's party after seeing Natalie's rowdy behavior. In the end, only Sarist and Selena, who would willingly follow him no matter what choice he made, remained and came to the orphanage. And for this orphanage event, only these two, who were the least compatible with young children, remained. Sai, I don't understand why you're crying. You're the one who couldn't take care of yourself. Will you stop soon? I told you not to play with food. Why do you keep bullying Big Sister? SN sniff. One person making a child cry, and one person crying because of the children. Selena is too individualistic to take care of children, and Sarist is too soft-hearted to deal with the children's mischievous pranks. Seeing these two, it was inevitable to miss the others who should have been here. If Natalie and Thomas, who were from the same hometown and had experience taking care of neighborhood children, were here, they could have greatly eased Saristi's burden. Even Agnes, despite her poor interpersonal skills, got along surprisingly well with kids younger than her. The volunteer work at the Western Orphanage, missing those 3 people, hinted at his hardship from the start. Did things get messed up because I unnecessarily did something that wasn't in the original story? If so, would it be better to move strictly according to the original walkthrough? But if things flow according to the original storyline, he would have to engage in a life-or-death battle with Ethan at the end of the 2nd year. I don't know. There's still about a year left. Thinking about how the past year had passed so futilely, it didn't feel like a very long year. For now, it was time to comfort the suddenly tearful Sarist and teach Selena how to handle children. Selena, they're still young children. How can they understand if you push them like that? Sarist, stop crying too. You kids, if you make the sister cry, a demon from under the bed when you sleep will only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. It was a series of exhausting days for him, who just wanted to defeat the Demon King and return home. Unlike the summer break which was full of various annoying incidents, the winter break passed by in the blink of an eye. First, our return to the Blackwood estate was delayed due to Seraphine's student council work, and likewise, our return to school happened quickly for the same reason. Of course, due to the incident at that last party, the atmosphere upon returning was still not good. Why is everyone like this? I wonder why the student council room is so quiet today. Only Orion, who hadn't participated in the party, spoke in his usual manner, while the rest of the members were giving off a subtly awkward atmosphere. Lilith, here's the list of club funding budgets for the 1st semester. Thank you, Lady August. Yeah, Lizzie, who had clung to me and caused trouble while drunk on 2 cocktails, avoided my eyes with an awkward expression. Here are the thank you documents for the water fountain replacement last quarter, President. Thank you, Master Ethan. Seraphine, who had invited guests without consultation and caused Ethan trouble, couldn't raise her head in front of Ethan. It was a gathering that included 4 clear perpetrators and victims that no one could deny. Naturally, the atmosphere couldn't be good. While Lizzie might be excused for miscalculating her alcohol tolerance, in Seraphine's case, she had no way of knowing about Natalie's drinking habit, so she might feel wronged. But if she were to express that grievance, she should have at least given some indication to the members of the student council that the heroes' party would be attending. Since Gyeongwajogyeogigwat's party was invited by Seraphine without prior consultation with the existing participants, ultimately, the problems that arose were Seraphine's responsibility. She probably thought her only responsibility was to smooth things over and make the awkward people get along somehow. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. As a princess who had received advanced education in various fields, Seraphine was excellent at finding common topics and building friendships among people. But even she couldn't prevent Natalie's merciless drinking habit, and as a result, Seraphine ended up essentially wronging Ethan. During the winter break, Seraphine had sent handwritten apology letters and gifts to both me and Ethan, so I had more or less forgiven her, but it seemed Ethan was still harboring feelings about that incident. Unnecessary things that weren't in the original story keep happening, and things just keep getting complicated. It wasn't a good sign to be antagonistic towards Seraphine at this point in time. After all, she was a character who remained on the side of good from the beginning to the end of Luminar Academy. Being at odds with Seraphine meant being at odds with hero Gyeongwajogyeogigwat as well, and if things went wrong, the hero might perceive Ethan as a villain from Seraphine's opposing standpoint. While it might be possible to recover from a slightly strained relationship, standing in direct opposition to her was a completely different story. Even as I quietly harbored such worries in my mind, the time on the hourglass flowed, signaling the end of the student council work. I've finished all the work related to the financial audit, so I'll be leaving now, President Seraphine. Master Ethan, if you have time this evening. I'm sorry, I still haven't finished unpacking the luggage I brought from the estate. I think I won't have time as I need to organize everything before the semester starts. I see. Take care on your way home, Master Ethan. Yes, President Seraphine. Ethan's act of cutting off Seraphine's words as she carefully extended a gesture of reconciliation was blatantly rude, but everyone except Orion and Lizzie knew that the cause of this anger ultimately lay with Seraphine. In the end, no one else could easily stop Ethan's behavior. Not even Luke, Seraphine's attendant. Lilith, let's go. Yes, young Master Ethan. Up until this point, I still thought I could somehow easily resolve the relationship between Seraphine and Ethan. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Lilith, I won't be joining the student council in the second semester. Until these words came out of Ethan's mouth after we returned to the dormitory. Lilith, I won't be joining the student council in the second semester. 1 week before the start of the new semester. These were the words Ethan spoke to me after returning from student council work for the first time since the end of winter break. Even though he was upset about what happened that day, I didn't expect him to already mention leaving the student council. Although Natalie had been rude, I wondered if it was really worth giving up his connection with Seraphine. When you say you won't join the student council, do you mean you're also giving up your connection with Princess Seraphine? It's not that I'm giving up. She's given me an excuse to give up. Seeing that he's already referring to Seraphine as she, it seems Ethan was quite hurt by the recent incident. At least judging by that reaction, he seems to have become thoroughly disgusted with Seraphine. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. If it's because of the incident caused by Miss Natalie's drinking habit, I think she herself will come to apologize when the semester starts. She probably had no means to meet you during the break. Yes, that's probably true. Even a commoner wouldn't be that lacking in manners. Besides, she's a perfectly normal person when not drunk. So, wouldn't it be better to think about leaving Princess Seraphine's student council after hearing Natalie's apology? I'm sorry, but this isn't particularly because of Miss Natalie's mistake. I've just lost trust in Princess Seraphine, that's all. Pardon, it's not because of Natalie. I had naturally thought that Natalie's drunken behavior that day had sparked Ethan's anger. If not that, I couldn't understand what had made Ethan angry, so I tilted my head. Ethan reluctantly continued his explanation. I can fully forgive mistakes made at a drinking party due to drinking habits. Anyone can make a mistake once in a while. Natalie has never behaved improperly before and has always been friendly, so there's no reason to be angry about that now. Even if it had been Princess Seraphine herself who did it, I wouldn't have been upset. What, then, what made me unable to trust the princess is the fact that she invited that young Wajogigigwa, that hero guy, to that gathering in the first place. Do you mean that inviting a guest without prior notice was the problem? Well, something like that. Ethan looked at me once as I asked for an explanation, then let out a deep sigh. You know well that the hero usually goes around with 2 women, right? Do you mean Saint Sarist and the elf Selena? Yes. To be honest, I didn't like it from the start. Even if he's the hero, he's blatantly walking around the academy with women on both sides. But isn't it unavoidable? The saint is obligated to be with the hero, and Selena is the only elf, so she has no connections other than the hero. It's not just that. I dislike even more the indiscriminate things that the hero has been doing recently. Just look at that Natalie girl. What, Miss Natalie? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. That girl, I heard she originally planned to participate in the hunting festival with her hometown friend Thomas, just the 2 of them. Of course, that's how it would have gone in the original story if the hero hadn't proposed to Natalie to join his party. I felt like I could roughly understand what Ethan meant by saying this. Honestly, even to me, it didn't look good for him to specifically recruit Natalie as a vanguard while already having Sarist and Selena on both sides. While no one would deny Natalie's excellent sword skills, what was equally famous was her beautiful appearance. It wouldn't look good in others' eyes for the hero, who already had beauties like Sarist and Selena on both sides, to recruit Natalie. If he needed one more swordsperson, he would have made an offer to me or Karaham. But as far as I know, he only made an offer to Natalie. Only to that girl, the only female. I see. Of course, I don't know if I would have accepted even if he had made me an offer, but he should have at least made the offer. His intentions are too obvious. I, knowing young Wajogigigwat's circumstances, could only quietly swallow the knowledge that only I possessed. I couldn't reveal that both Ethan and Karaham were mini-bosses in parts 2 and 3 of the original story, making them difficult to approach easily. I also had seen through the fact that he was acting with truly pure completion goals in mind by recruiting both Natalie and Thomas, but that was something I could understand only because I was a player of Luminar Academy in my past life. To someone who didn't know, it would only look like Natalie was the goal and Thomas was just brought along as an extra. Hiding these inner thoughts, I tried to defend him slightly while maintaining a calm appearance. Could it be that the hero made the offer to Miss Natalie first because he was closer to her than to you, young Master Ethan? And if Miss Natalie had refused, he might have made an offer to Caraham as the next candidate. Yes, if that was all, there wouldn't be anything particularly strange about it. There's nothing wrong with strong students teaming up to aim for victory in the hunting festival. Is there perhaps something else besides Miss Natalie that troubles you? Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. The circumstances of her suddenly joining Gyeongwajogyeogwat's party at the end are also somewhat suspicious. You mean Miss Blaze? As Ethan said, Agnes was also a heroine who newly started working with the hero in this hunting festival party. Moreover, while Natalie had some connection being in the same swordsmanship department, and Thomas was recruited through Natalie as an intermediary link, it was understandably questionable to Ethan in many ways that Gyeongwajogyeogwat from the swordsmanship department would suddenly recruit Agnes from the magic department into his party. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Especially since he specifically recruited Agnes, who has terrible interpersonal relations HPS. I know you're friendly with Lady Blaze, right? Yes. I took the spirit communication lecture with Miss Blaze this semester. We've also exchanged small favors. Right. Then in your opinion, do you think that ill-tempered woman would willingly join someone else's party? She certainly didn't seem like that type, even as a polite fiction. If I tried to defend her with ambiguous words here, Ethan's suspicion might extend to me as well. For now, I explained Agnes's objective personality to Ethan as best as I knew. First of all, since there's no one in the academy who could be called Miss Blaze's friend, she would have rejected all other party proposals. She probably thinks of them as leeches trying to get points by clinging to her. Is her personality that bad? And it's even harder to imagine Miss Blaze bowing her head first to join another party. She's too proud to ever put herself under someone else. In fact, the reason for her narrow social circle is because of that unyielding personality. I see. Anyway, that's what feels strange to me too. Normally, Lady Blaze wouldn't form a party with the hero. So, I looked into it a bit. I checked to see if there was any connection between the hero and Lady Blaze. If there was a connection between the two, there was probably only one person that came to my mind. In fact, in Luminar Academy, when starting in a department other than the magic department, the process of recruiting Agnes first was almost predetermined. Even the ill-tempered and stubborn Agnes had exactly one secret relationship in the academy that she considered a friend in her heart. I later found out that Princess Seraphine had a personal friendship with Lady Blaze. Moreover, it was Princess Seraphine who connected Natalie and Thomas to Gyeongwajogyeogwat's party. This was just something I happened to find out. I see. Princess Seraphine has connected women to Gyeongwajogyeogwat twice and then suddenly calling his party to a get-together in that situation. Of course, it could be a coincidence. But I don't think I have to endure this uneasiness just because of that possibility. He had a point. Rather than feeling uneasy and maintaining the existing relationship, it might be better to cut it off. If I were in Ethan's position, I probably would have felt the same uneasiness. Maybe the hero isn't pursuing women but really needed Natalie and Agnes for necessity. Or maybe he's targeting Lady Auguste instead of you, Lilith. But even so, I just can't trust Princess Seraphine anymore. I see. Yes. That's why my choice is to no longer be involved in Seraphine's student council after this semester. Ethan now thinks that the hero asked Seraphine to forcibly create the get-together to approach me. Although it's speculation rather than certainty, the basis for this speculation is substantial, and even if it's speculation, it was sufficient material to make a judgment. Ethan was saying he'd rather give up his connection with the princess than leave the possibility of losing me to Gyeongwajogyeogwat. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I didn't know he thought of me to this extent. Of course, I knew Ethan liked me from his previous confession, but I didn't expect him to try to protect me even at the cost of severing ties with the princess. Moreover, seeing that he had already found out about the process of Gyeongwajogyeogwat approaching Natalie and Agnes, it seems he had been quite active during the winter break. With this much speculation piled up, it's natural that Ethan would feel uneasy in his position. Especially since Ethan didn't know the direction Gyeongwajogyeogwat was moving in, it only fueled his suspicions more. I don't think it's necessary to cut ties with Seraphine, but... However, if maintaining the current state forcibly made Ethan feel uneasy, that wasn't a good situation either. No, in the end, keeping them together unnecessarily like this might actually increase the possibility of Ethan antagonizing Seraphine, which was closer to the original story. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to separate them now when they're merely on lukewarm terms? In the case of misunderstandings, well, they could be resolved somehow later. I understand, young Master Ethan. If that is your wish, we will only cooperate with Princess Seraphine's student council until this time. Thank you for saying that. You must have personal friendships with the princess and Lady Auguste, too. Your well-being is more important than that, young Master Ethan. When have I ever acted contrary to your wishes? Hasn't that been quite often? Come to think of it, I guess that's true. Anyway, since Ethan decided to distance himself from Seraphine, my judgment as his exclusive maid naturally came to the same conclusion. Still, this time I will definitely act according to your wishes, so you can rest assured. I see. Thank you for saying that, Lilith. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I'm just giving the natural response as your exclusive maid, young Master Ethan. After all, who else would believe in Ethan if not me? He's probably already anxious enough, so, of course, at least I should believe in him. The VIP room at the Academy. Seraphine's personal reception room. The blonde princess sat across from two people at a table. The pair of visitors, a man and a woman, were engaged in deep conversation with her. After various discussions, the third princess, with a somewhat bitter expression, asked the two in a slightly dejected voice. So, Master Ethan and Miss Lilith, you're saying that will you only stay until this semester and then withdraw from the student council? Yes, Princess Seraphine. I also intend to follow young Master Ethan's opinion, Princess Seraphine. I understand. Since both of you seem firm in your decision, I suppose I can't hold you back any longer. Everyone has different priorities, after all. I feel ashamed to say this, Princess Seraphine. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. No, this is your choice. I'm just grateful that you'll still be in charge of the financial audit and clerical work until the end of this semester. Despite her words, Seraphine's heart was burning black inside, but she wasn't foolish enough to express those feelings outwardly. She simply nodded at Ethan and Lilith's decision with the most composed smile she could manage. Thank you for telling me in advance. Thanks to this, I'll have time to find new student council members. We'll be taking our leave now, Your Highness. Yes, Master Ethan, and please keep your and Lilith's departure a secret for now. For the sake of the atmosphere within the student council. Understood, Your Highness. We wish you well, Your Highness. Seraphine maintained her smile until the last moment as she watched the two bow and leave her reception room. Only after seeing Ethan and Lilith exit the VIP room did she finally let out the sigh she had been holding back. Ha, are you all right, Princess Seraphine? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Is what I'd like to say, but this time, even for me, it's quite a shock. In truth, Seraphine had somewhat anticipated this conversation even before Ethan's visit. She had already noticed that Ethan had been investigating Natalie and Agnes during the winter break. It wasn't that Seraphine had been keeping an eye on Ethan's movements, she unavoidably found out because his investigations of Natalie and Agnes had reached her. And it wasn't difficult to guess what judgment Ethan would make after learning of these connections. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Therefore, Seraphine had prepared words to persuade the two as best she could, but it wasn't enough to convince Ethan and his exclusive maid who already showed firm resolve. This incident was clearly my mistake. Princess Seraphine. I should have acted more cautiously. I didn't anticipate that Master Ethan would be so wary of Gyeongwajogyeogwat. It's not your fault, Princess Seraphine. You intended to mend the relationship between Master Ethan and hehe Gyeongwajogyeogwat at that gathering. It's just that the plan went awry due to unexpected circumstances. In other words, it was a reckless plan that could fall apart due to such a trivial incident. I appreciate your attempt to comfort me, but the fact remains that this originated from my mistake. Luke couldn't continue speaking to Seraphine, who was staring blankly out the window with a complicated expression. He sensed that whatever he said now would only leave his mistress with regret rather than comfort. It takes a very long time to gather, but it scatters in an instant. This must be because I'm a villainess. It's the just consequence I should receive for trying to use others for my personal desires. Princess Seraphine, you are not a villainess. Without your grace, I wouldn't be here in this position either. No, Luke, I keep you by my side because you are useful to me. I always make friends based on mutual benefits, and I thought it was okay to damage minor personal relationships for the sake of my goal. But in the end, your goal is a future necessary for everyone, isn't it? I wonder. Not everyone would unconditionally approve of my goal. Everyone has one or two things more precious than their own life. Seraphine let out another sigh and quietly gazed into space, recalling what had happened at the last party. Was the hero's purpose in asking her to create an opportunity to meet Lilith really to bring her into his party? If that was the goal, why specifically target her? Although Lilith's magic was powerful, there was already Agnes who was far more capable in that field. Her support magic was also somewhat lacking compared to Sarist, who was always by his side. The only thing Lilith could be said to be overwhelmingly superior in was her undeniably impressive physical attributes. Perhaps the hero had a different purpose for Lilith. My thoughts just won't settle. This doesn't usually happen. It seemed that whenever it came to matters related to the hero, Seraphine's mind struggled to function properly. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. While feeling anxious about the increasing number of women around him, she also didn't want to be disliked by him, so she tried her best to fulfill his requests as much as possible. Even this hastily arranged gathering was only made because it was the hero's request. The usual Seraphine wouldn't have created such a rushed event. They say a girl in love becomes a fool. Even the capable Seraphine was bound to be blinded by love, so, in the end, young Wajogigigwat's sudden request had temporarily clouded her judgment. However, the incident at that party didn't bring only bad news to Seraphine, and it was her secret that she felt momentarily happy upon hearing about the cracks forming in young Wajogigigwat's party. I know I shouldn't be happy about this, but she was happy at his failure to recruit Lilith, whom she had considered potentially her strongest rival. Seraphine felt a small joy in the fact that Natalie and Agnes had temporarily left the hero's party and their relationship had become awkward. Of course, Seraphine, quickly regaining her composure, would try to bring them back into the hero's party, but for now, she could feel a little happiness in not having to consider Natalie and Agnes as rivals. I can still make up for this. I'll comfort Natalie for her mistake and have her rejoin the hero's party, and if I can persuade Agnes again. Awkward relationships can always be mended. Broken relationships can be reconnected somehow. Seraphine was confident in her ability to foster relationships between people more than anyone else, so she thought she could fully make amends if she started over from the beginning. I probably won't go to heaven even after death for playing with people's hearts like this. But that didn't matter. After all, the most important thing for Seraphine was the salvation of this world and all of humanity. The second most important thing was winning the heart of the hero she adored. 1 week after Ethan and I conveyed our intention to leave the student council to Seraphine. With the start of the new semester at the academy, a new wind blew through. Most of the fourth-year students who had little impact on the existing story graduated, and the enrollment of new student characters related to the protagonist began. Although not as numerous as the current second-year students known as the protagonist generation, there were still plenty of characters among this year's first years who could be considered main figures in Luminar Academy. Spearmanship Department, Barbarian Lilia. Martial Arts Department, Back Alley Fighter Caniel. Pharmacy Department, Kind Alchemist Trilia. Technical Department, Inventor Serdic. Among these, Lilia and Caniel were main supporting characters who could even be recruited as the protagonist companions later on, while Trilia and Serdic were closer to NPCs. If we had to prioritize, the latter characters were slightly more important than the former. There are Thomas and Seraphine as spearmanship and martial arts companion characters, but Trilia and Serdic are the only NPCs who give medicine and tools. In simple terms, it was a matter of whether there were substitutes or not. Especially among the two, Serdic was slightly more important. While Trilia's consumable potions could be obtained from other people or NPCs after graduation, some of the items Serdic made boasted performance good enough to be carried until the ending. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. There was a moment of anxiety about whether these 4 people might not enroll in the academy due to the changed future, but in the end, all 4 safely made it onto this year's new student list. They proudly took first or second place in their respective departments, just like in the original storyline. There were some crises, but this much is nothing. I also heard that Natalie, who came separately to apologize to Ethan later, safely started interacting with the hero again along with Thomas, and I recently happened to see Seraphine meeting Agnes privately. It wouldn't be long before young Wajogigigwat's temporarily scattered heroes party would gather again. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel sorry for Seraphine running around here and there, going through unexpected hardships, but that was also entirely her burden to bear. After all, it was unnecessary trouble she wouldn't have had if she hadn't invited the hero's party to the student council get-together. It was a bit strange that Seraphine made a mistake so unlike her, but it would probably be too difficult to look into it now. At least it's fortunate that she's not clinging desperately to me and Ethan. Whether she fully understood that Ethan had completely given up on the student council, or she was temporarily turning off her interest in me and Ethan to deal with other priorities. Either way, Seraphine wasn't showing any particular interest in me and Ethan in the current situation. There's a possibility she might suddenly show interest in me and Ethan one day after seeing a future vision, but that wasn't something I could prevent, anyway. It would be better to enjoy the quiet days and return to ordinary daily life for a while. Although it was personally regrettable that we distanced ourselves from Seraphine, there weren't only disappointing things left from last semester's events. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. If there were connections that grew distant, there were also connections that grew closer. Slide. The first class of the new semester. The front door of the classroom opened, and a red-haired mage quietly entered. As I absent-mindedly fixed my gaze in her direction, my eyes quietly met with Agnes, who was looking around. She stood still for a moment as if thinking about something, then quietly walked to where I was sitting. Plop. Agnes sat down next to me as if it were natural, avoiding eye contact and not saying anything. A strangely awkward silence continued, and as I fixed my gaze on her, wondering what her purpose was. Agnes, with her side profile slightly reddened, opened her mouth towards me as if mumbling. "You can call me Agnes." "Pardon, I said you can call me Agnes." Lilith. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear well, could you say that one more time, Miss Blaze?" I said you can call me Agnes." Yes, so, I should call you Miss Agnes, right?" Damn it. You understood from the beginning, didn't you? This is really. Looking at her like this, she seems quite cute, too. It was a moment when I thought this kind of relationship wouldn't be too bad, either. About 2 weeks after the start of the second year at the academy. It was a time when nearly half of Part 2 of Luminar Academy had already passed. Contrary to my concerns that there might be major cracks in the story due to various events at the end of last year, the Academy's second semester flowed relatively smoothly. The heroes' party, which had momentarily fractured, was rejoined by Natalie and Thomas, and they seemed to be trying to mend their awkward relationship somehow. I also heard directly from Agnes that she had started interacting with hero Gyeongwajogigigwat again. I need to work with him for the sake of my succession. If not him, it would be the 4th or 5th prince, and the hero is better than them. You've thought well, Miss Agnes. Especially 4th Prince Makart, who will soon be core. Core what? Isn't he famous for frequently holding parties soon? I mean parties that only invite noble ladies. To be honest, he doesn't have a very good reputation. I almost blurted out that he would soon be corrupted. I need to be careful. The fact that Makart was involved in the death of the first prince by colluding with demons among the royal family had not yet been revealed. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I almost said it because I didn't want to see Agnes getting entangled with such a strange guy and falling together, but it would be putting the cart before the horse if I got caught up in troublesome accusations of slandering royalty because of it. I don't know about parties or whatever, but I dislike Makart because he's slimy. I only met Antonio once before, and I couldn't tell at all what he was thinking. Is that so? Was there an episode where Agnes met 5th Prince Antonio? I'm not sure, but it seems there was something. In the first place, Agnes wasn't a heroine I mainly pursued in my past life, so there were probably dozens more episodes I didn't know about. Seeing that Antonio's name came out of her mouth, it seemed they at least had some conversation, but there was no way for me to know what happened between them where I wasn't aware. Compared to him, Younghwa, I forgot again. You mean hero Gyeongwajogigigwat Volt? Yeah, that guy with the weird name. At least you can see what he's thinking. He's also close with Seraphine. In that aspect, he's better. Seeing that Agnes doesn't feel competitive towards Seraphine at this point, it seems she won't flow into a heroine route. Personally, I didn't feel too bad about it. Although Agnes was an ill-tempered little brat, I couldn't easily hand her over to be a member of that hero's harem. Other than that, I roughly grasped the general flow of the storyline by hearing about the hero and surrounding characters through Agnes. For now, she had no plans to approach the first-year newcomers, Lilia and Kaniel. This was natural, if anything. In Barbarian Lilia's case, there was already Thomas in the party, so there was no need to recruit another spear-wielding character. Originally, Lilia was just one piece to create an all-female party and didn't have much value beyond that. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Being a woman who could handle a spear was her entire character, and even that performance was significantly inferior to Thomas in the same position. Similarly, there was no need to recruit Kaniel. In the first place, the martial arts position was one that directly competed with Seraphine. He might be useful in episodes where Seraphine is absent, but his performance was clearly lacking to take to the final battle. On the other hand, Seraphine was an essential companion and main heroine, with good performance and beauty to boot, so there was no comparison. If I think about the number of party members the hero has gathered so far. For now, the number of companions the hero has definitely gathered is 5. Sarist, Selena, Natalie, Thomas, and Agnes were likely to be companion characters to take to the ending. Add to that the essential companion Seraphine, and Luke, who has synergy when recruited along with Seraphine. Including the hero himself, that's a total of 8 people. As I mentioned before, the maximum number of members in the Demon King subjugation party was 8. So, at first glance, it might seem like all 8 spots have been filled, but there should still be 1 or 2 more spots to fill. According to the teachings of the Aurelian Church that the hero and saint are one, Sarist is counted as one with the hero. And while Seraphine is an essential companion who must be taken along, Luke hasn't been confirmed to be taken yet, so there were at least 1 and at most 2 spots left. I just hope he doesn't bother me by trying to take Lilith along, too. Of course, looking at objective performance, taking Lilith would be the right choice, but I was determined to prevent that route somehow. The standard story in the original storyline where Ethan is killed and Lilith is saved and taken along was obviously not going to happen. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I didn't want a future where he tried to recruit me normally, regardless of Ethan. The wandering life of traveling around the world for years after graduating from the academy was enough to experience in the game. Please, if you're going to recruit someone, recruit Orion instead of me. He's good at magic too. He can use support magic as well. Seraphine and the other female characters would probably welcome Orion with open arms. At least from their perspective, it would mean 1 less heroine competing for the hero. While I was thinking about these things and contemplating my future conduct. Perhaps because we had just been talking about 5th Prince Antonio, Agnes's conversation naturally flowed in that direction. Talking about Antonio reminded me. Yes, what did you remember? His birthday banquet is in 2 weeks. Ah, it was already that time. That time, ah, no, it's nothing, Miss Agnes. I was familiar with Antonio's birthday banquet as it was an episode one had experienced many times in my past life, so I habitually spoke as if I had experienced it often. A few years ago, after the incident at Seraphine's masquerade ball in celebration of her birthday, there were no events gathering nobles at the palace for a while, but starting with Antonio's birthday banquet, events gathering at the palace began to be held again. It was an event I, who had played Luminar Academy 25 times, couldn't possibly forget. Seeing that you know about 5th Prince Antonio's birthday, it seems you're attending, Miss Agnes. Aren't you going, Lilith? I'm just the daughter of the Rosewood Baroness family. I'm far too lowly to be invited to Prince's birthday banquet. Lowly I'm just a Viscount's daughter too, but I'm going because my family told me to. Our status is similar, so don't worry about it. Pardon. Ah, yes. Of course, it wouldn't make sense for Agnes to take the time to participate in such a social event. Considering her personality, there was a high possibility that she would end up awkwardly stuck in a corner and return, just like at Seraphine's birthday. Additionally, since she probably got scolded by the elders for hiding her identity with disguise magic at Seraphine's birthday banquet, she wouldn't be able to hide similarly this time. Agnes, hearing that I wouldn't be attending, muttered with a slightly disappointed expression. I thought you were coming too, Lilith. I told you, my status isn't enough. I didn't even receive an invitation. Can't be helped, then. Since it's a royal-hosted banquet, won't Princess Seraphine be there? I know you have a personal friendship with her. Seraphine is busy. She can't be with me the whole time during the banquet. Does she think someone's not busy enough to stick by her side the whole time? But then again, imagining the situation if I were to attend, it really did seem like I wouldn't be busy. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. In the first place, the only case where I would participate in such an event would be if I moved together with Ethan, and Ethan wasn't the type to busily go around meeting people. But something feels off. Are you really not attending? Wouldn't your fiancé have received an invitation? Of course, young Master Ethan received an invitation letter. Don't tell me the Blackwoods are not attending a prince's birthday banquet. No, young Master Ethan will probably attend. Separately from me. What? Agnes looked at me with an increasingly strange gaze at my answer. I could roughly guess what misunderstanding she had about me, so I added an explanation to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. I'm explaining this only to you, Miss Agnes, but actually, young Master Ethan and I are not engaged. Really, everyone misunderstands young Master Ethan and me as engaged, and we just don't bother to correct it. In reality, young Master Ethan and I are just in an exclusive maid and employer relationship. Then, sharing the same room in the engaged couple's dormitory. It's due to personal circumstances. It was an unavoidable choice if I were to attend the academy while being young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. Agnes looked at me with a blank expression, as if my words were somewhat shocking. Then she muttered in a low voice, as if finding it ridiculous. Last time I thought anyone would see you as a couple. Was that all acting, too? No, we are a couple. Are you teasing me again? Why, just because we're a couple doesn't mean we have to be engaged. Don't tell me you're someone who thinks you have to get married just from holding hands, Miss Agnes. That's not it, but, although we're a temporary couple, Ethan and I are indeed in a relationship. Still seeming to find my answer difficult to understand, Agnes asked me one last question with a somewhat confused expression. You share a room, you're even dating, but you're not engaged. Isn't that strange? Dating and marriage are originally different things, Miss Agnes. In the first place, young Master Ethan should find a better marriage partner than me. How could the only son of a ducal family marry the daughter of a branch baroness family? Are you satisfied with that? I think I'd feel really empty if it were me. The Blaze family is special in that you can be adopted into the main family if you have the ability. This is how the relationship between main and branch families usually is. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. In fact, if we were to be precise, my position was that of a commoner, so I wasn't even of a branch family. Seeing Agnes make an expression as if she had asked something she shouldn't have, I tried to lighten her mental burden a little. And in the first place, young Master Ethan and I aren't even that deep of a relationship. We haven't even had the physical intercourse that common couples share. Cough, cough. Why are you telling me that? Well, in a normal engaged relationship, physical intercourse would be common. I wanted to explain that young Master Ethan and I never crossed the line between engagement and dating from the start. I don't need to know. And I didn't want to know. Although she looks young on the outside, she must be an adult in age. I couldn't help but laugh at Agnes's unexpectedly innocent reaction. That evening, after returning from chatting with Agnes about recent events and Prince Antonio's birthday banquet, among other topics, Ethan asked me an unexpected question after we finished dinner in the dormitory cafeteria and returned to our individual rooms. Lilith, have you prepared for the banquet in 2 weeks? Pardon, the birthday banquet for Prince Antonio at the Imperial Palace in 2 weeks, you didn't forget about it, did you? Ah, no, of course, I remember the contents of the letter. How could I forget when I was the one who handed that letter, which had been sent to Luminar Academy, to Ethan? Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I had already prepared a few outfit options for Ethan to wear in 2 weeks. If necessary, I could purchase something from the shops under the academy and make some alterations. Originally, since he was the one attending the banquet anyway, why was he suddenly asking about my intentions? Wait a moment, this pattern. I had a sudden intuition that if I casually dismissed this conversation like before, it would undoubtedly become troublesome later. At this point, I confirmed the true meaning of Ethan's question, which he had deliberately posed to me. By any chance, am I also attending this banquet? Of course, you are. Don't tell me you thought I was going alone all this time. Yes. When I nodded cautiously, Ethan looked at me with an expression of disbelief. And Isabel, who had been observing our conversation, was also looking at me with a strangely pitying gaze. Of course, I had my reasons for assuming that Ethan wouldn't take me along. Since external servants were not allowed inside the Imperial Palace's banquet hall in principle, to bring me along, he would have to introduce me as his fiancé or betrothed. If this were before I entered the Luminar Academy when I didn't know anyone, it might have been different, but now if I were to attend an external event, about half of the Academy students would recognize me. Unlike Princess Seraphine's previous masquerade ball, this could really block Ethan's marriage prospects if we weren't careful. Moreover, this wasn't even like that ball where I could hide my face. In short, I was just trying to distinguish between where I should and shouldn't insert myself. Are you sure it's alright? This time, quite a few people might really misunderstand that I'm your fiancé, young Master Ethan. It doesn't matter. That's what I've been hoping for, anyway. It's much better than having women only interested in political marriages clinging to the Blackwood family. But what about Master Harold? I've already got permission from father, of course. I asked if I could bring you along in the position of my fiancé, and he said I could do as I pleased. Well, come to think of it, Harold was originally a doting father. From the moment Ethan expressed his intention to bring me along as his fiancé to the banquet, Harold's opinion was essentially meaningless. Recently, I had only seen the Harold who mercilessly beat Ethan with a sword in the game, so I had momentarily forgotten about the doting Harold. Are you worried about yourself rather than me, Lilith? Pardon, since our temporary romantic relationship is only while attending the academy, are you concerned that stories about being my fiancé might circulate after you graduate? Is there any reason to worry about that now? With everything that's happened at the academy so far, those rumors are already unstoppable. Well, that's true. To begin with, I've never really thought about marrying a man other than you, young Master Ethan, so you needn't be concerned about that. What? Did I say something strange? I had just expressed my honest feelings, but Ethan and Isabel showed surprisingly startled reactions. Come to think of it, it is a bit odd. The idea of marrying a man. Although I'm a woman now, I still have memories of being a man in my previous life, so I couldn't really imagine a happy future living harmoniously with a man. It was as if my brain itself rejected such a terrible imagination. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. But even though my body was of a female's, I didn't particularly have any romantic feelings towards women, either. Ethan was just the baseline among men because I was familiar with him and had received favors from him a few times. With any other man, forget about marriage, even holding hands would probably make me feel indescribably uncomfortable. Did I say something strange? No, Lilith. I was just a bit surprised. I didn't realize on the surface that you felt that way, too. You seem to be bold sometimes, Lilith, even though you usually seem foolish. Like the sounds I sometimes hear through the wall at night. What do you hear at night? What did I just say? I suddenly can't remember. As I was questioning Isabel, who was suddenly flustered and watching my reaction, Ethan looked at me again and continued our earlier conversation. Anyway, if that's how you feel, Lilith, then it's fine. Even if you attend as my fiancé. Yes, I certainly don't mind, but Isabel has already prepared the dress, so you don't need to worry about it, Lilith. It's the same dress you wore at Princess Seraphine's birthday. Is he talking about that crimson dress? Although I can't say it holds entirely good memories because of the incident with Lizzie, I did like the design itself. Above all, the dark yet eye-catching color gave it a villainous feel, which seemed to match well when standing next to Ethan. I hadn't particularly paid attention to that aspect before, but if I was going to act as his fiancé anyway, that would probably be the best choice. If you think that dress color is too dark, should I prepare something in a lighter shade? No, it's fine. The darker shade will suit me better standing next to you, young Master Ethan, so I'll go with that. If that's what you think, Lilith. Come to think of it, if we're going to act as fiancés, we should probably return to the way we addressed each other back then. Although it felt strangely embarrassing to call him by that name after nearly a few years, I deliberately tried to act nonchalant to hide that emotion and called out to him once. Since we're attending as fiancés, I'll use the same form of address as back then at the banquet hall in 2 weeks. The same form of address as back then? It's been a while since we've appeared together at a banquet hall, Ed. May I ask for your escort once again? Like this, young Master Ethan. That's what you mean. Ethan was visibly flustered and blushed at hearing his nickname for the first time in years. Then, recalling the memory from that time, Ethan carefully addressed me with the name he had used then. Right, I'll be counting on you this time too, Lily. Yes, Ed, I don't know why my face is suddenly feeling so hot over this. 2 weeks passed since the day I decided to attend 5th Prince Antonio's birthday banquet. Timed appropriately to coincide with the end of the midterm exams, Ethan and I found ourselves entering the Imperial Palace for the birthday banquet. The last time we were here was when we attended Seraphine's masquerade ball, so it's been almost 3 years. The Imperial Palace, which I hadn't visited in a long time, had changed quite a bit compared to before. Among the most notable changes were probably the security and defense facilities. Likely in response to the terrorist attack that occurred during Seraphine's masquerade ball, there were now twice as many guards stationed as before. Moreover, I could sense that all sorts of defensive magic circles had been plastered all over the palace during the repair process of the damaged areas. I guess once we're inside, we won't be able to use any magic. More precisely, the moment even a small spell is cast, it would be immediately reported to the palace guards. Even defensive magic circles couldn't predict and defend against all types of magic. Of course, that alone would be enough to detect disguise or invisibility magic from outsiders trying to enter the palace recklessly, so it was sufficient as a countermeasure against terrorism. This time, I really need to refrain from doing anything that stands out. As this was the first official event held since the terrorist attack by the Dark Cult during the masquerade ball, they would undoubtedly be paying utmost attention to any suspicious individuals entering. I needed to refrain as much as possible from actions that might appear suspicious to others. For example, acting as if I knew the palace structure intimately and making my way to the banquet hall on my own after only my second visit. The banquet hall is in the Noon Sunflower Hall. Do you know how to get there, Lily? I'm not sure what you mean, Ed. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. But last time at Princess Seraphine's masquerade ball. There are so many maids at the entrance, why should we wander around trying to find our way? That person over there looks free, so let's ask for guidance. Then, guided by one of the maids to the Noon Sunflower Hall, we found that some young nobles from aristocratic families who had arrived early were already engaged in scattered conversations inside. Perhaps taking my joking request for an escort seriously, Ethan began to look after me attentively. It's still a bit quiet. We left early to account for possible carriage traffic. We still have time, so let's wait leisurely, Ed. Alright, Lily, shall I bring you a drink? Is there anything you'd like? Anything cold would be fine. Okay, got it. Wait here for a moment. Nodding at my words, Ethan made his way to the self-service bar set up for the early arriving guests. As I quietly watched his retreating figure, I felt someone gently tugging at the hem of my dress from behind. When I turned my head, there was a red-haired mage, barely reaching my chest in height, looking up at me. Lilith, are you well, Miss Agnes? What's this? I thought you weren't attending today. Come to think of it, I forgot to correct that information. I thought you weren't coming today, Lilith. Agnes, who seemed to have arrived at the banquet hall earlier, tugged at the hem of my dress as she approached me. Sensing that she wanted some explanation, I first described how I ended up participating. Come to think of it, I forgot to correct that information last time, Miss Agnes. I originally thought I wasn't attending either, but Ed insisted that I come along somehow, so here I am. Is that really all? You didn't avoid telling me for some other reason? Some other reason? Why would I have any reason not to tell you about my attendance, Miss Agnes? It's just maybe you didn't want to acknowledge knowing me at the banquet. Saying it like that makes it sound like I've done something terrible. Not wanting to build unnecessary misunderstandings with a newly made friend, I quickly clarified the part Agnes was worried about. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. How could that be? I truly just forgot. Really. In fact, like you, Miss Agnes, I don't have many people I can call friends at Luminar Academy besides you. Why would I need to lie to you, my only friend? I have many friends, you know. There's Seraphine, and Natalie. Oh, no, maybe not her yet. Yes. Still, thank you for being my friend, Miss Agnes. Somehow, I feel like you're mocking me. Although she glared at me with a strange look, her expression softened as soon as she realized I hadn't withheld my attendance information with any other intention. I didn't expect her to think so much about me being a bit late in mentioning my attendance. It's fortunate that Agnes isn't the type of noble lady who schemes behind others' backs. If it had been someone else, this could have led to all sorts of unnecessary rumors. I'm glad you have such an honest personality, Miss Agnes. We could have had a needless misunderstanding over something trivial. By the way, what's with that way of speaking? You don't usually talk like that. It's about adapting my behavior and mindset according to the situation and role. In the academy, I'm usually young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, so I act accordingly. Now, I'm here as Ed's fiancé, so naturally, I need to present myself in a manner befitting that position. Ed, don't tell me you call Ethan, Ed. Yes, there's no clearer way to emphasize intimacy than using a nickname. Agnes frowned a bit upon hearing what I called Ethan, but that was all. After all, since I was here in place of Ethan's fiancé, I was simply fulfilling my role, and it wasn't really any of Agnes's concern. So what, you've decided to get engaged after all? That's not it. It's just that he says having me by his side can deter ladies who only approach him for his family name. Just for that reason, even if it doesn't matter to him since he's a man. What about you, Lilith? What will you do when it's time for you to marry? I've never really thought about marrying anyone other than Ed. I can just stay single till the end if it comes to that. Agnes grimaced as if something displeased her upon hearing my words. Then, suddenly looking towards the self-service bar where Ethan was, she muttered something. Shouldn't you say something? Can you really tolerate this? Your marriage prospects being sacrificed for that young master's political intentions. I told you, I have no intention of marrying in the first place. It's not like this is blocking my marriage prospects, so it doesn't matter. Whatever, I won't listen if you come crying later about being used and discarded. I'm telling you, I'm not being used. Wait, am I? Come to think of it, disguising as a fiancé to attend an official event wasn't really within the scope of an exclusive maid's duties. It was the same during the previous masquerade ball too. It does seem like I'm being made to do things a bit too sensitive for a maid. But well, since I'm also Ethan's temporary lover right now, I guess it's just barely within the realm of doing him a favor. I'm back, Lily. Thanks for your effort, Ed. Ethan appeared with cold cocktails in both hands from the self-service bar while we were talking. As he handed me one of the glasses, he recognized Agnes behind me and exchanged brief greetings. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Lady Blaze, it's been a while. Yeah, were you chatting with Lily while I was away? Yeah, we're friends. I've often heard Lily mention you. I hope you'll continue to be good friends with her. This was the first proper conversation between the two, who had only known of each other's existence through several passing encounters. Given that Ethan usually viewed people around me with unfavorable eyes, this reaction was certainly a bit unexpected. While his gaze toward Lizzie or Seraphine had a strangely fierce aura, his look towards Agnes was definitely milder. Although Agnes didn't seem to have particularly good feelings towards Ethan. You'd better treat her well. If you dare use her as you please and then discard her later, I won't let you off easy. While you seem to have some misunderstanding about me, I promise that at least what you're worried about won't happen. HMPH. Despite being almost threatened to his face by a Viscount's daughter, Ethan responded calmly with a smile. After observing him for a moment, Agnes turned her head with a displeased expression and started to walk away. Where are you going, Miss Agnes? Just going to greet Seraphine. I see. See you later. It was easy to imagine that she'd probably return to my side once the banquet started and some time had passed, as she didn't seem to have anyone else to talk to besides Seraphine. She's a good friend, Lily. You mean Agnes? At least she's much better than Lady August or the princess. She sees you for who you are, without pretense or ulterior motives. Well, if you say so, Ed. Personally, she is the least burdensome among my friends at the academy. Although I'm not too happy about her forcibly joining that perverted hero's party, but that's Lady Blaze's personal circumstance. He muttered this while looking at Youngwajogigigwat and Sarist, who had arrived at the banquet, and Seraphine talking with them. It seems that due to that after-party incident, Ethan's wariness towards the hero had also intensified. I wanted to somehow make contact with Youngwajogigigwat and have just one conversation, but with Ethan reacting like this, it seemed it would be quite difficult. Since Ethan had explicitly told me not to even speak with the hero, I couldn't approach him first either. If it weren't for that incident caused by Natalie at the after-party, I might have had a chance at least once. More than a year had already passed without me being able to tell him that I had no interest in defeating the Demon King or completing the main story and that he should recruit other characters instead of wasting effort. The candidate characters for the subjugation party will still be joining until next year, so I guess it's not too late yet. Still, it would have been better to convey this information as early as possible. Since I didn't know what plans the hero's side might have, they needed to be prepared for the sudden possibility of Lilith not joining. As I was thinking about this and casually sipping the cocktail with Ethan, the noisy voices of young ladies began to be heard from the entrance of the banquet hall. With this decibel level and crowd, the one making an entrance now was probably. Kya, it's Prince McCart. Prince McCart. Are you well? Thank you, miss. If it's all right with you, would you like to dance with me later? Really, your highness? Of course, though it might have to be around the 11th dance. I have quite a few reservations today. Even if it's the 11th or the 100th, I'd be happy to dance with you, your highness. Prince McCart. How have you been? I'm the one from the academy before. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at remembering the names of flowers. Instead, forgive me for meeting such a beautiful lady anew like this, would you? Why yes, of course. Gag. Wow, this is insane. Seeing him right in front of me after only seeing him in the game is really nauseating. It was a different kind of unpleasantness compared to seeing Ethan, the Lout Prince, from the original game. When playing the game, he only appeared in cutscenes, so I didn't feel much, but seeing him mutter such cringeworthy things with that greasy face right in front of me made me feel like I was going to throw up my lunch. Instead of looking that way and seeing his unpleasant appearance, I quickly turned my body to ignore the commotion at the entrance. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Right, in fact, words like playboy or pervert should be applied to that bastard, not the hero. That bastard must have bedded at least a double-digit number of young ladies at the academy, treating them like candy wrappers. I didn't care much since they were all just extra characters anyway. He's a disgusting bastard who hits on all sorts of female characters just relying on his looks. He was also beyond redemption in that he even hit on the heroines, including Sarist and Agnes. It was fortunate that he was truly a villain. If there had been a route to recruit that bastard as an ally in Luminar Academy, the genre would have undoubtedly changed. Let's move elsewhere, Ed. Yes, Lily, it's better not to catch the fourth Princess Eye unnecessarily. Just as Ethan and I were quietly exchanging opinions and carefully trying to move away from him, I felt all the hair on my body stand on end for a moment at the sound of that bastard's voice calling me from behind. Wait a moment. The lady in the crimson dress over there. Oh, fuck. I should have moved to another place as soon as the entrance became noisy. It was the moment when that bastard McCart's gaze fixed on me as I was moving half-heartedly. Having received a call from a member of the royal family, I could no longer continue walking and slowly turned my head towards that grisly bastard. Even from behind, such a truly beautiful how could there be such a perfect lady with such large... Can't you take your eyes off my chest? Since we've met like this, it must be fate. How about we introduce ourselves, beautiful lady? You want introductions, Prince McCart? Fuck off, asshole. Pardon. That was a mistake. The atmosphere in the banquet hall momentarily became silent due to the curse that inadvertently slipped from my mouth. Even on the surface, it was a situation where a noble lady had cursed at a prince. For those who knew that I was merely a quasi-baroness, it was essentially equivalent to a suicide declaration. I'm screwed. I had certainly prepared a proper response in my mind, but as soon as my mouth opened, it reflexively came out. But really, how can I help it when it's so physiologically disgusting? That two-faced expression of pretending to be sweet while openly moving his gaze to my chest without even trying to hide it, and acting like a playboy towards young ladies, of course, no good words could come out when seeing that. If only McCart had heard it, I might have been able to bluff my way through somehow, but unfortunately, the words that came out of my mouth weren't exactly quiet. At least, it seemed to have been clearly heard by the extra young ladies following this greasy prince. Why did you just dare to curse at Prince McCart? How could you do such a thing? Do you think you can be forgiven for anything just because you have a pretty face? Do you think you have the right to spout such nonsense just because you have large breasts? Shit, really now? It was bad enough having to face this greasy blonde face in front of me, but these women following him as devotees chiming in one by one was also annoying. And why are both men and women mentioning others' physical characteristics? It's not like I wanted to be possessed by a character with such large breasts. Barely suppressing the desire to reach for the dagger attached inside my dress skirt, I quietly waited for McCart's response in front of me. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Although the atmosphere had become hostile due to my initial slip of the tongue, this guy in front of me was, after all, the undisputed villain of Luminar Academy. Since he was the type who could draw his sword at any moment claiming disrespect to royalty or sacrilege, I remained vigilant, ready to respond to any threat. What a bold young lady. Pardon, I apologize. If I've offended you due to my lack of skill in moving a lady's heart, I sincerely apologize. Now, if you'll excuse me. Ah, yes. However, contrary to my wariness, Macart withdrew from his position with an incredibly cool expression. He withdrew so abruptly that I didn't even have time to apologize for my verbal mistake. Why you? Just because you have a pretty face, how dare you wait, Prince Macart? Your Highness, why are you bowing your head to such a woman? In addition, the group of young ladies who had been glaring at me with venomous looks until just now also disappeared along with him. Confused about what had just happened, Ethan spoke to me from my right. Are you all right, Lily? Ah, Ed, yes, I'm fine for now. It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong, Lily. That pervert Prince Macart over there was in the wrong first. Ethan was using quite strong words against the prince, taking my side. Well, if you think about it, he was the one who was wrong first. It was clearly inappropriate for a man to approach the woman first when she was obviously with a partner, and that lecherous gaze openly stared at my chest without even trying to move his eyes. If an ordinary noble heir behaved like that in social circles, it would be perfect fodder for gossip behind their back. It was only because he was Macart, backed by his looks and family background, that there hadn't been complaints from the young ladies until now. Rather, there would probably be a flood of women willing to undress and show what's underneath if he looked at their chests. But even considering all that, the fact that I was more in the wrong for cursing in the prince's face remained unchanged. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I agree with your words, Ed, but this was clearly my mistake. I had certainly prepared a proper answer, but I was so flustered that different words came out inadvertently. I'll have to apologize to Prince Macart separately later. Different words, was it not what you truly meant? No, it's true that I felt uncomfortable. But even if it's the truth, the very act of saying it out loud becomes a sin in itself. Then it's fine, Lily. Ethan seemed to relax for some reason when I said I felt uncomfortable. Seeing his expression, I had a pretty good idea why he had felt uneasy, so I smiled slightly and asked. What's wrong, Ed? Did you think I might have some strange feelings for that person? Don't worry. As I said before, I've never thought about dating or marrying any man other than you, Ed. Alright, I'm sorry for thinking strange things, Lily. Since Ethan was wary of me, his temporary lover, possibly having different feelings for Macart, it was strangely enjoyable to tease him about it. It was enough to make me forget, at least for a moment, how to deal with the curse I had uttered to Macart. To begin with, do you think I would like such an unprincipled man who leads around a string of women? With just a handsome face, he's making nonsensical attempts at seduction. I almost felt like retching. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. However, my time teasing Ethan didn't last as long as I thought, as this time, two shadows quickly approached me from a bit further away. Hey, are you in your right mind? Ah, Miss Agnes. What were you thinking, saying such things? Do you know where he stands in the line of succession? No, forget about succession, how could you in front of royalty? You're right, the words slipped out in the moment. This isn't something that can be solved with just saying that. Agnes grabbed my shoulders with a very serious expression and shook me. Due to the difference in our centers of gravity, it felt like she was shaking more than I was as she held and shook me. But what could I do? The water was already spilled, the words already spoken. Shortly after, unlike Agnes who had rushed over, temporarily abandoning her decorum as a noble lady, another figure slowly followed and carefully opened their mouth as they approached me. Miss Lilith, what were you thinking, making such a dangerous statement? I'm sorry, Princess Seraphine. Of course, it's true that our fourth brother is quite fond of women, but don't you think it was a bit dangerous to curse to utter profanities to his face? It was a mistake. I originally intended to greet him normally, but it slipped out unconsciously. I don't particularly like my brother Macart's behavior either. So I'm not completely unable to understand your feelings, Miss Lilith. Seraphine showed a worried reaction to my disrespectful remarks towards royalty. Although concerned, she surprisingly calmly agreed with the criticism of her own brother. It was a moment that once again confirmed that even among siblings in the Valtoria royal family, which was known to be dysfunctional, the relationships weren't very good despite them being blood-related. There might have been a time when the royal children at least pretended to have decent relationships on the surface, but it was correct to view the royal family as essentially split apart after the death of Philipson, the first prince. And it was that Makart who was involved in the death of the first prince. It didn't matter much that the first prince wasn't a particularly good vessel as the next emperor. What mattered was that the first prince's death caused a division within the royal family. In addition, there was no room for leniency given his connections with the demon race. From that perspective alone, my recent behavior might have been better. Getting involved with him wrongly would only lead to mutual destruction. It might have been more rational to clearly reject him rather than make things ambiguous, which could lead to continuous entanglement. After all, Makart himself hadn't properly built up a power base except for the blind young ladies enthralled by his womanizing, so he wasn't much of a political threat either. I apologize for saying this, but I judged Lilith's decision to be correct, Princess Seraphine. No matter if he's a prince, I don't think it looks good for him to openly approach my fiancé in front of me. I'm not particularly scolding you. I just hope you'll refrain from such dangerous behavior. While Prince Makart himself isn't that threatening, if you were to show this attitude to my other siblings, Miss Lilith, it would be difficult for me to protect you. I was just worried. I don't think Lilith did anything wrong either. I don't like him, too. Perhaps due to my recent statement, there was a strangely anti-Makart alliance atmosphere gathering. It was natural, as Agnes and Seraphine didn't particularly like the fourth prince in the original story either. Thank you for your concern, Princess Seraphine. I'll be more careful from now on. All right, please do be careful, Miss Lilith. As Makart and his group of young ladies disappeared to the opposite side of the banquet hall, and the surprised Agnes and Seraphine also moved back to where Youngwajogigigwat and Sarist were, the banquet seemed to continue peacefully once again. In the end, the curse I had uttered to Makart became nothing more than a minor incident after a while. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Because after the official start of the banquet, an event occurred that was capable of causing much more commotion in the hall. Emperor Valtoria V of the Argentian Empire had 4 wives and 9 children. No, to be precise, he had them. 5 princes and 4 princesses born from 4 wives. Even at a glance, it was a sufficient number of royal descendants to spark a competition for the throne. In fact, in the world of Luminar Academy, that power struggle was ongoing. Of course, even with 4 wives, there was bound to be a main wife and a legitimate first son. Normally, there shouldn't have been a reason for conflict among the children's generation, even if the wives didn't get along well. Until a few years ago, the existence of first Prince Philipson, born to Emperor Valtoria V's main wife, had been preventing the risk of such a rift. Although there was a verification process to prevent the possibility of placing an incompetent person on the throne when passing it to the legitimate heir, the qualification test to become emperor was at a level that any child of the royal family could pass easily. If multiple children passed the qualification test, the throne would naturally be passed to the eldest legitimate son. This was regardless of how well the other children performed in the qualification test. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Philipson had passed the qualification test, albeit narrowly, and obtained the qualification to become emperor. Of course, considering the game's story, inheriting it in such an ordinary way would have been quite boring. Above all, using this method of succession would have made it impossible to make Seraphine, the main heroine, the empress. Thus, in Luminar Academy, the fierce competition for the throne among the royal descendants began with the assassination of the eldest legitimate son, Philipson, and the first wife, the main empress, during the first part of the story. Given that they were all characters with varying degrees of desire for power befitting their royal backgrounds, a full-fledged power struggle was unavoidable. As a result, among the remaining 8 children, excluding the youngest princess who was too young, the rest had no choice but to enter the succession race regardless of their personal wishes. Among them, there were exactly 4 people who were most sensitive to the succession competition at the current point in time. The second prince, the first princess, and the third prince and third princess. Among them, the third princess was Seraphine, the main heroine of Luminar Academy, and the only royal who wholeheartedly supported the protagonist. Originally, there should have been 7 royals who had to enter the competition, so what about the other 3? What else would they do? They just lived as usual, as if they had no interest in the succession race from the beginning. Second Princess Luscia, 4th Prince Makart, and 5th Prince Antonio. These were the types who showed no interest in the throne competition within the work. More precisely, they were the type of people satisfied with living as royalty rather than competing for the throne. Makart, who indulged in a decadent lifestyle with young ladies, relying on his looks and family name, was needless to say. Luscia was only interested in a luxurious lifestyle despite being Seraphine's older sister from the same mother. And Antonio, who was among the youngest of the competitors, fundamentally lacked any motivation for the throne competition. Excluding these three, making Seraphine the empress while overcoming the interference of the remaining three was also one of the main storylines of the work. So, why am I suddenly reciting the family relationships of the royals and Seraphine? Of course, it's to talk about Antonio, the protagonist of today's banquet. In the original work, he was the fifth prince, Antonio Robert Valtoria, who had no particular influence on the throne competition and, despite being royalty, played no significant role in the story. In fact, even today, I had no intention of meeting and talking with him separately, even though he was the host of the banquet. But due to this ridiculous action he just committed, I too had no choice but to become inevitably entangled with Antonio. From the moment I first saw you at the Imperial Palace 2 years ago, I fell in love. So please, I beg you to promise me your hand in marriage. At Prince Antonio's statement that chilled the atmosphere of the hall, Ethan and I were left speechless, watching the scene in disbelief. Even Seraphine and Gyungwajogyagigwat, who were talking a little distance away, were looking at this scene with incredulity, which suggested that they too were quite taken aback by this situation. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The noble heirs around who had been noisy, and even the servants busily moving about the banquet hall. Everyone was waiting for the response of the person in question to Antonio's sudden public confession. Just to be clear, I wasn't that person. At first, I almost mistook this prince's sudden confession to be directed at me, but his gaze was clearly directed at another young lady beside me. Even now, hearing the name of the confession's target from his mouth, I honestly felt like I might still be dreaming. Please accept my feelings, Miss Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. What, if this is a dream, it's definitely a nightmare. About an hour before Prince Antonio made his public confession to Agnes. Prince Antonio's birthday celebration banquet was flowing in a relatively smooth atmosphere. After Macard approached me once at the beginning and then distanced himself, there were no further incidents of us meeting again and getting into an argument. First of all, since the banquet hall was quite spacious, it would have been difficult to encounter each other by chance unless one approached with a specific purpose. Moreover, for some reason, I had the feeling that Macard was intentionally avoiding approaching me. While we were also moving in a way to avoid overlapping with Macard's path, it seemed that he didn't particularly want to face me again, either. Perhaps it was because I had given him the image of a troublesome woman, unlike other young ladies. If that was the reason, it was fortunate in many ways. It essentially meant Macard had no reason to approach me further. There's no point in getting involved with a character destined for ruin, it would only be troublesome for me. Thank you, sincerely, for attending my birthday banquet today. Although I may be young, as a prince of the Argentia Empire. After that, while listening to Prince Antonio's speech that reeked of being written by someone else, Ethan and I had a casual conversation in one corner. After some time passed, Agnes also slowly made her way to my side. Oh, Miss Agnes, have you finished meeting with your friends? Yeah, it was obvious that she had slipped away as soon as the formal banquet started and Seraphine became busy talking with other nobles. If her intimacy level had increased normally, she probably would have been sticking close to the hero instead of coming to me, but seeing her come this way suggested that even that hadn't gone well. It seems the Natalie incident from before was still making things awkward between Agnes and the hero's party. It wasn't a good sign, considering that after graduating from the academy, she would have to spend several years with the hero as part of the Demon King subjugation team. Though she'll end up joining the hero's party anyway due to the Blaze family issues. Still, if she's going to join anyway, it would be better to do so on good terms. If things are too awkward, it would be difficult to coordinate in actual combat. However, it was important to maintain an appropriate distance between them, as getting too close could also lead to the possibility of Agnes falling for the hero. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Anyway, she was a friend who made me unnecessarily worried, right from our first meeting. What are you drinking? Alcohol. Ah, yes, it's just a light cocktail. Light, really, just in case, I should mention that it's better if you don't drink, Miss Agnes. It's just my intuition, but I think you might be the type who doesn't handle alcohol well. I know that, too. Contrary to her seemingly stubborn personality, she surprisingly readily admitted that her alcohol tolerance wasn't great. Probably because her wariness of alcohol had increased due to the Natalie incident. Maybe she had even tried drinking alone secretly where others couldn't see. Unlike Natalie, Agnes tended to vividly remember what happened when she was drunk, thanks to her good memory. The winter break was long, after all. If she had experienced getting drunk in a place I didn't know about, she probably wouldn't even think about touching alcohol at such a public event. By the way, Lady Blaze, I heard you're taking a few classes with Lily this semester too. Lily, oh, right, you mean Lilith. Yeah, I get it. Can you tell me how Lily is during classes? I take 2 classes with Lily too, but both are more physical than theoretical. I'm curious about what Lily is like in the lecture hall. Just normal. She listens attentively and takes notes diligently. She dozes off a bit in Monday afternoon lectures, looking tired. That's probably because of the magic swordsmanship lecture class in the morning. Lily's skill with daggers has been improving day by day. Recently, she's gotten good enough that I can occasionally spar with her. Of course, with a slight handicap. Tell me more. How is she in the magic swordsmanship class? Is there really a need for you two to talk about me right in front of me? The two seem to be getting along strangely well, continuing their conversation without much awkwardness. Although it felt like most of the conversation topics were biased towards one side. While it was understandable for Ethan, who had liked me since we were young, I wasn't sure why Agnes had suddenly become interested in my personal life. Maybe she was still grateful to me for helping her contract her first fire spirit. Just when I thought the banquet would end after some appropriate exchanges without any particular incidents, a major event capable of turning the hall upside down struck suddenly. Ah, here you are. I've finally found you, my mademoiselle. Pardon. Prince Antonio suddenly appeared before me, Ethan, and Agnes, who were in the middle of a conversation. Ethan showed a somewhat wary reaction due to the recent McCart incident, but for now, showing respect to the prince came first. If I cursed him to his face out of the blue like I did with McCart, the atmosphere would become hostile again. Greetings, Prince Antonio. I am Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, the eldest daughter of the Rosewood family. I am Ethan Richard Blackwood, the eldest son of the Blackwood ducal family. I am also Lilith's fiancé. Ethan immediately introduced himself after my introduction, likely to prevent my background as a quasi-baroness from standing out. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Feeling secretly grateful for his consideration, I was pondering how to deal with Antonio, but surprisingly, the prince who had made uncharacteristically flirtatious remarks like my mademoiselle from our first meeting responded rather calmly to my and Ethan's introductions. Ah, yes, pleased to meet you, Miss Lilith. Young Master Ethan. Ah, yes, it's an honor. It's an honor, Prince Antonio. So I haven't heard the name of this beautiful lady here. Question mark exclamation mark. Question mark exclamation mark. Ethan and I simultaneously turned our gaze towards Agnes in surprise at the sight of Prince Antonio referring to her as a beautiful lady, while I was right beside her. Of course, the most surprised was probably Agnes herself, who directly heard those words from Antonio. Me, yes, my mademoiselle. Ah, I'm Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. Ah, how can even your name be so beautiful? No, it's just an ordinary name. Seeing Antonio's behavior, which was completely different from the original game, I almost thought I had mistaken him for someone else. Judging by his hairstyle and eye color, it definitely seemed to be Antonio. As I was racking my brains trying to figure out where things had gone wrong this time, Antonio's confession to Agnes continued. From the moment I first saw you at the Imperial Palace 2 years ago, I fell in love. So please, I beg you to promise me your hand in marriage. Please accept my feelings, Miss Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. And so, the story comes full circle. Antonio Robert Valtoria. The 5th prince of the Valtoria royal family, and an unfortunate prince who suddenly had to enter an unexpected succession race after the assassination of the first prince. In the game Luminar Academy, his original role was that of a mediocre supporting character. He could be recruited as a companion, but his abilities were mediocre, so he wasn't worth keeping around for long. Instead, he could occasionally be helpful when a royal character was needed in Seraphine's absence. It was unavoidable from Antonio's position. When the succession was decided with Philipson, Antonio was only 10 years old. How could he have anticipated that 5 years later, Philipson would die and he would have to enter the succession race? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. While Seraphine had prepared to some extent through her future vision, Antonio didn't have such an ability. As a result, from the player's perspective, he was just a royal character who could be used without particularly hindering Seraphine, just a character who maintained his position and preserved his life. Still, from an objective evaluation, he was quite a likable character. In Luminar Academy, among Seraphine's siblings, everyone except Antonio and the youngest princess were either competitors or obstacles. In other words, originally, Antonio should have been in the position of a potential ally who occasionally helped the protagonist while playing the role of a recluse to avoid attracting attention from his other siblings. Please accept my feelings, Miss Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. What? I couldn't comprehend why he was suddenly confessing to Agnes for whatever reason. What exactly did I mess up? No, come to think of it, maybe it wasn't me but Jian GMW Jogi Gigwat who messed something up. This time, I really felt wrong no matter how I thought about it. To begin with, I had only started interacting with Agnes about half a year ago, and as for Antonio, this was practically our first meeting. Logically thinking, it would undoubtedly be correct to assume that it was Hiro who had done something, not me. Right, that's it. After all, I'm not the only variable that appeared in this world. And Youngwajogigigwat, being in a position to enjoy an open-world RPG much more freely than me who can't go anywhere without Ethan, could possibly have built a relationship with Antonio before part 2 of the story if he wanted to. From the moment I first saw you, I was completely captivated by your beautiful magic. Magic. 2 years ago, you appeared like a comet and protected the eastern gate of the Imperial Palace, allowing me to escape from that day's danger. 2 years ago, the eastern gate of the palace. Since that day, I've dreamed of meeting you again. There were times when I thought I might never see you again. Wait, if this story is true, could it be 2 years ago, the eastern gate of the palace, and magic? As far as I knew, there was only one incident that could overlap with these keywords and Agnes. The masquerade ball for Seraphine's birthday celebration naturally came to mind. Wait, then when Agnes said she met Antonio before, could it be that they met while defeating monsters at the palace's eastern gate? Why didn't Agnes properly tell me such important information? Of course, I didn't ask properly and just let it slide, but still, for an event of this magnitude, shouldn't she have explained it on her own? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. As Prince Antonio continued his series of bombshell statements, the hall was filled with more and more murmuring. Also, Agnes, suddenly finding herself the center of attention, was rolling her eyes with the most flustered expression I had ever seen on her. Yes, Miss Agnes. I don't know anything about this. Pardon. Wait a moment, Miss Agnes. Bang. Unable to handle the sudden attention, Agnes chose to flee. Prince Antonio reached out emptily towards where Agnes's retreating figure had been as she kicked open the door of the noon sunflower hall. Quickly bring back the person who just left. She might become the prince's consort. Yes. Immediately, the palace guards who were guarding the banquet hall rushed out to find Agnes. Taking advantage of the commotion, I also hurried out of the banquet hall. I'll bring Agnes back. Ed, please wait for a moment. Lily, wait, do you know where Lady Blaze? It's okay, I can find her. Although I didn't pay much attention to Agnes's route in my previous life, I knew her basic habits. So, for now, I had to find Agnes before the palace guards. Whether to persuade her to come back or to send her home could be decided after finding her. The process of finding Agnes was surprisingly simple. She had a consistent pattern in the direction she habitually moved when faced with difficult situations or embarrassing incidents. It was a rule I naturally came to know even though I never deliberately tried to pursue Agnes. After all, Agnes was a character with excellent performance, having been recruited as a companion in nearly 20 out of 24 playthroughs. The palace guards have probably scattered to the exits on the first floor. In such situations, people usually think of escaping outside when running away. Of course, the palace guards didn't really have the right to stop a guest who wanted to go home, but anyway, Agnes had abruptly ended her conversation with Prince Antonio, the protagonist of the banquet. At least they had some pretext to try to persuade her for a moment. The premise that Agnes ran away is probably wrong to begin with. No matter how flustered she was by the situation, Agnes was still representing the Blaze family at this event. To prevent giving the old-fashioned people of the family, as she called them, something to nitpick about, she wouldn't leave without permission. She was probably just looking for a place to be alone for a while, and I could guess where she might have gone. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. She had a habit of escaping to high places when she needed to think about something. And there's only one high place she could have run to from the Noon Sunflower Hall. Coming out of the Noon Sunflower Hall, there are stairs on both sides, and following those stairs up leads to the 5th floor outdoor garden. It was a place in the palace that was almost always open for guests to use except at night, so it wasn't difficult to guess Agnes's steps. Clank. As soon as I opened the door leading to the outdoor garden, a red-haired young lady came into view. I slowly approached her, who was unmistakably Agnes, judging by her height and figure. "Why did you suddenly run away, Miss Agnes?" "Oh, it's you. Who did you think it was?" "Either Seraphine, or that whatever prince." That whatever prince? From Agnes's position, it wasn't exactly wrong. After all, she had suddenly received a confession from Prince Antonio in a place she never expected, so of course he would feel like some unknown guy. Based on the conversation we had about 1 to 2 weeks ago, it seemed they didn't have a particularly deep relationship. It even seemed like Antonio had heard Agnes's name for the first time today. I couldn't help but be curious about what kind of relationship they had, and thinking it might help solve her worries, I asked about the whole story first. "What kind of relationship do you have with Prince Antonio?" "No relationship at all. We're just acquaintances who know each other's faces." "Prince Antonio doesn't seem to think so. You said you met once before, right? When was that?" "Remember that day 2 years ago? The day when the Serpent King attacked the palace?" "Ah, yes. Antonio was the one I fought with at the Eastern Gate then." Somehow, it seemed likely. Well, considering the story of the original game, it made sense. The reason the northern and western gates of the palace weren't breached during the incident of the attack of the King Serpent was because reliable main characters were in charge of the defense. In Luminar Academy, it was a fact you naturally learned as you progressed through the story that Orion defended the northern gate, and Agnes and Seraphine defended the western gate where the boss monster appeared. The south gate was breached due to a lack of defensive forces, resulting in Lizzie's death. However, for the eastern gate, I only knew that it wasn't breached after many sacrifices, which was somewhat unnatural if you thought about it closely. If it was a level of monster wave that could be repelled by the palace guards, it was strange that the southern gate, which was farther from the lake, was breached while the eastern gate held. But if Antonio had been involved in that defense, it was a different story. No matter how mediocre his abilities were, as a potential companion, he must have had quite useful skills. Of course, Antonio would have been only about 15 at the time, so he probably couldn't have been as active as other characters, and there were many casualties. At first, I didn't even know he was a prince. I just thought he was a young knight among the guards. Is that so? Yeah, as soon as I arrived, about 2 people looked in danger, so I provided magical support from the rear. The prince also looked tired, so I pulled him back for a moment, and after that, we took turns defending with the remaining personnel. That's all. It's a more mundane story than I expected. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Did you expect some fairy tale about a prince on a white horse saving me from crisis? That was really all there was to it. Well, Agnes probably didn't find it too difficult because she's basically not a physical fighter. Antonio and the other guards who had been holding the eastern gate until Agnes arrived would naturally think differently. There's also the possibility that he mistook his racing heart for love in the midst of a life-threatening situation. Also, it's a clear fact that casualties were reduced after Agnes came to support. Thinking about the original story, Prince Antonio would have survived somehow, but many of the remaining guards would have lost their lives. So, did you exchange names then? No, we didn't exchange names. What? By the time the battle ended, he had collapsed, and I just heard the guards saying something like, "Thank you for saving the prince." That's when I learned his name. Ah, I see. After that, there was no particular occasion to meet, so that was the end of it. That's why I don't understand why he's suddenly saying strange things to me. So, it's like this. For Antonio, Agnes suddenly appeared when his life was in danger and saved the lives of the guards. She came to the front lines with him and engaged in battle against the monsters. In the midst of that, he developed a strange feeling for Agnes due to the suspension bridge effect and then collapsed from fatigue. When he woke up, the woman who had saved him had disappeared without even telling him her name, something like that. I can understand why he got excited and rushed in as soon as he saw her. Though making a public confession at his own birthday banquet seems to have crossed the line a bit too much. After hearing the story of Agnes's first meeting with Prince Antonio, I could somewhat understand his sudden obsession with Agnes. From Antonio's perspective, it must have felt like a fairy tale prince, no, more like a fateful encounter where someone suddenly saved him from danger and disappeared. Agnes's intentions didn't matter much. In Antonio's mind, she would remain as the woman who saved him and vanished without even revealing her name. Even after hearing the explanation from Agnes's perspective, who thought it wasn't a big deal, I could understand to some extent. This suggests that from Antonio's point of view, the memory was likely much more exaggerated. Antonio isn't really a bad person, as far as individuals go. Although he's said to have no desire for greater power, it's more that his upbringing inevitably made him that way. He was fundamentally of gentle nature, and although he always wore an inscrutable expression with a constant smile, that suspicious expression was just a survival tactic created for personal advancement. He never betrayed anyone in the story, and except for his slightly inferior performance, he was a good guy overall. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Even that performance aspect, when you think about it, refers to his performance in the Demon King subjugation party, not that he was lacking as a person. Evaluating someone solely based on combat ability wasn't an objective criterion to begin with. Well, it doesn't really matter if I evaluate Antonio now, anyway. Although this incident snowballed after I attended the masquerade ball with Ethan, in the end, it was an issue between two people, unrelated to either me or Ethan. Naturally, it was up to those two to decide their future as well. No matter how much I appealed to Antonio's good points, it would mean nothing if Agnes didn't like him. The reverse was true as well. All I could do was listen to Agnes's concerns and offer some advice. What do you want to do, Miss Agnes? Although it was a sudden confession, a confession is still a confession. Running away doesn't make it disappear, Miss Agnes. I know. Agnes leaned on the railing, looking at the scenery outside the palace with a complicated expression. Perhaps because it was the imperial capital with many people, lights that hadn't gone out even after evening illuminated the darkening streets. If she became the prince's consort, this would be the scenery she'd see every day. It was understandable if her heart was troubled. If I were in Agnes's position, it would have been a very difficult problem to consider. First, I'm going to confirm if what he's saying is sincere. And if it is sincere, if it's sincere, then I'll do it. Oh, really? It's advantageous for the succession competition. Being engaged to a prince would fulfill most of the qualifications the old-fashioned people in my family talk about. Is she factoring in her succession issues even in such an important matter? Although I didn't intend to interfere with her relationship with Prince Antonio, personally, I hoped Agnes would make a more careful judgment. If Agnes accepted the engagement with Prince Antonio now simply for reasons like, because it's necessary, they might miss the opportunity to understand each other deeply. I understand your feelings, Miss Agnes, but don't you think there's no need to decide right away? I know that an engagement with Prince Antonio has many advantages for you, but an engagement is still a stage before deciding on a lifelong partner. Don't you think it's too hasty to decide at just the second meeting? Regardless of whether you're considering engagement with Prince Antonio, how about taking some time to get to know each other better? Prince Antonio will likely enroll in Luminar Academy next year anyway, so you'll naturally have more opportunities to meet each other then. At first, Agnes looked skeptical of my words, but as she listened, she seemed to consider them quite seriously. After all, she had already benefited from my advice once before. And advice from one of her few friends might be easier to accept. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Her honest desire not to miss this rare opportunity was also clearly felt in the following conversation. What if he gets offended when I say that and acts like the whole proposal never happened? Then Prince Antonio is just that kind of man. An engagement with such a person would have only been unhappy from the start, so there's no need to regret it. Aren't you speaking carelessly because it's not your story? It's not like everyone gets the chance to be engaged to a prince. The same applies to you, doesn't it? Do you think opportunities to be engaged to the future head of the Blaze family and the future Archmage of the Crimson Tower are common? Future head of the Blaze family, future Archmage of the Crimson Tower. Yeah, you're right. Your point makes sense too, Lilith. She certainly has pride in herself. As I've mentioned before, in the original game, Agnes usually ended up single unless she ended up with the hero. In other words, it took someone of the hero's caliber to be worthy of Agnes. So objectively speaking, it was more like Antonio was the one being given an opportunity by Agnes. This was probably the only time he could stand as an equal to her before Agnes joined the Demon King subjugation party and before she was officially recognized as the next head of the Blaze family. In love, the one who cares less always has the upper hand. If you accept a public confession like today's without prior agreement, how do you think Prince Antonio will view you in the future? How would he view me? He'd think, this woman doesn't mind even if I'm rude to her, and from then on, he'd act even more shamelessly. He might try to sleep with you before the official marriage, or not care about what you like when you're spending time alone together, or even bring in several concubines besides you. Is that so? Yes. That's why you need to give a clear answer, especially at times like this. First, you should firmly caution Prince Antonio for making a public confession without prior agreement, and say that you think it's too early for an engagement, so you want to take time to get to know each other first. That way, won't he realize? This woman isn't someone I can handle as I please, she's not approaching me because I'm a prince, but she's really taking me seriously as a person. Of course, this is just my opinion, and the decision is yours to make, Miss Agnes. If you're going to accept the Engagem just because he's a prince, even after I've said all this, I won't stop you. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I had intentionally spoken a bit extremely to Agnes to scare her a bit. The talk about demanding to sleep together before marriage or bringing in several wives and concubines was almost impossible considering Prince Antonio's character as I knew him in the game. Of course, there was no harm in being cautious in advance. Human personalities are not always consistent, and we didn't know how Prince Antonio's personality might have changed due to meeting Agnes 2 years ago. Just look at Ethan. The current Ethan and the Lout Prince in the game were so different in appearance and personality that they could be considered different people. In Ethan's case, it was a change for the better, but there was no guarantee that changes would always be in that direction. Bang! Found you. You're here. Lady Agnes. No, Princess Consort, you must return to the Noon Sunflower Hall quickly. At that moment, palace guards who burst into the outdoor garden rushed towards Agnes and me as soon as they saw us. Judging by their exhausted appearance, they must have searched each floor from the first floor before finally reaching here. Well, the timing isn't bad. We've already said everything that needed to be said anyway. Princess Consort Agnes, Prince Antonio is still in the banquet hall. Don't call me Princess Consort. Nothing has been decided yet. Pardon, and don't crowd around me. I'm not going to run away. I just needed some time to think. Yes, we're sorry. The guards immediately showed respect and parted to the sides at Agnes's more resolute tone. Although she said she wasn't engaged to Antonio yet, the fact that she had caught Antonio's eye remained unchanged. I also followed her back to the Noon Sunflower Hall, and Agnes, walking beside me, looked into my eyes and mentioned the conversation we just had in the outdoor garden. You said that in love, the one who cares less has the upper hand, right? Yes, Miss Agnes. I'll keep that in mind. Since it's your advice, Lilith. Thank you, Miss Agnes. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Watching you and Ethan, it doesn't seem like wrong advice. Pardon. Before I could resolve my confusion about Agnes's last words, she opened the door to the Noon Sunflower Hall and re-entered the banquet hall. From now on, I could only quietly watch to see what decision Agnes would make. Prince Antonio's passionate confession to Agnes. To start with the result, it didn't go as well as I had thought. The outcome I expected, Agnes telling Prince Antonio that she wanted to take more time to observe him, seemed to be going well, so I wasn't particularly worried. However, Prince Antonio's subsequent response wasn't very good. Less than so, Miss Agnes, you're saying you can only make a decision after getting to know me better. Greater than. Less than yes. Greater than. Less than I understand. Then I have no choice. Greater than. Less than greater than. Less than I don't think I can give up on you yet, Miss Agnes, so I'll accept your proposal. Greater than. Agnes tensed up momentarily when the words I have no choice came out of Prince Antonio's mouth, but she quietly relaxed her stiff shoulders when she heard that he would accept it in the end. Although she pretended otherwise on the surface, Agnes must have been nervous because she ultimately desired an engagement with the prince. I thought it would end with Agnes having more time to get to know her potential partner instead of a hasty engagement, and Prince Antonio making an effort to win Agnes's heart by taking a step back, a desirable relationship. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. If only he hadn't added that unnecessary final sentence. Less than then, Miss Agnes, I have one question. Greater than. Less than what is it? Greater than. Less than in how many years do you plan to enroll in the academy? Greater than. Less than what? What do you mean? Greater than. Less than someone with your skill level would undoubtedly pass the Luminar Academy entrance exam in one go. I turn 18 today and qualify to enter the academy next year, but I can delay my enrollment for a few years if it means becoming classmates with you. Greater than. Less than greater than. Less than at your current age, you should be old enough to enter the academy in about 3 years, right? I can certainly wait that long. What do you think, Miss Agnes? If it's all right with you, we could experience more of each other until then, and in 2 to 3 years, we could apply for the married, engaged couple dormitory room, greater than. Less than I'm already attending. Greater than. Less than pardon. Greater than. Less than I said I'm already attending. I'm a second year. Are you mocking me? Everyone keeps treating me like a child. Greater than. Less than I'm sorry, Miss Agnes. Why you just look so young no, I mean, beautiful, that I misunderstood. Greater than. In this way, Prince Antonio ended up severely prodding at Agnes's complex, and their engagement concluded ambiguously. Somehow, it seemed like my unnecessary words might have widened the gap between them, but since it was the prince's verbal mistake, not mine, I didn't need to worry about it. I could only pray that Antonio would somehow make up for his mistake and develop a good relationship with Agnes. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Thus, the finale of the events at Prince Antonio's birthday banquet ended with a push and pull relationship between its protagonist celebrating his 18th birthday and Agnes. And I quietly hoped in my heart that it would end with just that. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 17. A week had passed since Antonio's public confession to Agnes. After the end of various events timed with the conclusion of the Academy's midterm exams, including the prince's birthday banquet, the somewhat chaotic atmosphere within the Academy returned to normal within a week. The greatest achievement of mine in the past week was leveling up after a long time. My growth had been slowed due to the lack of recent events to gain XP, but I was finally able to achieve one level of growth by accumulating hunting experience from the common course practical monster hunting that I took with Ethan, and sparring experience from the application of magic swordsmanship class. Anyway, it's damn hard to level up even once. If only leveling up could be a bit easier, I could progress much more smoothly. Still, I should be grateful that it wasn't a growth rate that lagged behind for a second-year student in the magic department of the academy. Of course, the fact that I leveled up meant that Ethan, who had many more opportunities to gain experience than me, was likely to have leveled up as well. So, having grown side by side, Ethan and I were now glaring at each other with swords in both hands. While each of us exhaled tired, rhythmic breaths. Huff, huff, huff. Ha, ha, ha. Application of magic swordsmanship is a common subject for the magic and swordsmanship departments in the second year, first semester. Originally, there was no way Ethan, a Tier 1 student, and I, a Tier 2 student, would be designated as sparring partners during class. But with the changes in Harold's curriculum, as we entered the second year, Ethan and I found ourselves engaging in combat like this, holding swords. *1. Indeed, it's fucking intense. Having already exchanged blows dozens of times, I was naturally quite exhausted mentally. To begin with, there was no way for me to win against Ethan in one-on-one swordsmanship, so my approach to combat was essentially trying to predict Ethan's psychology and move one step faster. At least, I had observed how Ethan has moved in certain situations up close for the past 2 years. Of course, it was only because it was Ethan that I could hold out with such tricks. Sparring with other Tier 1 students was nothing short of one-sided bullying. Needless to say, the hero was perfect in all aspects, be it attack or defense. Natalie's swordsmanship, attempting to thrust several times per second with movements much faster than me wielding a dagger, was also sharp. Karaham, though slow, was also a monster difficult for me to handle, with his absurdly strong greaseword that completely eliminated the option of blocking for defense when swung with intent. Anyway, the swordsmanship department students of the protagonist generation are full of nothing but monsters. Even though it's a game mainly about swordsmanship and magic, a department with one heroine and 2 mini-bosses certainly had many problems in terms of power balance. And among them, if we consider compatibility, Ethan should actually be the most difficult to deal with. Despite holding swords in both hands like me, Ethan's superior reach, speed, and power in all aspects meant that sparring with him could only result in a one-sided match. It was only by using the aforementioned tricks and the fact that Ethan showed a strange hesitation when facing me that I had the chance to exchange a few sword strikes. To explain further, it wasn't that Harold was making me spar with Tier 1 students from the swordsmanship department to torment me after the humiliation last semester. From the start, about 4 students besides me were rotating weekly to have mock battles with the 4 people from Tier 1, or with Harold. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. As you might have guessed, these 5 students, including me, were those who had managed to land a hit on Harold last semester and had their skills recognized. While not at a level to face the inhuman grade students of Tier 1, we were at a level where we could easily achieve victory against ordinary students from Tier 2 and below. Harold had designated these 5 as belonging to Tier 1.5 and had started new training from the second year's first semester. We were to serve as a bridge between Tier 1 and Tier 2 swordsmanship for the overall growth of all students. The problem was that we were put into sparring matches with handicaps where we could only get beaten by both Tier 1 and Tier 2. If we fought with our existing skills, there would have been no reason to raise me and the other students to Tier 1.5, so it was decreed that Tier 1.5 students would fight differently depending on the opponent. When a Tier 1.5 student fought a Tier 2 student, magic was prohibited, and they had to fight using purely swordsmanship, while Tier 2 students could only use defensive magic. Conversely, when fighting Tier 1 students were prohibited from using magic, while Tier 1.5 students could use magic limited to defense. Thanks to this awkward handicap, Tier 1.5 students, including me, were accumulating only defeats in daily sparring sessions. Not only against Tier 1 students but also against Tier 2 students. Of course, it's a given from the point where we can't tear through arcane barriers with swordsmanship. Tier 1 students could naturally tear through arcane barriers using pure swordsmanship. They could even cut or break through most defensive magic and attack. Being able to use defensive magic against such students wasn't particularly advantageous for Tier 1.5 students. Even if we entered the sparring wrapped in arcane barriers, most of them would break through the barriers and land attacks. Moreover, to make matters worse, Tier 1.5 students hadn't yet reached the level where they could tear through arcane barriers with swordsmanship like Tier 1 students. In my case, I could somehow tear through it using auxiliary magic spells, like Sharp Blade, but of course, that was a skill I couldn't use due to the magic prohibition rule. In other words, even if I managed to land the first attack, it would only result in allowing a reversal as it was blocked by the arcane barrier. Looking at it this way, the Tier 1 students who could destroy arcane barriers with swordsmanship alone suddenly seemed quite impressive. Anyway, Harold probably anticipated this level of skill difference from the start. He was likely using this intense training to raise the achievement of Tier 1.5 students to be able to destroy arcane barriers. Thanks to this, although I could tangibly feel that my attack power when wielding a sword had noticeably improved now that more than half a semester had passed, my mental strength was gradually being chipped away. In a moment of distraction, Ethan rushed towards me and unhesitatingly struck down the dagger in my hand with his sword. Clang! Ah! Before the stinging vibration in my hand could fade, Ethan's other sword came flying towards my other hand. As I hurriedly tried to respond by pulling out another dagger from my bosom, Ethan's hand grasped the wrist of the hand that had lost its dagger. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Clong! Arg! As the dagger fell from my other hand, I felt my wrist being grabbed, and my body fell backward onto the sparring ground, with Ethan pouncing on top of me. Thud. Do you want to continue, Lilith? I've lost, young Master Ethan. It was a moment of utter powerlessness in the face of such a humiliating defeat. During lunch on the day I was powerlessly and hopelessly defeated in sparring with Ethan. Perhaps because of the result of that class, Ethan kept glancing at me strangely throughout lunch. He had been quite confident since entering Luminar Academy, so he was generally tolerable, but why was he doing such an appetite-ruining thing today of all days? Naturally, I was the one who broke the silence first to ease the tense atmosphere at the meal caused by Ethan's unnecessary concern. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Young Master Ethan, don't you realize that being so concerned actually makes me feel self-conscious? Sorry, Lilith. Or are you trying to make me feel self-conscious to help me quickly forget about our sparring in the application of magic swordsmanship class? If so, it's an admirable tactic. Ah, no, that wasn't my intention. What's with this reaction, as if he'd committed some crime just by winning a sparring match against his exclusive maid? Since I had joined the ranks of the Tier 1.5 students, we would have to spar 1 to 2 more times this semester anyway. If he showed unnecessary concern like this every time we sparred, it would clearly be endless. Just in case, let me tell you that I'm not emotionally hurt by losing to you, young Master Ethan. I know, of course, you wouldn't be, Lilith. Are you really sure about that? But, are you really not affected at all? No, I'm not affected at all. And I won't be in the future either. I'm more worried that you might ask me to pretend to be upset because you want to savor the feeling of victory. I won't ask for anything like that, so don't worry. Ethan looked at my statement as if it was ridiculous, but he still showed a slight smile. He seemed to have finally relaxed a bit after realizing that I wasn't bothered by the part he was most concerned about. Right, I was worried for nothing. Lilith, you have the strongest mind of anyone I know. It's not exactly like that, but I certainly don't get depressed over losing a practice sparring match during class. That's good then. Actually, I'd like to say something to you about today's sparring, young Master Ethan. What was the point of today's match? Ethan's expression, which had relaxed slightly, stiffened again as he hadn't expected a rebuttal from me. Conversely, I continued to voice the issues I had with the recent sparring. What was that, young Master Ethan? Your sword never once aimed for my body today, did it? Especially in a duel between swordsmen, shouldn't you primarily target the wrists and waist? What are you trying to achieve by holding back? No, I was worried about controlling my strength. Isn't that why senior students from the theology department come to cast celestial barriers for each sparring session? Isn't it designed so that the celestial barrier breaks when you take damage equivalent to a fatal wound? But it's dangerous. If you take damage beyond a fatal wound, you could really get hurt, and I hate seeing you get hurt, Lilith. For me, the title of a swordsman who lost despite the opponent holding back is more of a disgrace, young Master Ethan. I'm sorry, Lilith. I lacked consideration. Ethan finally understood and bowed his head when I spoke with a serious face. It was obvious to anyone that he had tried to find the safest way to subdue me out of consideration, and as a result, the sparring had been prolonged. In fact, when I had sparred with Youngwajogyagigwat, Natalie, and Karaham before, they showed no mercy, so my celestial barrier broke instantly and I had no choice but to lose. But in Ethan's case, from the point where my celestial barrier was about half depleted, he noticeably started to subdue me with a gentler sword. That's why the sparring time was unnecessarily prolonged, and that's also why there were moments when my swordsmanship seemed to be on par with Ethan's for a brief time. If we had fought with our true abilities, I wouldn't have lasted even 2 minutes against Ethan. That was the meaning of close combat between a mage and a swordsman. There was no way I, who used swordsmanship as a supplementary means for magic, could win against someone who used magic as a supplementary means for swordsmanship. Anyway, please make sure this doesn't happen in the next sparring session, young Master Ethan. It's not good for my growth, and it also creates hesitation in your swordsmanship. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lilith, only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Even if the celestial barrier breaks and I get hurt, I won't resent you. Isn't this an era where even if an arm is cut off, it can be reattached immediately if taken to the church? Even so, that seems like a bit of a dangerous idea. I'm telling you to engage with that level of sincerity, young Master Ethan. Well, he's still a child, now as before. Have a good afternoon class, and I'll see you in the evening, Lilith. I'll see you this evening, young Master Ethan. After giving Ethan something like advice for the first time in a while during lunch, we moved in opposite directions at the crossroads to attend our respective afternoon classes. I feel like I spoke a bit harshly to Ethan after a long time. But Ethan's condition today was so poor that I had to say something like this. Ethan, who has wielded a sword longer than I have, should know what it means to hold back in what's supposed to be a sparring match. In the end, if he becomes weak-hearted in such trivial matters, it could lead to decisions that cost lives later. It's better to hear advice from me now than to have his head fly off somewhere because he became half-hearted. Thud, thud, thud. Is there still something to talk about? Not long after parting with Ethan, I quietly guessed that Ethan might be coming back towards me as I sensed someone's footsteps following me. Unfortunately, the owner of the footsteps was not who I thought it was, but someone else. Moreover, it was the footsteps of that bastard I absolutely didn't want to meet within the academy if possible. Young Master Ethan, do you have something to say? It's been a while, bold young lady. Ah, shish, I barely managed to hold back the curse that almost escaped my lips, but I couldn't hide the expression of disgust I felt. Instead, McCart, seeing this, smiled and leaned his head towards me. Belatedly remembering his ability, I tried to create distance with a sudden step back, but McCart's hand was faster in grabbing mine. By the time I realized the danger, it was already one beat too late. Grab. At the same time, a curtain of darkness enveloped the two of us and stained our surroundings with dark mana. In an instant, I was sucked into his mental space, falling victim to his ability. Thud. Shit, I let my guard down. I shook off his grip belatedly and created distance again, but McCart's inner darkness wasn't a space you could escape from just like that. What can I do? If there's anyone to blame, it's me for stupidly letting my guard down and allowing the attack. I had momentarily forgotten because days had been too peaceful lately. Luminar Academy was an academy game about gathering a Demon King subjugation party to defeat demons and the Demon King, and of course, such obvious crises come in these academy genre games. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. I was worried I might have mistaken you, but it seems I found you well. I was extremely rude at the banquet hall earlier, Prince McCart Paris Valtoria. There's no need to force yourself to apologize while suppressing your true feelings. I already know your apology isn't sincere anyway. No, I really think the verbal mistake I made earlier was rude. If you truly thought that, you would have come to the VIP building long ago. Finding my quarters as royalty within the academy is as easy as finding the Imperial Palace in the capital, isn't it? McCart approached me one step at a time with a chilling smile. The surroundings were already wrapped in a black curtain representing McCart's domain, and only a part of the area spread around him, like a round circle, was illuminating our bodies. Now that he had deliberately pushed me into this space, it was meaningless to hide my true feelings and be polite. Ah, fuck, you fucking bastard. McCart's mouth corners quietly drew an arc. It was a disgustingly greasy smile that made me feel like I was going to throw up the lunch I had just eaten just by making eye contact. Fourth Prince McCart Paris Valtoria. He was the only one among Seraphine's blood relatives who was involved with the demon race, making him a kind of spy for the Demon King's army. According to the original plot, he was supposed to have his first battle around Part 4, which meant he was strong enough to only show his combat power in the latter half of the story. And although I didn't want to say this before the battle even started, he wasn't an opponent that Lilith, a mere maid, could defeat alone. It wasn't just that I couldn't win at this point in time, but from the start, McCart was an opponent that could only be defeated by someone with stats equivalent to the hero in the latter of Part 4. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. For Lilith to reach that level of stats, it would have to be at the very end of Part 5. In terms of levels, it would be almost 60 to 70, my current level was practically only a quarter of that. I was so focused on Agnes and Prince Antonio's affair that I didn't see the hornet's nest I had stirred. I had nothing to say as I failed to prepare for the crisis approaching me, too focused on how their relationship was flowing differently from the original story. If I had known he would approach like this, I would have asked Ethan to escort me to the magic department building for a while, even if it was a bit embarrassing. I should have acted like that at least until McCart lost interest in me. McCart's unique ability, this inner darkness, was a mental prison that could only trap one person at a time. If I had to be specific, it was a kind of assassination specialized ability. He probably used this ability to kill Philipson and the First Empress too. Not only was the ability itself specialized for assassination, but for McCart, who could freely move around the Imperial Palace, regicide was an easy task. Asterisk 1. If McCart's mood changed capriciously, he might release me safely from this space, but as I just said, he was involved in the death of his stepmother and half-sibling. There was no way this bastard, who regarded the life of a lower noble lady like me as insignificant as a fly's, would show mercy. Apart from that, cutting or breaking the space itself with master-level swordsmanship or magic was another means of escape. Of course, I didn't qualify for either of these, which meant I couldn't escape on my own. If I couldn't do either, I could just kill the caster who deployed this mental magic. Interesting. Usually, when ladies first come in here, they tremble in fear or scream. What do you want me to do about it, fucking asshole? Unlike those girls, you're not particularly scared, nor are you whining noisily. I ran through the simulation of taking off Machat's head, who was grinning in front of me, several times in my mind. Taking out the dagger from my inner pocket and thrusting it at his neck would be too big a movement and easily countered. Taking out the dagger from under my skirt might reduce the speed, but to kill him with a sword, I'd need to swing it as fast as the hero or Natalie. Or, I could make him completely let his guard down to expose his vital point. Using magic to respond lack lethality, and large-scale magic like Mana Blast would obviously be blocked while channeling. On top of that, getting a skill to resolve the situation with my remaining skill points was also an unsatisfactory situation. In that uncomfortable confrontation, as I couldn't hide my tension and kept my guard up against him, McCart's smiling eyes quietly stared at me, and for a moment, curses automatically spilled from my mouth as I got goosebumps from that unpleasant gaze. What are you looking at, you fucking bastard? I thought this before, but you're not a very polite young lady, are you? Didn't your etiquette teacher teach you? Did your mother, being an empty-headed whore, teach you to unwrap and devour young ladies like gift wrappings? PFF'd, hehe, what are you laughing at, fucker? With that disgustingly ugly face. PFF'd, ahahahaha, that's right, it's been a while since I've had this kind of reaction. It's truly fresh and good, ahahaha. Look at this loser pretending to be cool and laughing. Well, from his perspective, being told he's ugly might be a funny story. After all, the reason he was involved in killing the first empress and the crown prince was to hide his ugly face. I, who knew his original ugly appearance instead of that disgustingly fake face, also knew why this bastard goes around with such self-satisfaction. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. He was originally a guy with low self-esteem about his appearance, so he learned a becoming handsome spell overnight and uses it as he pleases. To be precise, it was closer to a wide area perception interference magic that makes his own appearance look handsome, rather than a magic that actually makes him handsome. Perhaps his pride was hurt by my words calling him disgustingly ugly, as he leaned his face a bit closer to mine. Would you like to say that again? How is my face? Fuck you. Won't you move your fucking ugly face away? Did your mother even eat seaweed soup after giving birth to a bastard like you? The third empress must have had a disgustingly strong stomach. Asterisk 2. I'm not sure what seaweed soup is, but I think I understand that you're insulting me and my mother. Even a goblin with a brain should understand that much. Or is your mother a goblin, making that level of intelligence something to boast about? You're sitting here bragging about such insignificant things. McCart began to give me an ominous look as I deliberately and persistently touched on his appearance. In the slightly changed atmosphere, I could immediately grasp that the current situation was not very good. It doesn't seem like you were cursing to get my attention. At first, I thought you were a young lady approaching me with a new method. Bullshit. Can't you keep those thoughts chopped by an axe to yourself? If you were a young lady using such a low-grade method like cursing to get my attention half-heartedly, I was going to end it here, but I've changed my mind. What does your change of mind have to do with me? Thwack. You, become my woman. You son of a black hand that sprang out from the darkness beyond the faint light illuminating McCart's surroundings grabbed one of my wrists, and simultaneously, two hands that sprouted from the floor fixed my legs to the ground. Thus, with me completely bound in place, unable to escape, McCart leaned his face close to me once again. Let go of me, you fucking bastard. Come to think of it, I might have caused a bit of a misunderstanding. What? Let me rephrase. You, become my wife. You think it's an easily obtainable position? Do you believe the opportunity to become a prince's consort is available to just anyone? The competition to become the consort of the incomparably handsome Prince McCart is especially fierce. Bullshit, but I've taken a liking to you, so I'll specially make you my first wife. I'm not sure if there will be a second or not, but anyway, it's not such a bad offer for you. Hack, PTOO. Fuck off, you fucking bastard. Where does he get off propositioning a woman who belongs to someone else? No, come to think of it, I'm not exactly a woman who belongs to someone else, but anyway, even if all of humanity died out, I'd refuse that bastard. To begin with, the very idea of marrying a man makes me want to vomit, let alone that bastard involved with the demon race. If I were to get tied up with him around this time and end up wandering around together, only to perish together, I'd be so resentful that I wouldn't be able to sleep. Drip. Ha. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. McCart started laughing like a true madman, not caring at all about my spit dripping between his eyebrows. With both legs and right arm bound, I secretly moved my free left hand to grip one of the daggers tied inside my skirt. It's not such a bad offer. If you just promise to marry me and show evidence of that, I'll release you from here and overlook all the rudeness you've committed so far. The rudeness is what you're committing, you fucking bastard. You can't escape from here on your own with your skills anyway. I looked into it a bit because you were speaking so arrogantly, but you're not even an expert, let alone a master, right? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. You just need to make one promise. A promise to marry me and become my first wife, and as evidence of that, leave a kiss on my lips. Simple, isn't it? Is it fashionable in the Imperial Palace these days to eat with your asshole? You're spewing shit from your mouth. Well, I don't particularly dislike shy young ladies either. Fucking hell, won't you move that face away? Fuck. With those words, Makart silently leaned his lips towards me, with my 2 legs and 1 arm bound. Watching that nauseating face gradually overlapping with mine, I waited as patiently as possible for him to approach. While spewing all kinds of curses with my mouth to make him think of me as a powerless maid until the very last moment. Just as his lips came almost right in front of my nose, I swung the silver dagger in my left hand toward his nape without hesitation, and I definitely felt something being stabbed by the dagger in my hand. I felt the sensation of the blade in my hand cutting through skin, tearing muscle, and sinking in. Stab. The only regrettable thing was that the blade was stabbed somewhere other than his nape. Drip, drip, haha, well this is. You fucking bastard. Not only are you shy, but you're also dangerous and rough, young lady. Makart blocked the trajectory of my knife with his right arm just before the blade could enter his nape, so the dagger in my hand only managed to inflict a wound by stabbing into his forearm instead of his neck. I was wondering if you might do something since you didn't let go of your killing intent until the end, but to think you'd swing a dagger without giving up even in this situation. You're crazy, you're really crazy. They say beautiful mushrooms are poisonous, so I was right to be careful before eating. No joke, it was an attack swung with the intention to kill. Anyway, if I didn't kill him, I couldn't escape from that space on my own, and if that was the case, I thought it would be better to at least kill him and escape. Moreover, if I killed him here, it would make it easier to progress the main story in various ways later, and by killing him, who was a spy for the Demon King's army, I could disrupt the demons' plans. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Of course, I would be executed for regicide afterward, but I thought if I was going to die anyway, it would be better to at least take this bastard on with me. When my attempt to do something was futilely blocked, and just as sorrowful and angry emotions were about to well up, suddenly, the darkness surrounding Makart and me began to dissipate, and the scenery of the academy started to come into view again. It's a shame, but we'll stop here for today. I wanted to play with you longer if possible, but I've lost too much blood. What? Then, see you next time, shy poisonous mushroom lady. Crack, clang. After roughly pulling out the silver dagger stuck in his forearm and throwing it on the floor, Makart walked towards the church as if nothing had happened. At that shameless back view, I, with all my strength drained, couldn't even chase after him and just collapsed on the floor. Flop. Ha, ha ha, ha. For a while, I'll have to always move around with Ethan or Agnes by my side. That afternoon, after barely escaping with my life from Makart's attack. Naturally, I couldn't concentrate properly on the following magic department classes and couldn't help but reflect on the crisis I had just experienced. That was really dangerous. I almost died senselessly due to Makart's surprise attack. Although I was able to escape somehow through rough resistance and inducing carelessness, I was still in a situation where my life was threatened. No, perhaps I was caught up in something even more troublesome than simply having my life threatened. If he had just threatened to kill me, it could have been resolved somehow by me taking him out first, but if Makart was really after me myself, that would be truly problematic. If I made a mistake, there was a possibility that even after killing him, I might be labeled as a human colluding with the demon race. Of course, even if that wasn't the case, getting involved with his status as the fourth prince was troublesome in many ways. It was bad enough being involved with the demon race, but his status was disgustingly high on top of that. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. If I made a mistake, there was a possibility that it could negatively affect Ethan, who was pretending to be my fiancé. Somehow, I need to handle this as quickly and quietly as possible. Originally, he was someone who could only be dealt with in the episode just before leaving the Empire after graduation. After all, in the game's main story, he was roughly equivalent to the final boss of Part 4. After the battle with him, Part 5 begins, where we enter the demon-occupied areas of the Empire and fight against the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army and the Demon King himself throughout. Theoretically, he's the final boss of Part 4, but that doesn't mean there's absolutely no way to defeat him at this point in time. The time when Makart accepted power from the demon race was about 4.5 years ago. This calculation must be correct, as he would have assassinated the first prince and the first empress not long after receiving the power. And at the point of 5 years after accepting that power, Makart succeeded in transforming into a demon, and no longer able to hide his identity, he killed his body double to fake his own death by demons and escaped from the empire. In other words, it wasn't until after his transformation into a demon that Makart gained power that made him the final boss of Part 4, and fortunately, there was still about half a year left until he reached that transformation. While it wasn't a comfortable amount of time, it was enough to attempt to kill him. If we gather the main characters of Luminar Academy and make a concerted effort, we might be able to subjugate him. The problem was, even if I tried to gather those main characters now, it wouldn't be so easy. To begin with, I don't have any connection with the hero's party, and approaching the hero himself would be going against Ethan's words. Although it was an action to protect my own life, it still meant ignoring Ethan's orders and trying to contact the hero. Moreover, I had already met Agnes secretly without telling Ethan at the end of last year, so if I did something similar this time, even Ethan would surely be disappointed in me. Then, in the end, I would have to explain to Ethan not only that my life was being threatened by Makart, but also why I needed the hero's help to resolve it smoothly only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. To be honest, I wasn't confident that I could explain this part well to Ethan without mentioning my previous life. If I could just tell Youngwajogyagigwa, I could spill everything out clearly. As I had been certain from the moment I first saw his name, and after observing his behavior, Youngwajogyagigwa was undoubtedly a player of Luminar Academy. In other words, I could reveal to him that I had transmigrated and that I had played Luminar Academy in my previous life, and he would understand without thinking it was too strange. But in Ethan's case, he was a person in this world, and making him understand that he was a character in a game would be a challenge from the start. To begin with, he wouldn't even have the concept of computer games in his mind, so I'd have to replace it with other media like novels to make an analogy. And apart from everything else, I didn't really want to reveal to Ethan that I was a man in my previous life. It's obvious, isn't it? If I reveal this to Ethan, who likes me, he would end up either being a guy with a preference for men, or someone who fell in love just seeing a woman's appearance regardless of the person within being a male or whatever. Either way, it wouldn't end in a good aftermath, so there was no need to reveal such a harsh truth to Ethan. And above all, if I revealed to Ethan that I was a man, then for me in the future. Lilith, oh, yes. Class is over. How long are you going to sit still? Come to think of it, it was my afternoon class. I clearly remember entering the classroom, exchanging brief greetings with Agnes, and sitting down, but when I finally came to my senses, what I saw was the blackboard with traces of having just been erased in an empty classroom with only Agnes and me remaining. Did something happen? You've been staring into space for a while. I'm sorry, Miss Agnes. There's no need to apologize. Still, the fact that she stayed by my side until everyone else left the classroom showed that she was a friend with some loyalty. During my time as a player of Luminar Academy, she wasn't a character I particularly liked, but actually meeting her in the game like this, she's proving to be quite genuine the more I get to know her. I quietly apologized in my heart for my past mistake of attaching the modifier Red Chihuahua class leader to Agnes in my head until now. I had an important concern for a moment. And it's a concern deeply related to my future. Career issues. Are you worried about where to go after graduation? It's a more fundamental issue than that. It's about whether I can graduate from the academy in the first place. Aren't you second in the magic department? That's true. It wasn't that kind of graduation I meant in the first place. Anyway, now wasn't the time to be picky about means and methods. It was time to get help from anyone who could help me survive Makart. Especially in Agnes's case, I had already cleared a debt with her once, so it was relatively easier to seek her cooperation. Miss Agnes. Yes. Before returning to the dormitory today, could you take me to the entrance of the swordsmanship department building? Sure, I don't mind. Although Agnes hadn't yet reached the ranks of the great mages, having her by my side would prevent Makart from easily approaching me like last time. It was enough if I could be protected by her for a very short period. Just until the end of this semester's classes and before the summer break starts. I planned to somehow defeat Makart during this summer break, just before he completed his transformation into a demon, before the start of his last semester. After moving to Ethan's swordsmanship department building with Agnes's help, and then walking back to the dormitory with Ethan. After finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory with him, I immediately explained to Ethan what had happened this afternoon. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The story of how Prince Macart approached me after parting with Ethan at lunchtime, threatened my life, and then gave up and left. Of course, I kept it between just the two of us, as it wasn't a story that would do any good for Isabel to hear. What did you say? This afternoon, Prince Macart came and threatened my life, and in the end, he threatened me with my life, asking me to become his wife, but eventually gave up and left. Crack. Why young Master Ethan, that son of a... I had deliberately brought up the story with lavender tea, hoping he would listen while calming his mind as much as possible, but sadly, it seemed to have little effect. The teacup clutched in Ethan's hand was crushed along with his fist. It was fortunate, if you could call it that his sturdy body prevented his hand from being injured. Pieces of the teacup fell in fragments on and under the table, but if I had to say, it was more troublesome to stop Ethan from rushing out with a sword in the middle of the night than to clean up the glass shards that had burst from his grip. Young Master Ethan, please calm down. No, I can't calm down. Before dawn tomorrow, I need to hang that vomit-inducing head at the academy's main gate. I'll throw his body into the stables to be crushed under horse hooves all night. If you do such a thing, it would be treason and an insult to the royal family. Do you want to erase the entire Blackwood family from the empire? Right, I understand. Then I'll settle for sneaking in and killing him that way instead. If he pointed a sword at you, Lilith, he must have been prepared to be stabbed to death himself. Young Master Ethan, it wasn't that I wanted him to show no reaction and calmly accept the story of my near-death experience, but I also didn't want him to lose his reason by getting this excited. In the first place, the reason I honestly told Ethan this story wasn't to urge him to go assassinate Macart, but to have a meeting about how to deal with Macart. If we moved rashly, not only would it not work, but it would likely make things much more complicated. I'll say it one more time. I understand your feelings, young Master Ethan, but we can't kill that prince at this point, anyway. If you're talking about dealing with the aftermath, I'll take care of it. It might take some time, but if we create a fake identity, we can somehow cover our tracks. If we don't use magic, there won't be any traces left. That's not what I meant. Of course, what happens after killing Prince Macart is a problem, but the issue I'm talking about is the act of killing him itself. What do you mean? Prince Macart was using demonic power received from the demons. He was using demonic power. Yes, young Master Ethan. Ethan's face deepened with concern upon hearing my words. It seems he finally realized how much more serious the situation was after hearing about the use of demonic power. I was momentarily worried about what to do if he insisted on going to kill him even after hearing this, but fortunately, like a well-educated nobleman, he didn't seem to be that stubborn. If I may offer one piece of advice, acting rashly in the current state could put you in danger, young Master Ethan. At least, that's how it felt to me when I directly faced Prince Macart. Then, what should we do? Are we just going to let it slide that someone threatening your life, Lilith, is related to the demons? No, of course not. But, if possible, I want to end it in a situation where we've thoroughly cornered him. A situation where we've thoroughly cornered him. Yes, and if possible, after creating such a situation, there would be no repercussions for taking down Prince Macart. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Do you have a proper plan? The plan still needs some refinement, but there is definitely someone we need to meet. After all, the person who knows best about dealing with demons is attending our academy. Ethan's expression hardened as soon as he heard about someone related to dealing with demons. He seemed to have guessed whose name was about to come out of my mouth, but at this point, we couldn't refuse the most reliable force for such a trivial reason. I think we need to meet with the current hero Gyungwajogigigwat. That hero? Yes, it's necessary.